history. And I think it's, you know, it's a snowball effect. I think at the French Open there were 23 players on the men's side in the main draw of the French Open who had some form of collegiate experience. And so, again, I think that's a bit of a snowball effect. And it's just one data point after another showing that the level in college is a good pathway towards preparing you for the professional game.
Well, of course, you both went down that route, guys.
So did Paul.
Right, yeah. So it's, there you go. I mean,
he had a great career as well.
We're speaking to the converted, absolutely. Are you going to be able to, I mean, listen, it's an exciting match. Are you going to be able to stay awake, though? You've just been on a 12-hour flight.
I'm thrilled to be here. I'll be up till, they could go 5 sets, 10-8 in the 5th, and I'm going to be there.
Are you in the players' box today?
No, of course not. No? Absolutely not. Arthur's got such a good routine going. The last thing I'm here to do is disrupt anything about his routine. No.
Well, listen, I'm very excited. I'm even more excited now that I've heard Paul's prediction. I mean, come on, Jill. Actually, I don't know. Your predictions have been ever so slightly off this year.
She's going to change her winner again?
This year, every year.
I mean, every day she changes her winner. And
what sort of percentage chance
I mean,
are you giving
Fritz.
Arthur?
My Fritz is still in.
Well, yeah, okay. And that's a fair call against the man today who's beaten 7 times in a row. What percentage chance are you giving Arthur Ferry?
A very big chance. I mean, I think.
What percentage?
What percentage? Sorry. I think it's 50-50. I do.
I'm going to go 60-40 for
Ferry.
Really?
Okay, because of the crowd.
Because he's beaten them before. I mean, obviously, Caboli's playing well, and the crowd's really getting behind him. But now it's going to be behind Arthur Ferry, and I think I go 60-40 for Arthur.
Of course, yesterday you went for Felix Auger-Aliassime. So
I mean, I was pretty close.
Yeah, well,
I mean, come on, it wasn't like it was straight sets against
That's
Felix.
True.
Yeah, but you only had 2
argument.
players to choose from, and you chose the wrong one, Nick. So what can I say?
Unbelievable.
Close, but no cigar. Oh, we're tough on this channel, I'm
Tough
afraid.
crowd. Tough crowd.
Listen, Paul, thank you so much for coming and joining us so quickly, for doing this amazing job. Top player, as Jill was mentioning now, and an amazing coach in a wonderful part of the world. Stanford nearly as good a university as Santa Clara.
That's where his son goes.
Oh, what a team. What a team Niall Angus has put together.
Yeah.
And they're coming after Stanford next year. But thank you so much.
We're playing him this year, and Niall's doing a phenomenal job. Yeah. You are 100% right.
He's so positive. He's such a positive
That's
guy.
what we need, positivity. Paul, thank you so much. That's Paul Goldstein. Jill's still here for a few more minutes. Nick is still here for a few more minutes. And Barry Cowan is still out at Orangi. Hello, Barry.
Positivity, Marcus.
Of course. Of course, Bazza.
Yeah.
Why do you sound surprised?
Oh, you've never been positive in your life.
True.
Well, do you want some positive news?
Yes.
I've got Sasha has walked out onto practice court. Just walked down the steps, actually, in front of to my right, practice court 1 with Jez Green. So Sasha now, as we know with Sasha, when I saw his practice schedule time, 10:30 till 12. We know that he's never going to play and practice for an hour and a half when he's got a tough match later on. So he covers all bases. So 45 minutes late is about right for Sasha, but currently getting a little bit of treatment on his right wrist before he starts warming up on practice court 1 in trying to overturn, of course, that head-to-head record, but nothing like the Pam Shriver Martina Navratilova head-to-head record, Marcus.
Remind us, Baz.
Well, you interviewed Pam, didn't you, the other day? Well, is it 33? Was it 33 in a row?
33 losses in a row.
Yeah, I mean, extraordinary. It's got to be one of the, are we allowed to say, the worst head-to-head record? Can we say it that way? Or
do you know what,
most dominant head-to-head record?
Baz, Pam Shriver was becoming a really good friend of the channel, and now you have to
And I thought we were going to go positive.
dig up that stat. We're trying to be positive, and you're digging out the worst memories of poor Pam's career. No need for that.
Yeah, maybe. Sorry, Pam. Sorry.
No more. Finally,
we got him. We got him.
Second Wednesday, 17 minutes past 11. Thank you very much, Bazza. It's beautiful here. It really is. There is not a cloud in the sky. We are still just about the only team working. Let's have a look. Normally the Italians are just setting up.
The Italians have been busy too.
Well, I know but they should be going big today.
I know.
Is everyone still
so
sleeping?
too.
Was there World Cup last night or something? I mean, what?
Oh, there was a penalty shootout in the Switzerland game, wasn't there? Argentina came from 2-0 down, but the Italians have got players here, there, and everywhere, and they haven't turned up. I mean, there is one other team, BN Sports. Well, There's a guy on his knees. Looks like something's gone wrong with their camera, so they're having an issue. There is one other camera crew that look to be getting ready to go, but other than that, it's the Wimbledon radio channel.
We're the only one that brings the fire.
That is leading the way. So, guys, what are you up to? Jill, which match are you doing today?
I am. I just lost focus for a second. I'm doing the Paolini Kostyuk match. I'm very excited about that.
Kostyuk in an amazing run of form of late. Paolini with the experience having got to a Wimbledon final. So
Yes.
what's going to edge that one?
I think I'm going to go with Kostyuk. They play each other a few times, but all on hard court. So this is the first time they're playing on grass, and they haven't played for a few years. And I feel like Kostyuk's a much different player now, just full of confidence. She's grown into the grass. I think she doesn't feel like she used to not be that comfortable, but now she's getting better every match. I think she's just playing with so much energy and fire. And even though Paolini is finding that joy again, I just think Kostyuk is just on a roll. I'm going to go with Kostyuk.
Okay, so you're going Kostyuk, and you said 50-50
You too,
Kaboli,
Nick?
and I'll come to.
Oh, sorry.
Come to Nick.
Yeah, 50, but I'm going to go with
50-50.
Kaboli. I'm sorry.
Wait, you just said it was 50-50.
50-50, but if you wanted my pick. Did you want my pick, or
Yes.
you want me to stick with 50?
50-50.
50-50 now.
So
50-50 means you
51-49
haven't got a
Kaboli.
pick. Yeah, 51-49.
But you usually put me on the spot.
Yeah, you just waited until Paul left and
Yeah,
then
yeah,
Sort of,
dissed his former player. And I think you're going to go Noskova against
I'm going to go
Mertens,
Noskova.
And obviously you're going Fritz against Zverev. Any differences there, Nico?
No differences. I agree with you with Kostyuk. I mean, I think she's 26-5 on the season. It's kind of weird that she hadn't won a grass court match since 2024 Wimbledon, 0-3 on grass last season. She has such a great game for grass.
Yeah.
You know, she's able to mix it up and do different things. So I'm going Kostyuk in that one. I'll be commentating Fritz Zverev, and I'm going to go Fritz on that one. I think he's going to go 8 in a row. I think it's going to be a shocker. I think I'm going to go Ferry over Kaboli. I think it's going to be a shocker. You're going to have a Brit in the semis. He's beaten Kaboli before. Noskova, Mertens, I got to go with Noskova. I'm going to go with Jill. She's made me a believer.
There you go. You're so influential. Guys, it's been an absolute pleasure once again. I should just point out, Di's going to take over shortly. She'll have a very special guest. Are you Harry Potter fans?
Yes, I am.
If I was to ask you...
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
No,
I know.
Uh-oh.
Do you have to quiz me? Can I just say, yes, I'm a Harry Potter
Yeah, but if I
fan?
was to ask you the name of the actor who plays Lucius Malfoy...
Oh, you told me this. I can't remember now.
Well, it's got to be Jason Isaacs.
Thank you.
That's who's coming up.
It is Jason
Big
Isaacs,
tennis fan.
who was
Big
also a
tennis
superstar in White Lotus. What an amazing show that
Yeah.
was. And well, of course he's a good mate of yours. Everyone's a good mate of yours. How do you know Jason Isaacs so well?
You know what? Actually, I sent him a DM on Instagram like 6 months ago to get him on Tennis Channel, and then he came in studio, we interviewed him, and he absolutely loves his tennis. I mean, he dissects the matches. He's gonna dissect it, and you almost have to stop him in his responses. And he'll tell you that. He'll say, "Hey, just stop me if I'm going too long," because he loves tennis.
Brilliant. Well, he's going to be chatting a little bit later. Raj has arrived. He's going to be part of the next show. So is Olga. And Raj, just to paint the picture, tomorrow it's your pick against my pick for glory. Let's see what happens
Even
when
though
Coco...
Andreeva lost way early.
And be quiet. Fade out, Jill. That's it. Okay.
Volume off.
Di is getting ready, and while she settles in, we're going to go back outside because Lily Coleman has met up with Annabelle Croft.
Well, I've actually, funnily enough, just bumped into my mum again. Hello, Mum.
Hello, darling.
How are you doing today?
I am hot, actually. I was hot even getting here, so I can't imagine what it's like to play in these conditions because it is sweltering.
It is sweltering.
And I'm worried for the fans too, because the fans are going to be sitting on one side of centre court in that blistering heat, and I find it really upsetting that they're all sitting there being baked.
Well, they might have fans, they have hats.
Well, they do, I know, but not enough of them. I think they need a bit more shade.
Okay, well, today it is some quarterfinals. We've got some great matches happening. What are you looking forward to?
Well, of course, Arthur Ferry and Kaboli. I just think he's a revelation, and a star was born on centre court the other night. I just thought he was incredible. And I have heard that he was down here because his mum is a member of the club, and she was playing in an event the other afternoon, and Arthur happened to be with his mum, and so he joined in the members' event. So some of my friends who are, you know, in their 60s and just playing sort of social tennis, he actually was playing mixed doubles with them and just having fun and was really charming. charming. So isn't that lovely?
When was that?
I missed it. It was about, I think about 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, or maybe even sooner than that. But I did hear that happened very recently, and all of the members were quite taken with him. And of course, that was before what's happened on centre court. So, yeah, I think he's been incredible. And I'm really excited about the fact that he's taking on someone who he did beat in Australia, although Cobolli was very ill and had to keep leaving the court to go to the bathroom and was a little bit sick. So I don't know how much we can read into that. But the fact is, he has beaten Cobolli in a Grand Slam. And Cobolli is so fun. He's bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, very twinkly-eyed. And he's a big character, so this is going to be a blockbuster. I can't wait for it.
What about the Taylor Fritz Zverev match? That's one I'm looking forward to.
Oh, that is amazing. And it's interesting because I think Fritz has won the last 6, but they have played on grass recently. I think it was semi-finals of Halle, 7-5 in the third. They also played at Wimbledon when it was 5 sets. That is going to be an epic. We could be in for another long night here. I'm really excited about that one. And I think Fritz has been a bit under the radar. And I think he's underestimated perhaps. And Zverev, never been past, I don't believe, the 4th round here, but suddenly this is into new territory, number 2 seed here. Pressure's ramping up, coming in as a Grand Slam champion. I think he's in a different place emotionally. So I think I tell you what, all of the matches are going to be great today.
Now, Mum, obviously you've been coming to Wimbledon pretty much every year for however long, maybe too long to remember. What do you love most about Wimbledon?
I love the late. Well, we don't all like the late finishes because we all want to get to bed and get ready with some energy for the next day. But I have to be honest, that late finish last night was so exciting. And I think when you get taken on a roller coaster ride of emotion and you live every moment with, the atmosphere and the players going through a 5-set thriller, nothing really beats that for live sport. It just doesn't get any better than that. And that's what I think of as Wimbledon, being these absolute thrilling contests, which you have no idea till the last point is played who's going to win. And so that's what I love about Wimbledon. And I also love the planting here. I'm standing here looking at, we're just outside the members, and I'm just looking at these absolutely beautiful plants that have been so well prepared for the tournament, and the flowers and the trees and the ivy. And then I like the history here, and I think it has a real electricity and an atmosphere that you just can't explain to people unless they come and experience it. So and I love looking at all the people. It's a great people watching place, isn't it? All these beautiful ladies in their dresses and hats, and men and the gentlemen in their lovely suits, and everybody kind of dresses up for Wimbledon. So I love everything about it, actually.
Thanks, Mum, and enjoy today.
Thank you.
I absolutely love that. Lily Coleman speaking to her mum, Annabelle Croft, and they've got really, really similar voices. And actually hanging around with Lily really just reminds me of her gorgeous mum. Lovely to get input from Annabelle Croft. Di Stewart with you on the broadcasting room for the Wimbledon radio channel. The time now is 11:25.
With Amex, you can experience more at the Championships Wimbledon. With on-site benefits like refreshments and giveaways at the Amex card member lounge, and ice cream and prizes at the Amex Pavilion, an exclusive match at the Amex Experience. Visit the 2026 Wimbledon app and tap the Amex banner to learn more. Amex Gold Card representative APR 85.8% variable. Annual fee applies after the first year, subject to status. Your rates may vary depending on circumstances. APR correct as of 25th of February 2026. 18 plus, terms and conditions apply.
You are listening to the Wimbledon radio channel, and I am Di Stewart, delighted to take over from Marcus Buckland and joined on the roof by Raj Chowdhury and Olga Shavchuk. Morning to both of you. Do you have your SPF, Raj? Because you sat directly in the sunshine. Olga and I, we've nabbed the shade here, but are you hot over there with a black T-shirt on?
I'm a little warm, but
yeah.
I'm not going to lie, but this is kind of a comfort zone for me. watched a lot of tennis matches in the bright sun, so I don't feel too out of place.
Good stuff. What about you, Olga? Feeling fresh this morning?
I am. I'm actually excited for today, and I'm happy. I'm in the shade for the first time since this program started. So
no, we've not allowed you
I
in the
fight
shade.
for my spot here.
Can I just say, we've got a very special guest who's about to join us. He said hello. It's absolutely fine. You can join us. It's the one, the only Jason Isaacs, who's dashed up, looking very dapper, I must say, Jason. Is this an outfit that's been planned for months?
Sure, that's what you want to do in 100-degree heat, is put a shirt and tie and a suit on. The reason I became an actor is so I can never dress like this. Actually, all I ever dress like is like I'm ready to go on the tennis court. And it's frustrating being here because I don't like watching people playing. I like playing.
You like playing, don't you? Well, I saw you play a couple of weeks ago at Stoke Park, and I was very... Both of you, Jason is a very good tennis player.
Hi.
This is Raj Chowdhury,
Raj,
coach to the stars, and
Beautiful.
Olga Shavchuk, who's played at Wimbledon many times.
and we met in Mark Noah's Bahamas.
We did.
Yes.
We did.
Yeah.
That was my first glimpse of what the pro celebrity tennis world was like. I thought I was there for
like?
comedy entertainment. Turns out the other celebrities were there to try and win a tennis tournament. Took it very seriously. We didn't have microphones on, so it was about the tennis. No people buy tickets to watch people like me play tennis. Whereas at the Boodles, when we were there, I had a microphone on. My tennis game wasn't very good, but my comedy game I thought was really.
It was very good,
up to
very sharp.
scratch.
Sharp, I would say,
That's why
Jason.
people watch. So they want to watch celebrities make a fool of themselves and catch balls in their pocket and, hit
That's
things
true.
like
But
that and stuff.
remind me who you were playing with?
No, I won't, because I can't remember their surnames.
Henry Patton.
Henry and Martin, who are #1 tennis player in the world, but I can't remember his surname.
No, it was Charles. Charlie.
Charles, sorry, I was playing with, yes.
We'll have a
Charles.
conversation between ourselves, Jason, and
God,
we'll try and figure
they're
that
so
out.
insulted.
Yeah.
It's only because, gentlemen,
they
it's
can't
only
remember us.
I'm
so
boiling in the car. There was a pool of sweat in my shoes. You can't even imagine.
we might
Anyway.
try and get a little umbrella for you.
No, it's
because
absolutely fine.
You've dashed here. Steve,
I'm gonna sit in the royal box
he's
all
actually
day.
our boss, so Steve is now going to be holding that
Steve,
behind you.
This is so below your pay grade to hold an umbrella. I got it. Thanks very much.
The tapster is behind you. Now, Jason, you've dashed here and you've done an interview
I'm very
already
excited.
with the Red
I
Cross.
have, because I'm an ambassador for the Red Cross, and Wimbledon Foundation very generously gives money to the Red Cross every year. I did a social media interview, and they always ask, what does the Red Cross do? And the answer is, you need 3 hours. Nobody realises until they're in crisis what the Red Cross does. But if your house burns down, it's the Red Cross to come and get you. If you're in hospital and you need to be taken home, the Red Cross take you home. But also, if there's a volcano, a tornado, or whatever, disasters, they're from everything from gigantic global things to locally, you're old and you can't eat your food. They do everything, and it's incredible to see both the people who work there and the people who volunteer there. So every penny is gratefully received for the Wimbledon Foundation.
Wonderful. Well, we're delighted to have you with us on the Wimbledon radio channel. We've been broadcasting for the last 542 days, and we are feeling
look a day
fresh.
over 541.
Gosh, we're feeling fresh. We're really enjoying it. It's going to get up to about 31 degrees, just to really rub that in.
I sit in the box.
Tell us what you're doing today.
Today, there's I'm watching the ladies' semi. I think it's the ladies' semi,
Yes.
and the men's quarters.
And where will that be from? Just
in
to
the
let's-
royal box.
in the-
I'm in the
do we
royal
get a
box.
woo, everyone? Woo! There, the whole
Very
team
much.
are very jealous. Will you throw us a bread roll, please?
It's exciting because obviously we have Arthur Ferry playing, who did not expect to be there. I said, well, I hope he expected to be there. He's brimming with confidence, but I don't think anybody else expected him to be there.
That's true.
And it's a Disney run through to the quarters, and let's hope it carries on. Amazingly, I thought, well, okay, he's done remarkably. He was playing a very off-form Grigor Dimitrov, I thought. He was spraying those beautiful backhands left and right off the court. He started to aim for the lines because he was getting scared, I think. And I really watched, it was amazing to watch him deteriorate, because I was watching him last year when he was 2 sets to love up against Sinner, who eventually won. So it was... but you don't want to take anything away from Arthur. Maybe the reason that Dimitrov was spraying around is because Arthur was standing inside the baseline, taking the returns. He was coming to the net. He was doing everything right, full of aggression and confidence. And I hope he feels like that today, because I thought, oh well, he's up against Cabal. Clearly they're ranked wildly differently. It's probably going to be over for him at what a run. And it turns out I'm completely wrong, because he's head to head. He's one up.
Yeah.
So he's going to be feeling confident. He's going to have the crowd behind him. He's going to have me behind him. And I'm excited to watch it.
I have nothing to add, because that was
What an
brilliant
analysis.
Yeah, in fact,
I think you have to...
You now have a job on the Wimbledon radio channel.
I hope I bump into him and meet him, because I'm totally starstruck by all tennis players. I love meeting them. But in the absence of having met him, I can be a little bit rude about his game. He doesn't have any weapons. All of his shots are great, and his attitude was great. He throws his serve a long way behind him so he can get his back and his knees in to try and get a bit of extra power, because he's not tall. But mostly he's shaping that serve. It's not going in as a flat serve, and that doesn't get you many cheap points. Caboli's a beautiful player to watch. He's got tremendous ease, and you can see the effort with Arthur. But you know what? he's punching above his weight and he's doing great. So I hope for him. My fingers are crossed for him.
Raj, your thoughts?
Well, I mean, I think the analysis is great. I think one of the things that you have to give Ferry so much credit for is that you just think in that circumstance, at some point in time, his bravery would back off, right? And despite not having those weapons that you sort of alluded to, he didn't back off of his style of play and his intensity. He came up with some incredible shoestring volleys to get through that match. And so
because he came to the net,
yes,
which is
exactly
a brave
right.
thing to do when people are hitting the ball back as hard as Dimitrov hits it.
For sure. And so I think there was that. The thing that impressed me most about that match was the fact that he did stick to that, even in the most clutch of moments, because with the experience of Dimitrov, you just figured he would outlast him and find the way through. But Ferry did a fantastic job, and I think you may be right. He does have a winning record against Caboli, but it's going to be a different time. I mean, Caboli's now a Grand Slam finalist in between that interim, right? So there's a different change in evolution for both of them.
Did you hear about Caboli? He didn't have a house. You probably
sure.
saw the
It's happened before. I remember who was there was a female player who announced. Said, look,
yes, Maja Chwalinska in the French Open, the French Open final.
She's talking to her dad in the box, going, "Where are we going to stay tonight?" You know, because it's expensive. I think often about the practical stuff as well. You know, people come to the rent house for 2 weeks. Obviously, for Federer or someone who used to rent this giant house because you've got your kids and you've got the tutors and stuff, and you get knocked out, it's trouble. But if you're lower down the rankings, do you spend the money for 2 weeks? It's expensive. People buy houses around here because they know how much money they can make during Wimbledon.
Yeah.
And so they rent them for a week. You don't want to be stuck in traffic forever. And it's tricky. And you also you need the routine, don't you?
Yes.
You need to be able to sleep and eat without any disturbance and focus only on the tennis.
Yeah.
And so not knowing where you're sleeping at night must be slightly disconcerting.
I think his grandfather managed to sort it out, so they do have
All right.
somewhere to stay. I actually used to have a house in Southfields, but stupidly never rented it out during the
big mistake.
Huge mistake. I know. I'm just thinking about the thousands that I wasted while I was at drama school
Even
as well.
parking, they're even charging
It's hilarious. Well, actually, we've just also you mentioned Roger Federer there. He literally walked past about 5 minutes ago. Have you met Roger Federer?
Did you get a thrill? Did you get a bit of a
Well,
buzz?
I did actually follow him until the stairway and thought, no, this is I need to move away now. But he looked incredible. We've been speaking on the channel about how dapper he looks. I mean, you look incredibly smart today.
God bless
Are
you.
you an admirer
Roger
of the sort of the fashion of Roger Federer?
Oh, I mean, I was an admirer of his play. You know, the thing is, I love tennis, but also, when tennis players get on the court, they can try and win. So Sinner's going to play, you know, Djokovic, that's going to be an interesting game. I'm not sure that Djokovic has anything left in the tank, but he does what Djokovic does, which is he plays maximum percentage shots. He will always play to win the point. Nadal did it, who I loved. Rafa's one of my favourite sportsmen ever because of the grace with which he approached the game, but his game itself was really over and over the same thing, and he didn't mind. Whereas someone like Federer and Alcaraz, they acknowledge inside themselves that part of what they're doing is because they enjoy entertaining. They want to play a shot that maybe isn't the highest percentage shot, but it's probably going to win the point, but they want to do it anyway just for their own pleasure and because they're entertainers. Nick Kyrgios, when he was really losing his mind, was playing incredibly low percentage shots only to entertain. I'm an admirer of Federer because he was not only wanting to play and win, but he wanted to win in style. So sometimes he'd play someone and they would have a big weapon. And instead of avoiding it, strategically doing the right thing, he'd think, I'm going to take your weapon and I'm going to show you it doesn't mean anything. Just, you know.
So true. It's a great observation, right?
Yeah,
like, that's really astute. Because you would watch him do that often. Like, so someone's got a ferocious forehand. And he would just go after it, and he would best them.
And he could play any style as well. He could go Arthur Ashe, take the pace off, or he could you want to play fast? Oh, I'll play fast. So that's what I loved about Federer. Some of his bizarre blazers and gold trimming, I'm not mad about when he walks around dressed like a wedding cake. But I think he was one of the great players of all time. And it was funny watching Dimitrov the other day. I was able to watch because it was such a long game. You know, that terrible label they gave him when he started playing at Baby Fair, that terrible pressure on him. But I actually was watching his style the other day, and his shots are so similar. His forehand, where he doesn't turn his shoulder and he keeps focused on it, keeps his left shoulder facing forward, doesn't really, pivot his whole body. And no wonder they did it. It's really almost like he copied his style.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, I also have to say I loved Roger to stay the other day all matches on center court.
Move.
I mean, his sat alone on Zverev's match and just watched, because he often speaks how much he loves to play tennis. So I think it was such a good level from him to stay alone in that box all through Ferry match, right? He watched Paolini in the beginning, which went 3 sets as well, then Ferry match 5 sets, so and then Zverev. I mean, it was a tough day.
He didn't move. I mean, I feel the same. Last time I was here last year with my friend Ol, we were the only people in the box at certain points. You would wait until the sun went down and the roof closed, and because I love tennis, I love watching it. What's interesting about Roger, I think, being an actor, I'm interested. I love the sport of tennis, but I love the psychology. What's going on for the people, what are they thinking, what are they feeling, what are their relationships with each other. And I think there's a misconception about Roger, because he is so charming and so has such grace in interviews, that people miss the fact that to be who he was, you also have to be incredibly cruel and ruthless. There's a brutality to being number one in the world, where you have to be able to crush, even when you're playing someone you like very much and you're about to bagel them. You could ease off a little bit, but there's I remember watching them when they were doing what's the Fed Cup or the Labour Cup and stuff, and watching them coach Zverev. And him and Rafa, you saw something of the fangs in them backstage when they were being shot, when they were trying to tell Zverev not to stop getting down on himself. And they were, first of all, they were swearing wall to wall, but they also, you just got a little glimpse of who they are in the dressing room, which you've seen many times. Like, it's not a nice sport.
Yeah.
It's a gladiator sport.
It was difficult, actually. I found it difficult to watch Felix Auger-Aliassime after the match last night, and I'm sure you watched it.
I watched
against,
everything.
I've
been watching the football as well.
Yeah.
I am very much worn down.
On?
I've been working non-stop. I'm recording this fabulous thing at Audible, and yet I was watching America and Belgium, and I was watching the British game, and I'm watching all the tennis as well. So
it's hard to keep abreast of everything, isn't it? Yeah, Djokovic. I mean, how outstanding was he last night?
Djokovic did that thing. By the way, I was here on the first day as well, watching him play, and he was definitely going to lose. He was cramping right from the beginning. He was smashing himself with the racket to get some blood and energy going. And then last night, when he just was, there was no chance, frankly, in getting through. And Felix plays a beautiful game. It's almost, it's like watching a video game. His shots are so clean and stuff. And then something happened to Djokovic. I mean, people are wrong in saying that he fakes the injury, but he's got a mental fortitude that is just unstoppable.
Yeah, what do you appreciate, like in that drama, you saw at the very end of that, Felix, I mean, he was just gutted at the end, as you would be. I mean, he really faltered for about 30 seconds across 5 hours, and it cost him the match in the end. But
isn't that amazing, though, that the best players in the world, Djokovic now, but other, they often only won by 1 or 2 points.
Exactly.
How does that happen time after time after time?
And you talk about Djokovic as sort of the archetype of that, the guy who does it all the time, and he's done it his entire career. To be able to do that at this stage of his career, I mean, what is your perception of that drama as it builds through a match, and then how do you obviously get that? I think in a lot of ways Djokovic is underestimated for that. We talk about it some. His physicality is amazing. His tennis is amazing.
But that's not what wins.
To have the desire in that moment to continue to press, to have that kind of fortitude that just is better than the very best of the game across decades is incredible. What are your thoughts on that?
It looks a bit like luck. Surely it was only 1 or 2 points, but then you look at the patterns over the decades, and you go, it can't be luck when it happens. It's like a card counter at a casino. It can't be luck when you just keep winning like that. I thought afterwards, it was interesting when he was talking and being interviewed. He didn't do the thing that other people do. I want to say Felix played an amazing game. I was like, he has such self-belief. He had to, and I don't mean this in a critical way. He made it about himself. I did this. I did it again. I'm glad to win. Felix wasn't in his thoughts, because you can't have even a homeopathic amount of compassion. It was you can't.
Great phrase.
It was all about I did this, because
that.
in that moment when your body's gone and your mind's gone and you're thinking, oh my God, I'm over. I'm 39 years old. There's no way I'm coming back to Wimbledon. There's I'm so lucky Alcaraz is out. I couldn't possibly beat Sinner. In that moment, all you can think is, I'm going to put that ball in and I'm going to win this point because I'm better than this guy. His inner dialogue, what I'd be curious about, if he ever truly writes a proper book and not ghostwritten like Agassi's beautiful book, if he ever tells us what the work he did on his inner dialogue, that's something I want to read.
So he did do that interview, right? And he talked about the difference between him and most others is that he's able to process that, whatever, the disappointment, the enthusiasm, whatever the emotion is, he processes it and he's condensed that so that he can move on from that. Now, your question, and I would also want to know, is, well, how did you do that? Because that's easy to say, but the process of that is
and also,
else.
You coach, in those points when you're in a 10-point tiebreak at the end, and he's, let's say, 5-2 up or 5-3 up, do you go for it as hard as possible? Do you think this guy's going to make a mistake? Do you put it back? Do you, how close to the lines you go? How much do you go all out? Do you redline it, or do you go, no, I'm going to rally here. I'm going to let the other person mess it up.
Yeah, I think in the end, not much coach can do in that moment. I think it all comes to the personality of the player that you're having. I think it's either you have it or not. Yeah. Either you develop or you don't develop.
But do you in that moment would you go? I'm going to.
I think
go
it depends
all out.
on what kind of player you are, right? If you're a big hitter like Sabalenka, I think if she starts to pushing the ball, then yes, she definitely have to go for it. Right. It depends what kind of, but you could see Djokovic just refused to lose the points. He just refused to miss, and and he did his Djokovic thing again, and I think he goes to some really deep thing, like deep somewhere in his mind, and he brings that gladiator thing.
He does, and what was amazing watching him on the first day and watching all the games on the first day is Djokovic's generation, not just him and the others. They do not hit the ball as hard. You can hear the sound difference on the court. You can hear how hard the ball is being hit back at him. Felix hits the ball harder, faster. His hand speed is faster, and yet somehow he's not trying to match him. He's going out to play my game, and I'm going to get it back, and I'm going to play. He plays within the lines. He doesn't ever go for the line. When he hits a line, people, amateurs at home don't realize he's not going for the line. He's going for a meter inside it. That's a miss for him in a way, And he just is able to. I remember hitting with someone in San Francisco years ago who had been 100 and something in the world. And I went, hey, tell me something. This is when the great three were still winning everything. I go, the tennis season is 48 weeks of the year. There's no other sport that does that. And Tiger Woods, when he was the god of golf, he wasn't down to the final four every competition. How is it that the same guys are in the semis or finals every single week of the year? And he said, I've got friends with better forehands. And on my day, I've got a better backhand. And certainly some people got better serves. They can play on a wet Wednesday morning in Stuttgart like it's the match point at Wimbledon. Yeah. They can bring that focus and they can analyze and always do what's necessary to beat the person opposite them in that moment. And that skill is something you can't bottle, I think. I'm not sure you can coach it. I don't know if you think you can.
Jason.
Well, you hope to, but it's
you
very
hope
difficult.
We could have you on the channel for the whole day.
I love tennis so much.
Would you come back later? Hopefully you might be
sure.
able to do a bit of commentary later. And we've got some quick fire questions for you behind us in just a moment. But you're off to the Royal Box. You've got I think lunch starts in about 3 minutes' time.
I'm not. I've just had my morning breakfast.
You're okay. You're okay.
Yeah.
Just quick prediction, Djokovic or Sinner, who do you think will win that match?
Come on. I mean, it's ludicrous that he beat him once. Sinner just doesn't miss. Sinner is Djokovic 2.0. He has the same shots, he has the same flexibility, he hits the ball harder, he hits it faster. Yeah. He's 20 years younger, basically. And also, Djokovic just played a marathon.
He's got 2 days, though.
Yeah, I just don't think Djokovic has got a chance. But then, how many times have we said that?
Absolutely.
What do you guys think?
We're going to
I have a feel for Djokovic. I don't know.
You like him? I think
but
amazing.
I have a feeling that maybe that's the one. He's gonna get.
You're going Djokovic.
Yeah.
If it goes long, he's lost. If it goes 4 or 5 sets, he's lost. If he can get it first set under his belt, maybe. What do you think, Raj?
I'm going to go with Sinner on this one.
I
think he's got a sting from that last defeat.
Yes.
He's not going to make a mistake.
And he's got a sting from the French
as well. Yeah.
Okay. Well, Jason, thank you so much for your time.
Really
appreciate
I want to ask
it.
one more question.
Yes.
Unless you need to get me off because someone's coming on to go to Royal on.
No, tell us.
So I'm asking all of you. I saw Agassi interviewed when he came on, and he hadn't been commentating on the French Open. He was incredibly critical of Sinner's team. He went, "You should not flake in the heat. I'm sorry, whatever preparation they did it wrong. He wasn't hydrating enough, wasn't eating enough, wasn't sleeping. They got the timing wrong." He was surprisingly, for a lovely guy, very critical of Darren Cahill and the team because he didn't think that should happen. Where do you stand on that? Do you agree with any of that stuff? What do you think?
That's
I put you on the spot now.
Yeah, I'm just thinking. I mean, I think heat's something that you can't really train, to be honest. Yes,
what are you talking about? People, that's what they do. They go to Miami and train in the heat.
Yeah, but I think the people who born and raised in hotter countries, they're much more adaptive to that. So I think, I myself, I used to train in really hot spots, but I still never got used to it. I mean, I'm better, of course, but still,
Okay, Raj, do you think his team let him down?
Ooh, I don't know about that. I mean, that was freakish, really, because if it was just heat related, he played another 2.5 sets after that, right? So, it's like you would think that there would be a second wind or some sort of recovery with nourishment and things like that.
You think it was a bug or some other thing?
I don't know. I mean, they claimed up and down, his team claimed up and down, it didn't have anything to do with the heat, and they went into an extensive testing. So it was almost too freakish for it to just be heat. I'm sure the heat contributed. But I would be suspicious there wasn't something else underlying going on there.
But it's not the first time that he's feeling flaky during
the
heat,
I mean,
right?
you have to
Every time
it's
and I think he did put a lot of requests not to play during the day in a lot of tournaments as well.
Yeah, Jason, before you go, what are your thoughts on that?
Oh, you know, he's a lovely guy, and I don't want to be rude, but I certainly don't want to criticise Darren Cahill. And who knows? The fact is, it's binary. There is somewhere a fact. He either did or didn't have a bug. If he didn't have a bug, then yes, they've not trained him enough. He's not trained himself enough. He's the best player in the world by far.
Yeah.
He's certainly more regular than Alcaraz, who's more exciting to watch and stuff. And so that shouldn't happen to you. You should be able to play in any circumstance. But who the hell am I to say that?
Well, we love your opinion. You've been
Ludicrous.
absolutely amazing, honestly. Your tennis knowledge, you have a job permanently now on the Wimbledon radio channel.
Yes.
And you're
I
back
love
later
it.
for commentary. We've got
Did you see the Copenhagen Heart study, the results of it, the Harvard back study that came out about a month ago?
No, tell us.
It's a study of, I don't know, 80,000 people over 20 years, some enormous study, methodologically, you know, absolutely, unquestionably, you know, the data is accurate, and it turned, they were correlating, one of the things they're doing is correlating what exercise regime, what sport you do with longevity compared to a sedentary lifestyle. And I think running was like a year, and the gym was a year and a half, and cycling and swimming 3 years. Tennis streaks ahead of everything else, 9.7 years adds on to your life. Because it's physical, because it affects your balance, because it's cognitive, you have to be in the moment, it's social, and because it's absolutely bloody brilliant.
It's brilliant. I think that cognitive stimulation, as our big boss applauds you from behind. What about golf? I'm wondering how many years.
I don't think it adds 5 minutes.
I think the RNA, the governing body of golf, would say differently.
I mean, it's a lovely walk, you know, if you don't use a buggy,
years,
maybe.
Actually,
it probably is.
We can chat about this off air.
You've been
amazing. Thank you so much. You'll be back later. And should we give him a little round of applause as well, don't you?
That's all we live for, actors. A mild ripple of applause.
We'll give you a bigger one when we come back from court number 2. Thank you so much. Let's head over to Abigail Johnson. Court number 2, Abigail.
Hello, Di. Well, I'm watching Gentleman's Invitation doubles, and it really does seem almost unfair that Fabio Fognini, who's just applauding a brilliant crossing forehand winner from Leighton Hewitt, is present in this draw. 12 months ago, he took Carlos Alcaraz down the wire to a 5th set in the singles and then decided to hang up his racket on a high note. So he's barely been retired. I'm not sure a former world #1 Leighton Hewitt has ever been officially retired. He actually got back on the professional match court at the end of last season to play challenger doubles with his son Cruz, who features in third-round boys singles action later today. But they've certainly looked sharp, the Italian-Aussie combination, against the old-time doubles pairing of Horia Takal and Robert Lindstedt. They reached number 2 and 3 in the world in doubles respectively. They won double digits of tour-level titles together. But Lindstedt smiles across Riley at Hewitt, who's just lobbed him clean winner. And it is Fognini and Hewitt with the advantage, 6-3 to love. And now Lindstedt trying to close out this third game of the second set on a crowded number 2 court. There are smiles. It's played in good nature. But I was listening in, Di. I did want to pick up on that note regarding Jannik Sinner, because it is a warm week here at the championships, and so this is still a talking point. I'm not sure the right question is being asked regarding Paris. I don't think it's a question of should it have happened. I think it's a question of should the risk of what happened occurring have been reduced. And that is where I personally think there's a degree of culpability with the team. They let Sinner play every single Masters in the lead up to Roland Garros, and Carlos Alcaraz was out of the scene, out of the picture. He was winning every single match, Sinner. He'd said at the beginning of the season that his goal for the year was Roland Garros. He had voiced that. We all knew it. And yet he was on this winning run, so it's very hard to say stop, take a breather, take a rest, but performing to a high level on a surface that he is unfamiliar with success on, mentally and physically, that was going to take a lot out of him. Already when he went down a break to Daniil Medvedev in his Rome semi-final, he was hunched over, he was struggling physically, and so I think, well, you couldn't fully predict 100% what happened in Paris. You could say that more could have been done to reduce the risk of that happening, and I think that is the bottom line in that conversation.
Abigail, brilliant information. I will be passing that on to Jason 100%. And thank you for that insight, that intel. And court number 2, we will be back there shortly. Let's head over to court number 3. Rob Nothman is there for us this morning. Rob.
Hello, Di. Good morning. Just to say, that chat with Jason Isaacs was my highlight of Wimbledon so far. That really was fascinating, entertaining, everything that is great about the Wimbledon radio channel. And to be listening to that while watching a men's wheelchair doubles quarter-final here on a sun-kissed number 3 court is the nearest to an idyll that you could possibly experience. It's been great fun this morning for me, and I'm watching Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid, who between them have won 24 wheelchair doubles Grand Slam titles, and they've taken the first set against the Dutch pair of Tom Egberink and Martin ter Hofte by 6 games to 1. Hewitt and Reid lead by 1 game to love at the start of the second set. And just to give you a little splash of vibrant colour here, Di, I'm looking to my right, and in the seats in the heat of the sun are 5 people sitting with the most eye-catching strawberry bucket hats, which not only have the beautiful red strawberry colour, but they've even got the green stalks still attached to them at the top. And my eyes are constantly drawn towards them. They look actually very comfortable and very stylish, and they add an extra bit of colour to the number 3 court scene. But at the moment, Hewitt and Reid very much in control, leading by a set and 1 love in the second.
Oh, Rob, I absolutely love that. I actually saw a strawberry, a gentleman dressed as a strawberry sat on centre court for the whole day a couple of days ago, and he was absolutely baking, but he didn't take his strawberry hat off. And the outfit, I mean, it was so large and wide, but I think a massive applause to anybody who's dressed as a strawberry. Would you agree?
Definitely, but these are just bucket hats, okay? So they're entirely practical for a day of this heat and sun strength. And they just, it's the colour of them, which is amazing.
Gorgeous.
I know it sounds obvious, but they're beautiful. They really are. They look great.
Brilliant stuff, and I'm so pleased that you enjoyed the chat from Jason Isaacs. He was just a joy to speak to, and my goodness, his tennis knowledge, did it impress you, Rob?
Yeah, I mean, he knows his onions. There's no question about that.
He's got a job with us next year, by the way. He'll be on court number 3 with you.
Yeah, looking forward to that.
Great stuff. Okay, let's head over to court number 12. Phil Studd is there for us, Phil.
Good morning, Di. Yes, enjoying watching one of the finest doubles pairings in the men's game of their generation. Juan Sebastian Cabal and Robert Farah, the Colombian duo, who were engaged in a true epic 7 years ago in the men's final. It was Djokovic, Felix Auger-Aliassime like in its length, 4 minutes shy of 5 hours. They got the better of Nicolas Mahut and Edward Roger Vasselard. It was one of the more emotional victories, I think, in recent years here at Wimbledon as they clinched the title, because not only did they become Wimbledon champions that day, it elevated them to the top seeding, and they went on to double up just a few weeks later at the US Open. So they were special times for a pair who've known each other for the best part of 35 years. So they've got a sort of telepathy on court. They're in men's invitation doubles action in Group A today against Jamie Delgado, who of course is one of the world's top coaches these days, working with Grigor Dimitrov, formerly of course Andy Murray, and Feliciano Lopez, who was a very fine left-handed singles player who had a lot of success in that regard and made the quarterfinals here in the singles on 3 occasions. I think it's fair to say, Di, that in terms of the intensity of the competition, it's not quite as it was 7 years ago. In fact, at one stage, Juan Sebastian Cabal was facing the other 3 players on his own. So there's been a lot of fun here, high spirits, lots of volleying at the net, and the crowd here on court 12 are thoroughly enjoying it, and the sun continuing to beat down at these championships as well. So it's a great occasion, and for the record, the score reads Cabal and Farah taking the first set 6-4, and they're up a break in the second. at 4-2.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you, Phil. Thanks for the updates from court number 12. Over to court number 18. It's just to my left-hand side. I could actually throw a tennis ball onto it, but I'm not going to. Mikey Pereira is there for us, Mikey.
I'm sure you could, as we're just watching Reece Lawler and Thijs Bogaard. This is a junior encounter, the boys' singles third round. Lawler with the first set 6-4. It's been a good start for the Brit, who is a British wildcard into the boys' singles, but he's up against it in the second set. Bogaard of the Netherlands, the 11th seed, 5-love. He's really recovered in this second set. Lawler, who's into the third round here for the first time from Redbourne in Hertfordshire near St Albans, currently at Loughborough University, the National Tennis Academy. He has reached a junior career high of 47. He actually pulled off a huge surprise in the first round when he took out the 6th seed, Michael Antonius. He wasn't expected to win that one against the American, but he did in 3 sets. And he's looking to do something very special at this year's championships. He's up against a very good player, though, in Thijs Bogaard, who a quarter-finalist here 12 months ago. He had a match point against Daniil Medvedev at Hertogenbosch in the ATP Tour event last month. He didn't win that against Medvedev, but really pushed Medvedev hard in that 3-set defeat. So he's had a taste of the proper tour, the senior tour. He's also played Stan Wawrinka at the ATP 500 event in Rotterdam earlier this year. But it's been good action over here on court 18. Like I say, Bogaard has really recovered well in this second set after losing the first set. We've been playing, well, just a few minutes shy of 1 hour. It is roasting hot over here in this corner near the hill. Lots of spectators enjoying this junior action. This is our first match of the day. Looks like it's going to a deciding set, unless something spectacular happens.
Thanks very much, Mikey. Great to hear from you, and we'll be hearing from you throughout the day. Here with Raj and Olga on the broadcasting roof. And Raj, just reflecting on yesterday, let's start with that. And what matches were you watching? What stood out to you?
Well, from yesterday, I mean, I would have to say one of the matches that I thought was very interesting matchup was Osaka against Mukova. That was going to be an interesting battle. You have sort of the full power that actually overpowered Sabalenka in the previous round, right? Which is something you don't say very often, but she really did do that. So that was going to be a freight train coming into that round against Karolina Mukova. But Mukova was really impressive. She matched her for pace at times, but she used the variety that we all love seeing on grass, being able to neutralize sometimes with the size. She served extremely well, and that was a really, really clean performance from Mukova. So she's going to go into that semifinal against Goff with some confidence.
We were watching that match, weren't we, Olga?
Yeah, we did. And I also I want to say about Pegula and Goff match yesterday, which I did with Sue, and it was interesting. It was a battle as we expected, and I think Goff did so well again and again to find how to win this match. She wasn't playing her best at all in the first set, and all through the mid probably of the second set, but then she found a way slowly but surely. And still, I wouldn't say that she performed at her best, but she found those serves. She went to be aggressive, and overall just overplayed just Pegula. I think it was an interesting match to watch because Pegula was so well prepared tactically against Goff, and it was working for the set and a half, and then she just didn't make those adjustments in the end.
Okay, we're going to go to a set point on court number 18. Mikey, over to you.
Yes, come back to me quickly, as it is the second set that goes the way of Thijs Bogaard, a ripping serve that just whistled through the court. Reece Lawler only able to get a frame to that, so Bogaard has just worked things out here on the number 18 court. He's taken this second set 6-1, and we are going to a third now.
Great stuff, Mikey. Olga, we were speaking about the women's matches yesterday. So what does it mean in terms of Coco Gauff? Who does she play next?
Yeah, so she is playing Karolina Muchova, and what just Rash said, that Muchova has capability of destroying people's games. She has so much variety and so much calmness about her and about her game. You feel she never kind of panic. So you never can really surprise her, I feel. So, and again, playing on grass against Coco Gauff, I think Muchova have all the weapons to hurt Gauff, forehand, to hurt her serve, and she was so well. Muchova was so strong actually at returning yesterday against Naomi Osaka. So if she gonna, you know, keep that level and would be able to stay calm and be prepared for, you know, unexpected raise of level from Goff, I think she will be through that match.
Yes.
But I'm always wrong, so.
No, you're not.
I wouldn't trust my words.
You are right a lot of the time. Jason Isaacs, who just left us, and Raj, both of you, I'm just thinking about, I've still got Djokovic in my head after the chat we've just had. You've both gone for Sinner on Friday, haven't you? And we're both going for Djokovic, actually.
Yes,
so who knows? Who knows who's right? But I think that extra day will really help. But sticking with the ladies and what's happening today in the women's draw, Jason was dashing to the Royal Box. He'll be having lunch probably now because it's served at 11:45. In fact, we've probably made him late. So that bread roll and starter might not be had. He might be straight on to main. But he will be watching who in that first match on centre court, Raj?
That'll be Marta Kostyuk against Jasmine Paolini. And I'm looking forward to that one as well because both players are in good form. Jasmine Paolini hasn't been playing her best throughout the year necessarily, but in the last couple months, she started to show some form. I saw her play her earlier match against Sakari, and it was a really decisive win. She was very, very sharp, moving well, hitting the ball well. And Kostyuk, you know, semifinal for the first time at a Grand Slam, that changes your perspective a little bit. That raises the internal confidence level.
But also, she's on 21 winning streak so far out of 22 matches. 22 matches in a row, won 21. Yes, so she won Madrid, semi-finals of French, and now playing, you know, quarterfinals here. So. Yeah, again, I would say she has all the weapons to hurt Paolini, but Paolini, as Raj said, she produced some brilliant tennis against Maria Sakkari and also against Alex Ayala as well. So she's finding, again, that form that she was showing us a few years ago when she played final here.
Absolutely. I'm just looking as well at who she's overcome and her route to the quarterfinals. Of course, she was a runner-up in Wimbledon in 2024, wasn't she, Raj? And unfortunately, that wasn't to be. But as you say, coming back into form and up against Kostyuk, the number 12 seed. Where are the spoils going in this match then? Who are you going for? Just to clarify,
I have
Olga.
to go Kostyuk, yes. I have a belief in her.
I'm going to agree with that. I mean, Paolini has a 2-1 lead in the head-to-head, except those were all on hard.
Yes,
so we're on a
never
different
mess on
surface now.
grass.
Speaking, you know, obviously 2024 finalist here, Paolini does feel comfortable on the grass. She knows how to get into that deeper part of the tournament, but I just feel like Kostyuk's gonna. I think that the pattern of play is going to suit Kostyuk a little bit. I think she's going to enjoy the ball that Paolini provides for her. It's going to be some good hitting and a lot of court coverage between the two of them.
Yeah, and when that first serve really lands from Kostyuk, it's, you know, she's pretty dominant, isn't she?
She can be. Look, her game is just continuing to elevate, and the maturity in her, I think that's the biggest key for her as she's come along. She's always had incredible tennis skill and talent, but being able to have the fortitude mentally to stay there and go through the ups and downs of a match, I think is a big part of her success.
Yeah, and her huge athleticism.
Almost there. You're going to get it. You're going to get
athleticism. Athleticism. Why did I go with such a difficult word?
She's a great athlete.
She's a good athlete.
There you go.
Yes. No, I think try one more time. You can do it. Athleticism.
Athleticism.
Yeah,
yes,
you got it.
Yes.
You got it.
I think
Brilliant.
she's one of the best. I think Coco Gauff, hers, Elina Svitolina, they're right there, you know, at the top of the game with that. And her no, I'm coming again with another one.
Do you know
explosivity?
Explosivity. You just there.
Yes.
You're there.
I think she's like one of the most explosive players on the female side I ever saw in my life. And I think if she gets all fired up, you know, get the crowd going, it's a massive advantage for her game.
Yeah. Your English is brilliant, Olga.
Thank you.
My goodness. Because we only speak English. We don't speak other language. Unless you do, Raj. Well, I do speak a bit of German.
So we did grow up in my house an Indian language called Bengali. So I
remember.
I can speak it a little. I understand it very well. I don't choose to speak it very often, which is a shortcoming, but I could in a pinch.
Oh, I love that. Well, when we're off air, we'll speak. We'll do a little bit of that, and I'll throw in a few German words. But Olga, never doubt yourself. Your English is absolutely marvellous. Let's move on to the second match on centre court, and it's, oh my goodness, I literally cannot wait for this. Flavio Cobolli, the Italian. up against our very own Arthur Ferry. I've got goosebumps thinking about it, Raj. What about you? Have you got the same amount of goosebumps?
Yeah, no, that's going to be a great match. Obviously, you know, Ferry coming through 2 physically demanding 5-set matches is going to be a question mark. But if there's ever adrenaline going to be pumping through your veins, he's going to have all of it surging through his circulatory system. So I think he's going to be up for it. You know, I heard an interesting interview from Taylor Fritz, because in his post-match interview, they were asking him about if he was surprised by Ferry's performance, and he said, "You know what? I learned about. I actually know him quite well because I was getting ready in 2024 for Turin, which is the year-end championships." And he said, "Well, I happened to be in London, and I was training with Arthur Ferry." And he said, "This guy was cooking me in practice every day." He's like, he was beating me every day.
Really?
So he thought, he knew then that he had this quality. So for those that think Ferry maybe, you know, it is a fairy tale run, but he does seem to have that quality basis, right? That, and the bravery that he showed in that match in the last round against Dimitrov was just phenomenal. He's going to need that today because he's got himself up against another person who can find inspiration out of nowhere. Kaboli can just, you know, he lost his first round against Hachinov 6-love, and then he comes back to win the match. So he can find flashes of inspiration. So it's going to be really up to Ferry to keep the pressure on and make him feel like he can't breathe by coming forward as well as he did against Dimitrov.
Well, ahead of this quarter-final match, Arthur Ferry spoke briefly on his previous encounter with his opponent, Flavio Kaboli.
It's going to be a good match regardless. I'm expecting it to be very, very difficult and different to Australia. Completely different conditions. I'm sure he's going to be at 100% of his capacities here, which maybe he wasn't quite at 100% in Australia. But yeah, I played really well in Australia. Felt like I dominated the match. So we'll use that experience for Wednesday.
Back to speaking about Arthur in just a moment, but let's head over to court number 12 and Phil Studd. Phil.
All over in favour of the Colombian pairing here, Dai on court number 12. Juan Sebastian Cabal and Robert Farah, who were at the top ranking in the men's doubles for no fewer than 29 weeks after winning Wimbledon and the US Open back-to-back way back in 2019. And they had a little bit too much today for Jamie Delgado and Feliciano Lopez, although fun rather than fierce competition was the order of the day. All done and dusted here in 2 minutes shy of an hour in favour of the Colombian duo, 6-4, 6-4.
Thank you very much, Phil, and we'll be back to you shortly, no doubt. Arthur Ferry, we're talking about his potential here at Wimbledon. My goodness, such potential. Can he continue the fairy tale? I just love that. I love saying that, fairy tale, King Arthur. Can he continue it? Olga, that's one for you. Sneakily.
She's thinking of the next large word.
She's sneakily. Athleticism. Yes, she's got it. She's got it. Brilliant word and so well said. I was mentioning the fairy tale.
Yes.
Can it continue?
I think yes, of course, but I will agree on that one with Raj, as we were discussing this morning with Raj before, that how long this fairy tale can go, and usually at some point, you know, it's tough to sustain that level when nobody expects anything from you and you just go and win all these big matches. And yeah, that's the only question for me. Could you recover mentally from all that goosebumps that he got on the center court you know, a few days ago? So yeah, and come back and produce the same levels, same competitiveness.
It's incredible, isn't it? I mean, what awaits afterwards? A place in the semi-final against either Taylor Fritz or Alexander Zverev. I mean, Arthur will just be so all-consumed by Wimbledon right now. It must be very difficult to take in what's actually happening. I mean, at the end of the match, when he won against Dimitrov, he sort of looked up to his box. We know that he said a couple of words which we won't repeat, but he was so overwhelmed. We'll be back and speak about that in just a moment. But Rob Nothman, you have a match point on court number 3. Over to you.
Yes, 2 match points for the top seeds, Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid, in the quarterfinals of the wheelchair men's doubles. They can't take the first one because Gordon Reid nets a backhand return. So Tom Egberink, who's playing alongside his fellow Dutchman Martin ten Hofter, They're serving at 30-40. Love 5 down in this second set, having lost the first set by 6-1. But another return from the British goes into the net. So that's 2 match points saved, and we're back at deuce here. A good crowd here on the number 3 court, as the British now are involved in a much longer rally. Egbrink tries to play a drop shot and can't get it over the net. And so that brings up match point number 3 for the British pair, who between them have won an astonishing 24 Grand Slam men's doubles titles in wheelchair tennis. And here's Hewitt unloading a backhand cross-court, one of his signature shots, but he just hits it a bit too far and wide. So that's another match point come and gone, and we're back at deuce. We've been playing 58 minutes here. Egbrink serves, but into the net. Amazing to see the maneuverability and just sheer fitness of these players, because not only are they coping with the heat, but they're having to maneuver their chairs around the court. Alfie Hewitt was telling me the other day just how hot the wheel rims can get in these sorts of conditions. Long rally in progress here. The British coming forward with a backhand slice from Hewitt. Up goes the lob from Egbrink, and Hewitt retrieves it. Oh, behind the shoulder shot from Egbrink. Still the rally continues. Terhofter puts up the lob, but it's too long. Now what's the umpire is saying? We're going to have to repeat the rally, because I think a spare ball came out in the midst of that rally. Smiles from all the players. I don't think it's going to have a material effect on what's going on, but we're back at deuce. 5-love, Hewitt and Reed lead. Di, I don't want to hog your airtime here. Let me know if you need it back. But
well,
here
Rob,
is
doing a brilliant job. Carry on.
All right, very kind of you. Great return from Alfie Hewitt down the line to bring up another match point for the British pair. They did lose in the final of the men's doubles last year to Martin de la Puente and Ruben Spargaren. And here's Egbrink going down the line, dug up by Gordon Reid behind the baseline. Half volley from Alfie Hewitt now. Back to the deep inside the Dutch part of the court. Terhofter puts up a high looping ball. Forehand from Alfie Hewitt down the line. Hewitt now on that backhand of his, hits it deep, but Terhofter is there. Great rally here. Smash from Hewitt, but it's long. Another match point comes and goes. You can hear the applause from the crowd on the number 3 court. Great entertainment, and as I said earlier, the stamina of these players as they get around the court, having to maneuver those chairs to get into position, which is so much part of wheelchair tennis. It's not only about the shot making, it's whether you can get yourself into the right position to play those shots. This time Hewitt goes long with a forehand return. So Egbrink now has a point to get the Dutch pair on the board in this second set at love 5. We've been playing an hour and a minute here. The crowd fanning themselves in this blazing sun. Forehand return from Gordon Reid at the back of the court. Now he goes down the line. Terhofter goes cross-court for the Dutch, and Hewitt puts away one of those backhands of his. Brilliant shot from him. We're back at deuce, and this has been the longest game of the match so far. The Dutch putting up a really good fight. 6-1, 5-love sounds very one-sided, but there have been lots of good rallies in this match as Egbrink goes with a backhand towards Reid's forehand. Reid at the net coming in with a forehand volley. Egbrink is there with a backhand. Now a backhand from Alfie Hewitt, and Gordon Reid at the net with a beautiful angled backhand volley. brings up another match point for the British pair. So often it is the angles which are so important. If you can angle away a volley, it's so difficult for your opponent to get the chair down the side of the court to be able to retrieve it. Chance on the Egberink second serve now. Match point for the British pair of Hewitt and Reed. Backhand from Reed. And Egberink nets. And the British pair have done the job in the sunshine here on the number 3 court. They shake hands on their side of the net and come forward to greet their Dutch opponents. It's been a very good, solid performance by Hewitt and Reed, who are trying to win this doubles title at Wimbledon for a 7th time. They're through now to the semi-finals, having won 6-1, 6-love.
Thank you very much, Rob. My goodness, it was absolutely worth waiting for. Brilliant commentary and bringing us the result of that match. There'll be another match on there very shortly. We were speaking about Arthur Ferry taking on Flavio Cobolli. They are second on centre court today. Play begins, of course, at 1:30, which is in just over an hour's time. I love all the sort of different ways of describing a victorious Arthur Ferry, fairy tale, King Arthur. We'll think of many, many more. They're now nicknaming Henman Hill and Murray Mound Arthur's Seat. What are your thoughts on that, Raj?
A bit too early, maybe.
No, we're going early. We like to celebrate success early doors. And he's already banked £480,000, Raj. He won't be thinking, or will he be thinking about it a little bit, that if he wins today, it's more like $1 million?
No, I don't think that's in his mindset at all.
No.
You know, you were talking earlier about, you know, how he's processing all this, and I think really you kind of can't. It's too much to take in, and actually, if you want to do your job well, you've got to find a way to enjoy it for a short period of time, and then there'll be plenty of time for that after the event.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, he grew up locally, didn't he? 5 minutes from the club. A Stanford grad and a mum, a former WTA pro. And as I say, Arthur's Seat is a possibility. But in terms of the whole scenario of Arthur Ferry and what he's achieved so far, Olga, do you feel like he can go another step and make that semi-final?
Yes, definitely. I mean, it's a Grand Slam, anything possible, right? But the interesting thing, it's like so many players are, if you watch practice matches, right, they're so even and the game is there. Like Taylor Fritz was speaking about him, right, a few years back. And you wonder why some players, they're at the top and some players cannot break the top 100, for example. And I think sometimes it comes, really, it's about belief, and because everybody play quite even in the end, everybody have forehands and backhands, right? It's about something deep inside that you can pull it off in important moments. And I think once you've done it, it could be like you know, an escalating way up. And for Arthur Ferry, maybe that's the tournament that make him believe that he deserves his place at the very best. And from now on, he will, you know, just go forward.
We are crossing fingers and toes.
It's a nice picture I painted,
goodness.
right?
I think the whole of Great Britain will be cheering on later on today as he hits centre court against Flavio Cobolli. That first match, of course, is the ladies' singles quarter-final. Marta Kostyuk takes on Yasmin Paolini. Well, coming through the gates here at Wimbledon, so many celebrities over the past 10 days or so. My goodness, some brilliant guests. We've just had Jason Isaacs, the famous actor from the likes of Harry Potter and Peter Pan and White Lotus. If you haven't watched it, I highly recommend. He's heading to the Royal Box. Lily Collins is out and about, and she's managed to catch up with a spot of royalty and a former Rugby World Cup winner. Over to you, Lily.
Okay, well, I'm joined by Mike and Zara Tyndall. It's lovely to see you both. How are you doing today?
We're very well. It's glorious, which could mean a lot of sweating, but otherwise, there's sure some great tennis. We won't be sweating as much as the guys and girls on the court, though.
Well, it's very hot today, and I mean, yeah, you're all suited and booted. You're in a lovely long dress, Zara. What are you most looking forward to today?
Oh, it's so amazing always to be able to come to Wimbledon, but I think today it's all about Arthur, isn't it? So yeah, really excited to see him. watched all his games, and it's the best place for him to be, and the support. So yeah, it'll be great.
Now I've got to know, do you both play doubles together?
Not for a long time. We occasionally, but it hasn't been for a long time. But I would always trust the winning spirit to come out if we did both play together.
Well, I was going to say, if you did play tennis against each other, who would win?
Definitely Mike. He's seriously quite hard on his serve, and makes it a thing of his game. So yeah, we don't play against each other.
Now, obviously, Wimbledon is known for its traditions. Players wear white, strawberries and cream, Pimm's. What is your one tradition that you could not live without?
What, in general in life?
Yeah, in life. Let's say in life.
I'm not sure what that is. I was definitely going to settle on Pimm's for Wimbledon, but yeah, I don't know about life. Yeah, I'm all about food. Eating is a good one, but I don't really have. Do we have many traditions?
I don't know actually. Not like daily, I wouldn't say. But I think there's a lot of things that go on through the British kind of sporting calendar that would be a lot of our traditions that we would definitely look forward to over the year.
You could say Wimbledon is a tradition. We have to come every year.
It is. Well, have a lovely day, and thank you for chatting to me.
No worries. Bye.
I think there's a lot that they like. Part of the British summer sporting calendar. Mike and Zara Tyndall speaking there. Brilliant to have them on the show. And they'll be heading to the Royal Box to have some strawberries and cream, some scones or scones, however you say it. Barry Cowan has just sat down next to me. Olga Shavchuk, she's gone off to do some VIP important thing. I'm not quite sure where she's gone. But bye, Olga, waving to her. There you go, she's off. Barry, how are you?
Good afternoon, Di. While we're on the scones.
Yeah, do you say
jam
scones?
and cream? Cream and jam?
So I have been told the correct way is cream and then jam, so you can kind of cement the jam.
That's the Devon way,
That's
though.
the Devon, but I'm Cornwall. So, high five. So jam first.
Jam first, and then cream. Do you know what we're on about, Raj?
I can't say that I do.
It's so important
But
to
now
us.
I feel like I should have a taste test of each particular method to have an objective.
So I put more jam on and less cream, because if it's too much cream, I don't know. I don't like too much cream. What about you? You like a big blob of cream on the top? You do. We're going the Cornwall way. If you prefer the Devon way, do let us know. radio@aeltc.com is the address. We've had so many emails this morning about Jason Isaacs, who's been on the show.
I missed it.
Oh, he was absolutely brilliant. He knows everything about tennis. He's obsessed.
Sign him up.
Well, this is it. We've said
really,
to him, he's coming to do some commentary later on with Sue on centre court. So he's from the Royal Box. He's going to leave the Royal Box and leave afternoon tea and come and join our team. That's what we...
And I hope as he sits in the Royal Box, he's going to have the Amex radio.
Well,
and hand them around to whoever he can.
100%. There's a match point on court number 2. Abigail Johnson. Abigail.
The racket of Fabio Fognini, and he only needs the first. It's a shake of the hands between the Italian and his partner, Leighton Hewitt, former world #1. Fognini out here on these Wimbledon courts just 12 months ago, taking two-time defending champion Carlos Alcaraz down the wire to a 5th set in the first round. Hung up his racket right after, and now it's Robert Lindstedt with his arm hung around the shoulders of Fognini, congratulating him and Hewitt on that 6-4, 7-6 win over Lindstedt and Horia Takao, who won 10 titles as a team at the tour level when they were active players. Back here enjoying the championships in a very healthy crowd here on the #2 court, whose fans were flapping to keep them cool in the heat of the time at midday here at SW19. But very entertaining tennis, some classy lobs from the racket of Fognini. And in this Group B clash, they do keep it to the straight set scoreline.
Thanks, Abigail. Now, Barry, you are just joining us. And did you watch the match last night, Djokovic up against Felix Auger?
Did I watch it?
I know, you were on air, weren't you?
No, I wasn't. I was actually had Sinistruff, and I was with you.
Got you,
and then I stayed for a bit, and then watched the end, right at the end at where I was staying.
Couldn't have turned it off, could you?
It was absolutely gripping, and I knew he was going to win at the beginning of the match tiebreak. I just saw it in his eyes.
We all did, didn't
when
we?
He gets it in his eyes, it's just nothing stopping him. And amongst all the great tie breaks that I've seen Djokovic play, and 3 of the best were in the Wimbledon final when he played Federer and he didn't make 1 unforced error. That was right up there last night. I mean, Felix, he stepped up 2 levels last night, so, but just not quite.
Yeah, I mean, I watched as well, Barry, and just isn't it staggering, that lockdown mode that you talk about when you see it in his eyes? Djokovic just has this sense, and I think everybody kind of gets it a little bit, right? When he goes into that lockdown mode, he's like, this guy is not going to give you a free point. And you could just see, I felt for Felix because, as you said, he played at a level that maybe he's never ever played before. And there were many spots in that match where you thought, could this be the moment that he backs down and folds, right? But in the end, he faltered only at the very end. And credit to Djokovic.
It's incredible. We've got so much more to talk about that match. Just want to remind everyone, we are on the broadcasting roof and the time right now is 12:26.
Head to the Amex experience in the Southern Village, where you can capture core memories, customize your own tennis ball, and send a postcard anywhere in the world. Visit the 2026 Wimbledon app and tap the Amex banner to learn more. 18+, terms and conditions apply.
Great stuff. Well, we were talking about the match last night and Djokovic, and that tells you how tired I am. I stayed up and then my children were up till about 1 a.m. because they were so excited. Against FAA, Felix Auger-Aliassime. And as you both have alluded to, Felix really stood out, you know, and really stepped up to the match. But in terms of that mental side of the game, which we spoke to Jason about, in Djokovic getting in that zone, actually, Abigail Johnson had a couple of really great points, part of our team, of course, and she's on court number 2 right now, bringing us up to date. But he looked up to his box and he used his box. She was sat next to somebody who speaks Serbian, and occasionally Djokovic was saying, "You're not giving me anything," and then "Give me something, don't give me something." He requires information from his box quite a lot, does it, and feeds off whoever's in there.
Yeah, he likes, how's the best way to describe it? He likes to feel like the whole world's against him. He'll find something to really fire him up. And obviously he had the medical timeout, then obviously closing the roof, and then with things seemingly going against him. I don't even remember, Raj, there was a moment, I think it was at the beginning of the 5th, and he was getting a bit cross, and he hit this forehand return. I thought, he's checked out here. He literally was like furious. But then how quickly he went from furious and angry in not in a negative way, but in a, maybe he's struggling here, to they're all of a sudden going into Superman mode.
Which is exactly what you were talking about before, Raj, the ability to put things behind him.
Yeah, I mean, and he's spoken about that's the difference between him and everybody else, but to be able to process that level of emotion, that level of physicality in the moment under an opponent who's playing at the highest levels that they can play, and probably, to my mind, I think Djokovic also, maybe not underestimating FAA, but I think he's played him enough times to sort of say, this is the moment where he might back off just a little bit. And he didn't until we got to that the match tiebreak. And that's when FAA, you could see it. He didn't leave any emotion out there, but in that tiebreak, he made 1 or 2 mistakes, and then you saw the outward expression of frustration and emotion from Felix.
And Arv was absolutely on it. First match tiebreak he's ever played.
Wow.
So I've said in commentary, brilliant spot, but isn't it remarkable amongst all the, because obviously when he played Federer and it went to 12-all, it was a normal tiebreak. It was 1-7.
Yeah.
So actually the first
that's incredible.
1 to 10, and it is mentally. I've never played a sort of a match tiebreak because they weren't around when I was playing, but it is a different mindset because a normal traditional 7-point tiebreak you get behind early, then mentally you feel like you're behind the 8 ball. But a 10-point tiebreak, you've got those fluctuations. You've got plenty of time to actually recover. So, I mean, talk about recovery. He's got a couple of days off, and
he's got 2 days off.
He's got to go all again.
I think an extra day is absolutely vital. And Nick Monroe, I'm pretty sure, said on our show this morning, since turning 30, Djokovic in 5 sets, his record is 15-3, which I'm overwhelmed by you, Raj.
That's just after 30.
Yeah, just
Right,
after 30.
right.
Well, life begins at 45, Raj. That's what they say. Anyway, we have a special guest with us. Great to have Spencer Vignes. Am I saying your surname correctly, sir?
You are.
Great.
You are.
Spencer
Yes.
Vignes, writer of Wimbledon Tales and Trivia. Spencer, you've written a book on the stories of the Wimbledon Championships.
I have. I should say this is going to sound like we've kind of scripted this, but Barry's actually in it.
Oh, come
Barry.
on.
No, serious. There is a story or part of the book. You know, it's lots of tales, anecdotes, facts, figures from the championships all down the year. And part of it, there's one just called Sounds of the Suburbs, and it's about players who've used particular music
I
and
know where
songs.
you're going here.
You know where I'm going here. Yeah, over the years to psych themselves up. Andy Murray, I think, once used the Black Eyed Peas, didn't he? And various, you know. Various players have songs that they use to psych themselves up before going out there, or when they're out there, which you did, Barry, didn't you?
Yeah.
You might want to go into this one.
So
tell us.
So when I played the year I played Sampras, 2001, I was actually sort of a build-up. So forgive me. The sort of 2 weeks before I played Queen's qualifying, I was an absolute disaster. It was awful, terrible match. And I made that decision then that I needed to just think for myself. So I said to my coach, who's a great friend of mine, still is a great friend of mine, I need to take care of my next 2 weeks on my own. So that's what I did. As a senior sports psychologist said, I need to just stop myself thinking too much and just get myself out and just thinking about something else. So Liverpool is my team. You'll never walk alone. Anyone that's been to watch Liverpool, for me it's spine tingling. So that's what I used to do, the change of ends and the end of sets. I used to put the headphones on and just think of You Never Walk Alone.
Oh, I love that, and it's one of my favourites. We're going to have to quickly go to court number 18. There is a match point. We'll be back in a second. Mikey, over to you.
Yeah, we could be closing in on the end of this boys singles third round encounter. There has just been a match point that's been saved by Lawler. The Brit, Thijs Bogard, is 5-3 up, but Lawler is serving at deuce here. It was just advantage to Bogard, who was trying to finish it off here. The backhand here from Lawler, the Brit, then the backhand through the centre of the court. The Dutchman moving forward. He has a second match point now. The 11th seed in the boys singles. As I mentioned earlier, he's had some time on the actual ATP tour. He had a match point against Daniel Medvedev at Hertogenbosch last month. So he's tasted the senior tour. He's got a second match point here. It's a very good serve from Lawler, just to save that match point as well. So 2 match points come and go. Reece Lawler, who has played some really good stuff to get to this third round stage. The first time he's got to the third round. The young man from Redbourne in Hertfordshire near St Albans. It's a good serve again from Lawler. And he might just ask the question here of Thijs Bogard to serve out this match himself. Remember, Lawler won the first set 6-4. Bogard hit back in the second set 6-1. And Lawler serving at 3-5 here, trying to get it to 4-5 and just ask the question of the Dutchman. The serve there is met by a meaty backhand from Bogard. But then he goes long, and Lawler does his job for now here on court 18. And, well, Bogard will have the chance to serve it out, Di.
Thanks, Mikey. We'll be back there shortly. We do have with us Spencer Vignes, who's written Wimbledon Tales and Trivia. And you've just been speaking to Barry Cowan, and Barry's in the book and used music. You'll Never Walk Alone, the Liverpool song.
So just to finish the story.
Yeah, please do.
So 2 days after that match with Sampras, someone from the All England club came up to me and said, "You can't do that anymore. They changed the rule."
Oh, no.
You changed Wimbledon history, didn't you?
So no one can, which I actually think is a ridiculous rule. I think you should just be able to sit there and if you want to put on music, but they thought that actually you could be receiving messages from your coach.
Yeah, of
so
course.
it's understandable, really, but it spoiled the romance a bit.
Oh,
but you got to do it, didn't you?
That's why I never won another match.
Well, you sing it to yourself. It's a brilliant. I remember once going to Anfield, and I've only been once, and listening, Raj, if you ever go to Anfield and watch Liverpool play. Spencer, have you been?
I have covered it many times.
Oh, I bet you have. I mean,
yeah.
it's goosebumps, isn't
yes,
it? It's
is.
electric.
It is.
Listening to You'll never walk. I'm terrible at singing.
You are.
I thought you were going to join in, but you didn't. No one did.
Left
You left me hanging. Walk alone.
That's
at the
why we
five-foot
listen
final.
on headphones, isn't it, Barry? Yeah.
It was a moment we'll never remember here. Tell us about the book, Spencer, and tell us how long it took to write.
Well, I did a book about Wimbledon about 15, 20 years ago. And I think when I did that, I've been coming to Wimbledon 43 years as a fan and 23 years as a writer. And I thought, well, that's that then. You think, you know, nothing's going to really change that much over the years to come. And then they put a roof over the centre court.
Yes.
And then they put a roof over court 1. And then, you know, some guy called Roger Federer came along. And then another guy called Rafael Nadal came along. And then somebody else called Djokovic came along. And at some point, a Scotsman won Wimbledon.
Hey.
And if you'd have told me when I started coming to Wimbledon way back in the 80s that, you know, a Scotsman would win Wimbledon in my lifetime, I would have, I don't know about you, I would have died laughing. So I ended up, I had a quick flick through this book that I'd written a couple of years ago, and I looked at it and I just thought, this is redundant now. You know, some of the stories were still valid, you know, some of them ever changed, but so much of it was just old hat and just pointless. So I thought, you know what, start again. So I did. So I went away and just kind of started going back through all of my notes. And I can't take credit for all of this book because so many of the stories came from my predecessors. You know, guys like Lance Tingay and Laurie Pignon and people like that who were corresponding tennis, writing about tennis way before I was born. And I grew up reading their stories. And like a lot of journalists, you have cuttings and you hoard stuff. You're a bit of a magpie. So, you know, a lot of it is down to them documenting tennis way back, you know, in the 30s, 40s, 50s, even before then. So yeah, and this is the result. Yeah, Wimbledon anthology. So glad I've done it.
Oh, amazing!
And it'll be out of date by next year.
What's the most obscure fact
Yeah,
or
there we
figure?
go.
There's just so many. I don't know so much about the facts and figures. Some of the stories just still crack me up. I mean, for instance, there's Pat Stewart, a woman called Pat Stewart who played in the singles in 1961. And as you know, tennis can be a bit of a transient kind of life. You know, there's times where you're surrounded by people and, you know, other times where you get a bit lonely. And Pat was playing on one of the outside courts and she's clearly a bit lonely back in her hotel. So she wrote her phone number and embroidered it across her knickers so that every time she leant forward, you could see her phone number. And no one really appeared to pick up on this, I don't think, the All England Club or, you know, anyone who fancied phoning the number. So she did it again in the 3rd round against Margaret Court as well. And then she lost, so she didn't have an opportunity to do it in the 4th round or whatever. So it's things like that.
That's right. I wonder how many phone calls she got.
Oh, none, because obviously she did it again in the next round and it went from there.
That's
so you never did
brilliant,
that, Barry, did you?
No.
But
Gosh, I'm thinking about my mother who they used to sunbathe, her and her twin sister, and write the name of her boyfriend, Rob, with paper, and then take the paper off. 2 hours later, you've got Rob on your chest. I know. I digress massively.
I wonder where you were going with that one then.
What happened the next day when split up from Rob?
Well, and then there was Dave, and she had to put a different top on. The remarkable stories, though. How long did it take you to write this book?
Probably a couple of years.
Did it?
Not the whole time, obviously. You're not spending, 24 hours a day writing it. Well, actually, you know what? It's probably 43 years. Because, of course, as soon as you start coming to Wimbledon, you know what it's like.
Yeah.
You come here, and if you love tennis, you just drink in everything around you. And so, a lot of the stuff in there, will be familiar to millions.
How many nights did you wake up in sort of 3 or 4 in the morning and think, got it, I remember that story.
Done that, yeah.
Write it down.
And of course, as you know, your memory plays tricks on you. Sometimes, you'll look back and you'll think, well, I swear that happened in 1981. That was the year that, McEnroe, went crazy on court 1 and everything, and, you cannot be serious. And you think it must have been the same year as that. And then you go back and look in the history books and you turn out, you're 2 years late or early or whatever. So it's been an opportunity to kind of go back through my own memory banks and kind of remind myself of yeah, some of the stuff from this wonderful tournament.
So I'm not sure if you're aware of this, Spencer, but on the Wimbledon radio channel, there is a quiz that comes up with facts. I want to recruit you to whatever team I'm on, because
What about the questions being in this book?
I think that's a great challenge. We should all get. We should all go get a copy of the book, and then have to come out of that book.
That sounds a good
idea.
idea.
What do you think?
But that's going to give me an advantage, isn't it?
Well, it is.
Well, you already have the advantage.
And that's the whole
but
point.
The question I did have for you is that you talked about it being a 43-year span, really, of being a fan of Wimbledon.
Yeah.
And I think so much of what makes Wimbledon special is, okay, we have the big matches. Obviously, today we've got some huge matches going on. But there's so much richness in all of the grounds of Wimbledon. There's so many personal stories of how much trials and tribulation that people got to get here. And how much of that do you think you instinctively feel when you walk into the gates as a fan?
Well, all the time. I mean, to go back to football, which we were just talking about, I mean, I write a lot about football as well, and there's been a tendency in recent years since the Premier League came in that, you know, so much of what went before the Premier League now gets airbrushed out of existence. It's almost like football began in 1992. And I've always believed that in order to have a real appreciation of the present, it helps to have an understanding of the past, you know, of how we got here, that line through the years and everything. And Wimbledon's very good at doing that. You come back every year, and actually it's in the foreword of the book. I remember Heather Watson saying to me one year, she said, "Oh, it never changes here, does it?" And I used to think, yeah, she's right. And then you think, actually, no, they make these subtle changes every year. Some of them are big, like the roof on centre court, roof on court one. Some of them are, you know, larger than life. But others are like these subtle little changes that the All England Club make each year, so that when you come back, you almost don't really notice them.
Yeah. It's
And then
incredible. So well done, isn't it? Cliff Richard, Sir Cliff Richard, is he in the book?
He is. That was 30 years ago.
Well, because he was watching last night, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He's a Djokovic fan.
He's a massive Djokovic fan. He went crazy in that tie break.
I think he comes most days, doesn't he? Yeah. And you would, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
If you remember, you know, you got that. Yeah. For those some of the younger listeners might not know where we're possibly going here with the Cliff Richard one, but yeah.
I know, my children
Well, your
didn't
singing
know.
was so good with You'll Never Walk Alone. Why don't you
Well, I think I might get a record label with, you know, the couple
Cliff
of...
Richard medley. Away you go.
Well, I can shatter windows with my voice, Spencer. I really can. When I was at drama school, they said, "Can you stand at the back, please, in mime?" You know,
just keep going.
I was miming
going.
at the back. I know,
going.
with my jazz hands. It's a brilliant book. Any other favourite stories? One here about an Austrian player.
Yeah,
in the Second
Hans
World
Riedel.
War?
Yeah, Hans Riedel was an Austrian player. He was a veteran of World War II. And obviously he fought on the other side in World War II. And he was a tennis player. And when he came back, you know, when we all came back after World War II and life started again, he came back to Wimbledon. But he came back to Wimbledon to play without his left arm because he'd lost his left arm at the Battle of Stalingrad.
Gosh.
And so he wanted to continue playing, even though he only had one arm. And so he asked Wimbledon, because that was the first tournament he played big time, the first Grand Slam when he came back, would it be okay if he could touch the ball twice when he served? So flicking the ball up with your racket.
Right, how do you do that? What do you mean?
Well, think about it. If you haven't got a left arm to throw the ball in the air, you balance the ball on the right.
There we go.
On the racket on the right arm or hand, throw that up in the air and hit it as it goes up. So he asked for special dispensation to touch the ball twice as he served, which, you know, trying to get your head around that. And Wimbledon said, yeah, you know what? Yeah, I don't know if they do that now.
Remarkable. And you've also got a forward from Des Lynam.
Yeah.
TV presenter Des, who used to broadcast for so many years here.
Yeah, he was an institution here, wasn't he? So much. I remember when I first used to come to Wimbledon in the 80s, what I'd do is, you know, I'd rock up on the pavement in the days before the queue, before camping. You could come early in the morning, line up on the pavement, which was hell on earth. It really was, getting there at like 4 or 5 o'clock. You get in, you watch as much tennis as you could, and then you get home in time for Des Lynam doing the evening highlights program with Jerry Williams.
Gosh.
And that was Wimbledon for me. That was how I grew up, following Wimbledon and everything like that. It was the Des and Jerry show in the evenings and watching the tennis during the day and rushing home because, of course, play didn't go on that late.
Yeah, we all know what you're talking about. Absolutely brilliant. Well, Spencer, let's have another look at the book, because Barry's hogging it. I think he's going to take this. The Wimbledon Anthology, Tales, Trivia, Facts and Figures from the world's oldest tennis tournament. I love the front cover.
Yeah.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not too thick, actually, Spencer.
It's not.
No. We can get through that in a day,
It's
couldn't
possibly, can I say this on air? It's possibly a good toilet book.
Oh, you've said it. There we go.
Yeah.
It could be in your bathroom downstairs.
It could
but
be.
You're a freelance writer, broadcaster who lives in Cardiff, Wales. You've contributed to more than 100 newspapers, magazines and media agencies across the world. Is the author of 9 books. You've written 9 books, including The Server, which was longlisted for the 2003 William Hill Sports Book of the Year award.
Oh, that's a story in itself.
Is it?
That's probably one for another. How much
Okay.
time
Have
you
we
got?
We've got
time.
Have we got time?
You got
Just
time?
asking my producer if we do have time for this. Yes, go on.
Right.
Off you go.
Okay. The Server is a book that came out. It's out of print now. It should come back, really. It's a trip I did through England in 2002. And there is a film called The Swimmer, starring Burt Lancaster, where he swims through the back gardens of this wealthy Connecticut kind of neighborhood. He swims pool to pool to pool to pool. And being a mad sports fan, I thought, you know what, it'd be good to do something like that with tennis. You know, do a drive through England. Every time you see a tennis court, stop and take out a couple of rackets, and the first person who comes past, ask them if they'll ever knock with you. And I did that in the summer of 2002. Remarkably, most people said yeah. If they were coming back from the shops or whatever, they put their shopping down just to have a little knock and whatever. And Wimbledon didn't let me play. Queens did. Queens let me on. Wimbledon were like, well, I got a very, you can imagine, a lovely kind of polite letter basically saying, get lost. But we did a thing. We drove past, and Court 2, the old Court 2, was nearest the road. So we drove past, and what I did was basically launched a ball from outside on Somerset Avenue onto Court 2, so I could say that I'd actually hit a ball.
There we go.
Onto Court 2. So that was the Server. So that was a blast.
Oh, brilliant!
Absolute blast.
Oh, Spencer Vignes, who's written the Wimbledon Anthology. Thanks so much for your time. What matches are you watching today? Are you watching any?
Ferry.
Yes,
I think.
absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, and then that's what I love, just walking around. You know, that's how you discover the stories and the anecdotes here, just walking around and discovering the undiscovered.
Totally.
So that's what makes this place beautiful.
Oh, thanks
Who's
so
the
much
best,
for your time.
Who's
Thank
the
you.
best player you've ever seen here?
I want to say Borg, but I never saw him play. I didn't see him here. I've got a hell of a lot of respect for Fran Jones, because I was the first journalist ever to write about her. I remember seeing her in the juniors here, and she was from Yorkshire, and one of the papers I looked after was the Yorkshire Post at that time. And I remember talking to her afterwards, just shaking her hand and noticing that there was, something different with her hand. And so I...
Did you know at the time?
No.
Okay.
Didn't have a clue. No one had written anything about her. I don't think anyone had written this. So I wrote the story. She told me everything just about her condition and her life and whatever. And I wrote the story, and it just went nuts. I think
For those that don't know, tell us the condition.
I can't. She just calls it her condition.
Okay.
I can't. It's in the book. I can't say
Great,
it, because
thank
if I
you.
try and do it, I will stumble
It's
over myself.
Three fingers.
Yes,
three
different
toes.
Yeah, different digits on different hands and her toes. So she's missing.
And it's in the book.
Long story
In the
short,
book.
she's missing toes and fingers.
It's a remarkable story.
Yeah. By the following day, she was on Japanese TV. So I'm a blessing and a curse.
Oh, Spencer.
To Francesca, I think. I remember, she
No,
was great with the
wonderful
story,
that
but
you're
I
interested
possibly opened... Well, the story would have come out anyway. And she's always said that basically her condition has made her what she is. So if it hadn't have been for that, she probably wouldn't have been here.
Gosh, so many nuggets, so many stories over
Yeah.
this. I'm not implying you're old, but it's been a fair few years. How many
Yeah,
years have
you are.
Well, okay. We're all
And I
old.
am.
We're all getting old. But you're looking very fresh this afternoon.
Oh, you charmer.
Have an absolutely brilliant day. Thanks so much for your time. The Wimbledon Anthology, which I'm stealing this copy of. Great stuff. Okay, let's get out to Lily Coleman. She has caught up with some reality stars. Lily, over to you.
Well, I can't believe it. I have bumped into Sophie Habu and Jamie Lang, or shall I say Mr. and Mrs. Lang, or is it Lang?
Do you know what?
I like Lang, but he tries
Well,
to
it's definitely not how I pronounced it growing up, but I now pronounce it Lang, I think. So, and also, it's like Bowie. Was it Bowie or Bowie? So
Bowie.
All the icons can't really pronounce their surname, so it's fine. I like it.
I can't believe you're both parents now. Congratulations, Ziggy. I am literally obsessed with all your content. What are we doing with Ziggy today? Where is he?
Ziggy is with my mum at home, having the best time.
Having the most lovely time.
Jamie did actually want to bring him, and I was like, I think that is the most selfish
did want to bring
if
him.
we brought him in this heat. He would love tennis.
He would love it. Also, when he grows up, I'm gonna put loads of sport equipment in front of him. I'm hoping he goes for the tennis racket, because then he's going to be a tennis star, and I can't wait. We're going to be there in the crowd.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to be that pushy dad.
I was going to say, you're going to be pushy parents. Now, obviously, you're here at Wimbledon. What do you love most about Wimbledon?
Go on, honey, what do you love most?
Oh, just everything. It's just the best day here in England, I think, every summer. It's amazing. The strawberries and cream, seeing everyone's outfits, obviously the tennis.
Yeah. The tennis, and also we have our Brit in today, which I'm so excited for, Arthur Ferry, who close, but he's so great. Apparently he's a short king like me. Apparently he's 5'8".
5'9".
He's 5'9".
A little bit taller than you, honey.
He's not a little bit taller than he's my height, and he's the shortest person to reach the quarterfinal in Wimbledon this year, or some sort of stats. Anyway, I'm excited to see him, and I can't wait.
Now, just lastly, before I let you go, if you guys could have one dream doubles partner, past or alive, who would it be?
They have to be a tennis player?
Not necessarily.
Mine would be Morgan Freeman.
Ooh, love that. What about you?
I thought you were going to say Lisa Vanderpump.
I also would love her. She is present, but Morgan Freeman is also present.
Look, I think I'm going to go for Federer, or I would go for, maybe Pete Sampras. Do you know what, Tim Hem, Andy Murray.
Okay, not one then, just the whole tennis, every tennis icon.
Everyone.
Well, thank you so much for chatting to me, and have a lovely day.
Thank you so
much. Bye, guys. See you later.
Thank you so much. Two circles. Yeah, they're amazing.
Oh, they are absolutely brilliant. What wonderful information from them, and well done, Lily, for catching up with them. OK, we're ready to head to court number 1 now. Play starts in about, oh my goodness, the time is absolutely flying. Starts in 8 minutes' time. Mikey Pereira and Olga Shavchuk have made their way there. Both of you, what have we got to look forward to on court number 1 today?
Well, Di, we're really looking forward to this one. I think me and Olga just sitting next to each other here on the beautiful number 1 court. And Linda Noskova, the 9th seed, taking on Elise Mertens, the number 25 seed. I guess, Olga, it's going to be a case of whether youth can get the better of experience here today.
Yeah, I will agree with you, Mikey. I think, of course, Elisa Mertens has much more experience in these situations, but Linda Noskova having some really good year and just won Berlin, right, a few weeks ago, and so she's on a good winning strike, so she's very confident. And overall, I would say that her game have a bit more weapons than Elisa Mertens, but again, Mertens was a lot of times in this situation. I think if you put now 2 of them at their best, probably Noskova will become as a favorite, but if it's gonna become a tight match, maybe the experience from Mertens and belief will kick in, and we can have it wouldn't be a surprise really. But yeah, we could have a Mertens as a winner.
We absolutely could. I just think with Mertens, she so often goes about her business quietly. I mean, I don't think anybody in our team, our very experienced, knowledgeable team, predicted that Elise Mertens would go on and win the title. But hey, we're in the quarterfinals. She's only dropped 1 set so far en route to the quarterfinals. I mean, she does so much right on every surface, doesn't she?
Yeah, I think she's one of the most stable players, right? She's been, I think, 13 times in round of 4th round in Grand Slam, and a few times in quarterfinals, quite a long time ago though. So she won 6 slam titles in doubles as well, so a lot of experience there. But as you said, Mikey, nobody really picked her as always. She's like a dark horse in every slam, but she always goes deep and have a lot of experience, yeah.
She certainly does. Yeah, Di, we're looking forward to this one as Noskova and Mertens will get underway in, just about 6 minutes' time here on the number 1 court. Back to you.
Great stuff. Thank you, Mikey. Thank you, Olga. So court number 1 action is about to get underway. Do not forget that centre court action is at 1:30 today. That's Marta Kostyuk taking on Yasmin Paolini, the Italian. And the other Italian, Flavio Caboli, takes on the Brit Arthur Ferry. That'll be straight after the ladies' singles quarter-finals. As the guys were saying on court number 1, they've got Noskova against Mertens and Taylor Fritz against Alexander Zverev. Let's speak about the match that they were just talking about, and a bit of insight from you, Raj, in terms of Noskova and Mertens, and any nuggets you can say about this match and where you think the win percentage is going to go.
Yeah, I mean, I think Noskova's come through. She's got a lot of power, and I think it's going to go. It's basically the power against the steadiness. Is Noskova going to be able to land her powerful strokes against Mertens, because she's shown that she can be steady throughout, and that's why she ends up in deeper runs of slams, because she's just so solid. So, I mean, in that match, I feel like ball's going to be moving through the air fast in the heat today. So I think if Noskova can play her normal level, I think she's going to put Mertens under enough pressure. That's the question mark. Can she maintain that? Because Mertens is going to be there for the entire match.
Yeah, just a word on Noskova. This is she's the second highest ranked player left in the draw, and this is her second career Slam quarter-final. Thoughts on Noskova, Barry?
I love the way she plays. Noskova, one of the best serves in the women's game. I was thoroughly focused when I was watching on the practice court, and as Raj said, she was actually the highest ranked player in the bottom half in the last 16. And I thought she handled the situation very well against Keys. I think she's got too much for Mertens, personally. I think with the conditions playing as quickly as they are, I think she's going to put another polished performance. It's the Kostyuk Paolini one, which is
that one's in the balance, isn't it?
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah.
But let's concentrate still on the Mertens Noskova match and actually hear from Noskova ahead of today's draw.
I don't know her much. I obviously know her game style. She's trying to be as aggressive as possible. So am I. So I don't think that there will be many rallies or slow games. So I will have to use what I do the best. But we've never even played a practice before. So sometimes it's good just to go there with a clear head.
What is the age difference between both of them? I think it's about 8 or 9 years. Mertens is, I think, about 9 years old. Yes, I've got it here. Noskova is 21 and Mertens is 30. And she was quite honest, actually. Just we heard there from Noskova, but in terms of Mertens, she was honest in a press conference, saying maybe this is my chance. Who knows? Could be my last chance. I'm 30 now. To play a quarter-final is something pretty amazing, Raj.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a pressure that starts to come in a way, and it can inspire you. It can actually hold you back. I mean, as you go on, maybe you can speak to this, Barry. Like, as you go on in your career, if you're in your mid-20s and you're playing consistently the slams, you're not thinking, oh, how many of these do I have left, right? But when you start getting into that 30 range, you start to see an opportunity like this, and you're thinking, am I going to have the chance to be here? How many of these do I have left? How many, maybe I want to do other things in life. Maybe I'm going to run out of room on my career. So that's a different type of pressure that creeps in as you start to get into the slightly, she's not, I wouldn't call her old at this stage, because there's a lot of players that are starting to go into the primes of their careers in their mid-30s, especially on the women's side. So I think she's still got some runway, but I do think that starts to enter the mind, because you just don't know how many opportunities you have left.
Yeah, you think you can conquer the world at a young age, and for Noskova, she's not going into this match thinking this is my final chance. She's definitely going into this match thinking this is the next step in my career and the path that she's going. And I think almost a good example to show on this one is Dimitrov. At the start of the tournament was just happy to be here. Then he was talked after his Berrettini match saying I wasn't thinking about winning or losing. And then against Ferry, he was definitely thinking about winning. And for me, that was the biggest difference. There was someone with no experience that attacked it in terms of Ferry, and there was someone in Dimitrov who had all the experience and didn't attack it. Because I think deep down, he was thinking, this is my final chance. Now, he might get another chance, but I think there was part of him in the back of his mind. So I actually think sometimes inexperience is actually almost better.
I always think about the scar tissue that's created over the years, and if you don't have that scar tissue there, there's an allowance to play with more freedom sometimes.
I mean, obviously you've got the Zverev situation, so I think that's also important, that the experience has helped him. But he's still at an age where he doesn't think it's his last.
Yeah.
He went into the French Open this year thinking, okay, it's getting tougher, and I'm having to deal with more questions. But he kept putting himself in the position to try and eventually get through and win his first major. So yeah, I think it's always an interesting talking point, I think.
Absolutely, and how players handle it and the mental fortitude. I mean, it's all here as I point to my brain, and how you keep your head when all about you are losing theirs. Speaking of another huge match on court number 1, which the guys alluded to, Taylor Fritz against Alexander Zverev, and Fritz has had a little bit more time to rest. Zverev, of course, came and played his match yesterday, didn't he, against Lehechka, and Lehechka came out really quickly and won the first 3 games and won the 3rd set, but then Zverev was able to win the 4th and was fortunately not out on court for too long. But it's a quick turnaround for him, Raj, isn't it, up against Taylor Fritz?
Yeah, it is a quick turnaround. He spoke to that a little bit in his interview. He just said, look, he doesn't really think that the quick, it wasn't a big physical task for him. What he pointed to was the changing conditions, playing from at night under the roof, coming back the next day in completely different conditions. Well, he played that yesterday. He didn't feel like he was super physically expended. Now he's going to come back in similar conditions today. So in some ways, by his own logic, he might feel a little bit more comfortable right out of the gates because he's playing in something that he just worked through.
The head-to-head, Barry, doesn't read well, does it, for Zverev?
No, he's lost his last 7, having dominated, actually, Fritz earlier on. And interestingly, the run started, so the first of the 7 consecutive losses started here at Wimbledon 2 years ago. And I remember that match because I was on commentary. And for me at the time, I was scratching my head because there was a story that led up to that match that Zverev injured himself in the previous round. So he went into that match injured, pretty sure, or did he injure himself? No, let's stick with the original. Yeah. But anyway, it was clear that he was not 100%. So he was up 2 sets to love. Now, I would have thought if you're not 100% physically, what you want to do is keep the points short. What did Zverev do? He went further back. So he played deeper and deeper and deeper and more passive. And we know that's been the big issue with Zverev. Under pressure, he has reverted to being too passive. Now, he's got his first major under his belt. And I think he's definitely bought into this being more aggressive, speaking to the team.
Yeah.
And there was a big change last year around sort of Vienna time, so the indoor season, where he really sort of bought into what he needed to do. And I've always felt that actually Zverev has got a good game for Fritz, but that hasn't been the case.
Yes.
So
what do you think that is, Barry? Like, why? What is the differentiator? Why do you think Fritz has been able to be up 7-0 in their last meetings?
I think generally when they play from the back of the court, they play very similar. Both hit hard, not that much changes of pace. And I think Fritz is the one against Zverev that actually has shown a little bit more of the belief.
Yeah.
Now, they played in Halle recently, but Zverev was injured. He wasn't fit. Yeah. And I'm giving him a pass there because it was so soon after Roland Garros. But, Laver Cup last year, I know it's Laver Cup and it's a team competition. But Zverev had no answers to Fritz. I mean, he literally was dominating that match from the back of the court. So I really do feel he's got to flip it, and it'd be interesting to see what your thoughts, Raj. And I said yesterday that I think Zverev has got to play the mind games here. I think Zverev is just got to. You're the favourite. You've beat me 7 times in a row, and so kind of go under the radar.
Take some of the pressure off of himself, maybe. I think it's interesting because you listen to Fritz talk in his press conferences. He's really quite frank about strategy and kind of what works for him. On grass, he's talked about how he's going to take the return early. He's going to use the chip forehand. He's going to hit through the backhand. If you saw that match against Bublik, he did a very good job of neutralizing a huge weapon. So when you go up against Zverev and if you're able to neutralize sort of that moneymaker for him off the serve, then you put him into a different category. And I've seen, watching Zverev through through the tournament so far, I've seen some really nice flashes where it looks like he's going to take the ball early and be aggressive on that forehand side. I've also seen some stages where he's reverted a little bit and backed off. So I think if Taylor's constantly putting that return in play and he's not getting the serve +1 that he wants to dictate the point, then he's getting the longer points. And I have a tendency to think that Fritz is going to grind him down over time that way. And I think that's, I mean, kind of openly what Fritz is looking to do.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, just to confirm, he injured himself, Zverev, against Norrie. I think he clattered into the chair or the umpire's chair, and he hurt his knee. But yeah, I think it's going to be.
Well,
my gut feeling says Fritz, because I'm not so sure. I think Zverev physically is fine, but I don't know mentally. Yesterday he wasn't.
You don't think the liberation of getting that Grand Slam under his belt shifts the equation for him in his brain?
I think it's too soon.
It's too soon.
I
Hasn't processed
felt
it
that
all
at
the
the
way.
start. It's why I didn't go anywhere near Andreeva. It's why I didn't consider to have a deep run. I think when you're going through something for the first time, it's never happened in the Open era in the men's game. A player has never won their first slam here at the French and then gone on to.
That was going to be my question to you.
So it's been done 6 times, but when it has been done, it's been done by players that have already won majors. So now we'll get the big test, because Lehechka's a very good player, as we know, but he's not quite at Fritz's level. So I think today we will find out, I think, where Sasha really is at. If Sasha comes out and beats Fritz in 3 straight sets,
gosh,
maybe he could go the whole way.
Well, Zverev said, he said, don't expect many rallies in his interview yesterday between myself and Taylor Fritz, because it's going to be all serve and volley.
Yeah, and he has adjusted, Zverev. You know, that was the rub against him for a long time. Oh, he's returning from back, he falls back. If you're looking at his return position now, he has looked to move up in the court, take the ball a little bit earlier. So he is trying to tweak his game to fit the grass a little bit better. I think he knows that if he wants to have that kind of success on the surface, he's going to have to tweak some aspects of his game and not just rely on his standard method of play.
Yeah. Who are you going for, Barry?
Fritz.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm feeling Fritz as
Same. It's a
3, is that full house?
It's Taylor Fritz, who I don't know if I've ever told you this. I mentioned it about 4 days ago on the Wimbledon radio channel. I once introduced him as Taylor Swift onto court. Yeah. So I'm going for Swifty, Fritzy. Going for Taylor Fritz today up against Alexander Zverev, and that's second on court number 1. The time right now is 1:06.
With Amex, you can experience more at the Championships Wimbledon. With on-site benefits like refreshments and giveaways at the Amex card member lounge, and ice cream and prizes at the Amex Pavilion, and exclusive merch at the Amex Experience. Visit the 2026 Wimbledon app and tap the Amex banner to learn more. Amex Gold Card representative, APR 85.8% variable. Annual fee applies after the first year, subject to status. Your rates may vary depending on circumstances. APR correct as of 25th of February 2026. 18 plus, terms and conditions apply.
So play on centre court is going to start in 23 minutes. What's your plan today, Barry? What are you up to?
I am doing a bit of guesting on centre court, and then I'm ferry.
Oh.
Yeah, and Kaboli. So really, really, really looking forward to that.
Have you got all your stats and all your figures ready?
Well, I'm summarising.
Yeah.
So obviously the role in radio is different, but yeah, I'll have a few nuggets.
What about yourself, Raj? Where are you today?
Well, I'm going to be doing some guesting. I'll be just on the other side of the barrier from you, Barry, and I'll be watching some of that Kaboli match, but we'll be keeping eyes out on everything. And when we're in the booth, we're trying to keep track, because the drama is building in the tournament now at this moment.
I think the fascinating aspect about that match is Ferry's been the story. Incredible run, but mentally and physically, given it's all new to him, can he come back and produce it again? Logic would suggest it's going to be extremely difficult. Totally disregarding their meeting in Australia, because he wasn't fit, Kaboli, and really fascinating as well. Listening to Paul Goldstein earlier, that obviously his rationale, he's going to stick with his man, of course, Arthur Ferry, given that he was his coach in Stanford. He has beaten him, and that can go a long way. But I absolutely love Kaboli's brand of tennis.
Yeah.
I mean, he sparkled on centre court last year against Djokovic. Here is someone that is one of the best movers in the game. He packs a punch on that forehand. I mean, I don't think people necessarily realise how hard he hits that forehand.
You say that. The first time that I saw him hitting in person was at Orangi here last year, actually. That's the first time I saw him in person. And I remember on that forehand side just observing, there's just the tightness of the rotation on the ball. It's just a different sound. It's a different movement through the air. It feels like he can get it to dive out of the air at any moment. He just feels to have it on a string, and it sounds different than a lot of the other players.
I liken it to golf. You know, when you go to a golf major and you're standing on the range.
Sounds different.
And you've got the Rory McIlroy. It just sounds different.
We just want to be able to hit it like that, and we can't.
We can't.
No.
And actually, you can. And I always feel hard work gets you so far, but you've got to have the talent. Now, if you've got the talent and the hard work.
Can I just a quick point? How tall are both of them? I know Arthur Ferry, he's 5'9". I think Kaboli is slightly taller, but a lot has been made about Arthur being slightly shorter and how Wimbledon grass often suits taller players who send sort of flurries of aces and unreturnable first serves.
But Arthur's got, by all accounts, a really good serve given his height. He uses it well. He's got good pace. So I think what you would normally consider potentially a weak spot for him, that's not because of his height. He's not losing out on that particular aspect of his game.
And grass helps. Grass helps massively because you're not having, on the clay, you're having to generate more pace. On grass, you can be a deflector. Now, he moves great, Ferry. So,
what's his greatest strength?
That's a really good question.
Retrieving balls?
I think his IQ.
Yeah.
I think his tennis IQ. I think his ability to be able to sense when he needs to defend, when he needs to defend and then attack.
Yeah.
When he needs to come forward. I think he's one of the best volleys I've seen, actually, in terms of defending the net here at Wimbledon.
Yeah.
I mean,
I would honestly just say braveness in that match against Dimitrov, right? I mean, it was literally at the moment, and he put pressure by coming forward, and a lot of times you're trying to do that just to make sure that, you're trying to physically get in front of your opponent to make the court small and they have to go around you. He had to come up with some really tough volleys, and he executed those, and that's the only reason he's going to be playing today, to be honest.
Absolutely. What I noticed was his nimbleness around the court and the ability to move around and to be able to stay in points.
It's something you have to have in the sport now. You've got to be a great mover. You've got to have the ability to be able to put your opponents under pressure and be brave. And he ticks all those boxes.
How much physically do you think he's got in the tank after 2 5-setters back to back?
I personally don't.
You don't?
No, I don't. I think if I'm looking ahead of the match, I'm just being honest here, I might be 100% totally wrong, but I think he'll come out full of energy. I think he'll start well. He might squeak the first set, but I think there'll be a period when it starts to go against him, and then I think it will go against him quite quickly. Just because you can only go to the well so often, and adrenaline gets you a long way, but when that adrenaline stops and you haven't got the energy in your legs, then you find it really difficult. So I'm sort of thinking a tight first set, maybe a 7-5, and then I'm sort of thinking Kaboli will then take charge, sort of a 6-2, 6-3, 6-3, 6-2. That's what. But I hope I'm wrong.
Well, I've got to, before we get your prediction, Raj, Ferry, he's won 78% of serve and volley points and 63% of points overall at the net, the second highest percentage in the men's draw. What do you make of that?
That's remarkable.
It's pretty
That's
good,
remarkable.
isn't it?
I mean, especially that, but that speaks a little bit to his court sense. He understands positioning when he comes forward. When he comes in behind a ball, he's in the right spot. Because if you don't understand that, you could have a huge wingspan, and it doesn't matter because the guys are passing so well now. So I think that's the nuance of how good he is at the net, because he does understand position as he comes forward, and he knows how to put pressure and take away maybe the shot that you want to hit as a passing shot.
It's the angles, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's actually played over 200 points, which finished at the net and won a very high percentage of them. In terms of his opponent, Flavio Kaboli, he was a promising footballer on the books of Roma. He uses, obviously, his athleticism. Tell us just a little bit more about that forehand of his.
Well, and he was almost sleeping rough.
Tell us about that.
Well,
Oh yes, he needed a house.
He needed a house.
I was thinking it was that to do with Roma. No, with his dad and his entourage.
But his forehand is a thing of beauty, and I think what he's also been able to improve in the last year or so is his ability, I think, to play more at that 7 out of 10. There was an inconsistency with Flavio. You know, he'd be amazing for 10 minutes and then he would disappear for 10 minutes and then he'd be amazing for a couple of sets and then he would be poor for a couple of weeks. But now we're starting to see that consistency, and his run in recent months, final of Roland Garros, very nearly. But I think the fact that he lost in 5 and got so close, I think will help him the next time, because I think there's future Grand Slam finals in him.
I agree.
Yeah. I do.
He's so fun to watch. I mean, his tennis is entertaining. He's explosive. He's all over the court. His forehand's huge, but he just seems to find inspiration in key moments, right? And that's just the thing. Like you said, he sparkled. He just has a spark when you watch him play, and you never know when it's going to come out. But as Barry said, his base level has started to come up. So when that sparkle comes, it really catapults him forward.
Do you know where I think he really grew as a tennis player and as a competitor last year at the Davis Cup final? Because you had the situation that Italy had won the Davis Cup twice.
Yeah.
Sinner and Mazzetti were both injured. So he was propelled to be the #1 player. So that's pressure. And he handled that pressure incredibly well. Strutted his stuff for Italy. Had an incredible third set tiebreak against Zizou Bergs. 17-15 or 18-16 in the third. It was one of the most epic final set tiebreaks. But just being able to produce for your home country in Davis Cup, and sort of took me back, Raj, to when, do you remember Djokovic won the Davis Cup for Serbia, and that propelled him the following year, but he didn't lose until Roland Garros. He went from January all the way through to the semi-finals of Roland Garros. So there's always a turning point, and I think for Caboli it was last November, December.
Great insight, really great. Right, let's head to court number 3 now. Rob Nothman is there for us, Rob.
And I'm watching a men's doubles quarter-final. It's Germany against France here, with the number 7 seeds, Kravitz and Putz, up against the French pair of Doumbia and Reboul. These two pairs have shared service breaks early in this match. It's at 4 games all, with Putz serving from the far end. Plenty of good rallies here. Lots to enjoy for the number 3 court crowd, who are fanning themselves at every opportunity to try to keep cool. Putz serving at the moment, 30 love on his serve. It's 4 games all in this first set.
Thanks very much, Rob. Now, the first match on the centre court, just to remind you, is the ladies' singles quarter-final between Marta Kostyuk and Yasmin Paolini. Well, Paolini, a Wimbledon finalist in 2024, has given her thoughts on her opponent, Marta Kostyuk, ahead of this quarter-final clash.
I think she's playing a great tennis this year. She improved a lot. She can be really aggressive. She's a great athlete. She can move really well on court, and it's gonna be a tough match. We have to prepare it well. Her game style here on grass, but yeah, we are in the quarterfinals, so it's normal to have this kind of matches. Hopefully I can play a good tennis. Hopefully it's gonna be a good match also for the people.
It will be a good match for the people, I have no doubt. That's first on at centre court. And with us, poised to give us a bit of an update and a preview of the 2 games, Phil Studd and Jill Craybus are there on centre. Over to you guys.
Hello again, Di. Yes, we're very much looking forward to this first match, and I think it's one of those that is pretty tough to call. It has a 3-set epic feel to me. We'll get to Jill's view in due course, but of course Marta Kostyuk of Ukraine has had a terrific season on the clay, an extraordinary record actually, playing 17 matches and winning 16 of them, a couple of titles back-to-back, including at Madrid, and then of course that very deep run to the semi-finals of the French Open. And it seems, Jill, as though she is transitioning those skills onto the grass, because her pedigree on this surface was fairly ordinary before this year, but she does seem to be really building up a head of steam and growing in confidence with every passing round.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is a tough one to call. I do think it's going to be a very tight battle. And you're right about Kostyuk's form on grass. She even said before the tournament started, this is probably the surface where she's the least comfortable. But she said, you know, from that first round, she's learned to be a little bit more aware, and I think her movement's been a lot better on the grass than in the past years. And I think watching her throughout this tournament, you can see how much her confidence has grown. And I almost feel like now she's probably feeling the most comfortable. These two have played each other a few times. They've never played on the grass before. We know Paulini's experience getting to the finals here a couple years ago. So she's going to have confidence on the center court, I think, leading into this. But this is probably the toughest one to call, I think.
And I guess, Jill, Paulini has rather come under the radar, hasn't she, this year? No one was particularly talking about her in the build-up, despite, as you've mentioned, of course, she was playing the title match a couple of years ago, losing to Barbora Krejcikova. What about the caliber of players she's facing today? Because I think I'm right in saying she's only actually faced one top 20 player this year, this season, and that was Bencic right at the beginning of the season in the United Cup, which she lost fairly handily in straight sets.
Yeah.
So do you think that could be a factor, that she's really stepping up today in class?
I mean, potentially. I mean, she's even said she hasn't played so many matches today where she's been able to have big wins, and I think she's sort of been flying under the radar a little bit just because she hasn't had as many wins and as many matches this year as she has in the past couple of years. So I think that's part of the reason why. However, I feel like Paulini knows how to step up. I mean, her last round in particular was very, very good, and I think she built confidence on that against Iala. She got a lot more time on the grass. She got to be on center court and have that experience again. So I think she'll be fine as far as stepping up, but it's going to be tough because Kostyuk is riding on so much confidence right now.
It's going to be fascinating, Di. One thing that is in favour of Paulini, this is her fourth tour-level grass court quarter-final. She's won the previous 3 in straight sets. I wonder if that's a good omen for the Italian this afternoon. We're about to find out.
Great stuff. We absolutely cannot wait. Update from court number 1 right now. Noskova taking on Mertens, and Noskova leads 2-1. Play started at 1 o'clock. Matches happening around the grounds on the outside courts, and boys singles happening, girls singles as well. From court number 12, we did actually have Jamie McKenzie, the German, up here on the roof yesterday. He's taking on Cruz Hewitt, Leighton's son, of course, and Cruz has taken the first set 6-3 against Jamie McKenzie, and it's 3-2 to McKenzie in the second set. Hewitt on serve, but Jamie was bouncing a ball on the side of his racket for about 5 minutes. We're all incredibly impressed. I think it was for a YouTube video. All of them going global at such a young age. Okay, let's get out and about to court number 12, I believe it is, and Phil Stud Phil. We're not going to go to Phil, in fact. We're going to stay here on the roof. If I get instructed to do anything else, I'll head out there. But we'll stay here, and great to see, Barry, the boys and girls singles matches happening.
Talking to me?
Well, I was talking to you, but I'm now going to go to court number 2. Barry Milnes is there. From court 12 to court 2, Barry.
Hello, Di. Yes, I'm in position. I'm watching the men's doubles quarter-final between Marcelo Arevalo of El Salvador with Mate Pavic of Croatia. They're up against Julian Cash and Lloyd Glasspool, the British pair, who of course are defending champions here. This for a place in the semis in the bottom half of the draw, and it was a sharp start initially by Arevalo and Pavic because they got to love 40 on Julian Cash's serve. However, the Britons then got their games together and managed to hold from there, saving the first 3 break points of this contest. It is a 1-love to them, therefore we're into the second game only, but a good crowd here, a lot of support for the British duo, as you'd expect, because they are the defending champions, the title holders, but they were beaten recently by their opponents at the Queen's Club this year, beaten in straight sets, and in fact Arevalo and Pavic have a 2-1 head-to-head lead on them, so there's a lot to play for, of course, a huge match here, just getting underway really, but it is currently Arevalo serving 30 all in the second game, with the Brits leading 1-0.
Great stuff. Thank you, Barry Milnes. And back to Barry Cowan on day 10 of the championships. And Barry, remind me, for listeners who are just tuning in for the first time, possibly to the Wimbledon radio channel, who your shouts are for the women's singles title and the men's singles title.
Well, like most people, have got it wrong.
We've all got it wrong.
So
actually, I said Djokovic at the start. So
I said Djokovic in the men's. In the women's, I actually went for Madison Keys, but I've had a good feeling, as you know, for Mukova.
Yes, you have.
I thought Mukova would beat Osaka, and I think Mukova's going to beat Coco Gauff. I think Coco Gauff, let's start with the positives. I think she's one of the best competitors I've seen in tennis in the last 10, 15 years. Unbelievable athlete. But there still remains those weaknesses to her game, and I think the very best players can expose that. The forehand, I think the second serve is still, to me, jittery, and I think on a grass court, I might be proved wrong come Saturday evening, but I think there's enough great players left in the women's game that can expose that forehand on a quick court. And
we were speaking a lot about the forehand, weren't we, in the early rounds?
But she's managed to find her way through.
Yeah.
And how she does it is because she remains calm and keeps that just stay in the present. Raj.
Yeah, I mean, you're spot on. I mean, I couldn't agree more that the competitiveness from Gauff is what has pulled her through, because she really hasn't played what you would say is her best tennis. I don't think she's felt super fantastic about her performance, other than the fact is that she's stuck in there for those difficult moments. I agree with Barry that, she's got a lot of different variety in game. She can beat you with power, she can beat you with finesse, she can beat you by coming in. And I think if she finds the right combination against Gauff, I think she's going to be the one that comes through there, because Gauff's scrappiness is so good that it makes it shrink the court. But if Mukova can come forward, she's very, very competent coming forward with the volleys.
Quite
and if
like
she
the
can,
slice as well.
Yeah,
from
and that
Mukova
slice
into
to the forehand side, to see her lift it and then maybe attack that. And obviously Mukova can also chip and charge on that second sometimes, just as a surprise tactic.
So you're going for Mukova to win the title?
Yeah, so
Okay.
I also got it wrong early, and I was given a second opportunity.
Don't worry, Marcus has refilmed his a few
Mukova
times.
was the next pick, and that was So I've been high on her game for a really long time, and I think with that type of game style, when you have so many different options, it takes a little more time to figure out what decision to make when, and I think she's starting to get a little bit clearer about that.
I'm thinking Mukova-Kostyuk final.
Mukova-Kostyuk final. I'm going for Mukova, and I didn't get your prediction in the men's draw.
In the men's draw,
yeah,
coming through today, I'm gonna have to go with Kaboli and Fritz.
Okay, I think I'm going Ferry Fritz.
Yes, you stick to him.
Go rogue.
I'm Ferry, I'm going Arthur's Seat. It's going to be renamed to our left-hand side as we look over Henman Hill, Murray Mount. Arthur's Seat, my goodness. Thanks, gents. Thanks for your time. We can head over to join Marcus Buckland for the next couple of hours. Marcus, how are you?
Dido, I'm extremely well, although I'm slightly flabbergasted. I won't tell you exactly what Arvin Palmer's been talking to me about while we were eagerly listening to you, but, oh my goodness me.
I want to know.
Oh, I'll tell you at the dinner tomorrow night.
Oh, goodness, can't wait.
Yes, I'm slightly discombobulated after all that, but Dido, thank you very much. Arvin Palmer, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, good afternoon.
You all right, are you?
I didn't know it was that shocking.
It was pretty surprising, but it's not something we shall discuss right now.
Certainly not.
Welcome to our fantastic presentation booth here on Centre Court. We've got the familiar look in front of us, Centre Court, resplendent, surrounded by those members of the military personnel. One of whom is actually waving at somebody in the crowd, which is unusual because they stand there, Arvin, in quite a stern manner normally without really moving at all. But that lady there has clearly spotted somebody in the crowd that she recognises. And on the other side, opposite to us, the umpire's chair is currently not inhabited, but Eva Azdaraki Moore is just behind it. I didn't realise that she's married to a Brit. Oh.
Yeah, I think you're married to a Brit. I'm pretty sure that's the case. Yeah, she was Eva Azdaraki, and then she married a Brit. I'm almost certain that she's Greek. She's a Greek umpire.
Right.
But I think she married a Brit.
Okay, so there's a little bit of information. She's standing pretty much to attention as well. The royal box is filling up. Yet again, everybody inside the court who's got a seat in the sun is starting to fan themselves, keeping as cool as possible. It's a very warm day again today.
Just no breeze again. So that's the big issue. A few days ago there was a breeze with the hot weather, so you didn't quite feel the extreme heat. But today it's a hot one again.
We're getting a close-up of the royal box. Ian Hewitt, who was on our breakfast programme a little earlier, promoting his new book, and he's now. Of course, he's not selling them with a sum-up card from the back of the royal box. That would not go down well, but he's a very distinguished figure in this.
If they ever let you in the royal box, it would be carnage, Marcus.
I mean, I was saying a couple of days ago when Roger, did you know that Roger Taylor's got a book out? He was a guest at the back of the royal box, and I did say, make sure you get in there with a few. and flog him, but he didn't, which is probably why he's a member of the All England Club and I am not. In terms of some famous faces now, from a British point of view, Alistair Campbell. He's had a very interesting career. Journalist, author, strategist, broadcaster and mental health activist. And the main guest is getting a round of applause now because it is Camilla. Queen Camilla has been spotted by everybody else, and she's got the best seat in the house next to Debbie Jevons. Also
up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match.
A very good afternoon. Welcome back to Centre Court. We've reached the 10th day of the Championships. Is that really possible? It has flown by. It's been wonderful. And I reckon the best is yet to come. Welcome back. And that applause is for our first two players on centre today. Marta Kostyuk of Ukraine, Jasmine Paolini, the former Wimbledon finalist from Italy, about to do battle over the best of 3 sets, with the prize, of course, for the winner. A semi-final meeting with either Czechia's Linda Noskova or Elise Mertens of Belgium. Need I say, it's another beautiful day here in London. Has there ever been a better fortnight of weather for the Championships than this? I certainly can't recall it. Not a drop of rain, none is forecast, and it is particularly hot. It's actually got hotter in this second week than it was in the first. But the players well used to battling it out in these conditions, and we're set fair for what should be a really terrific afternoon of tennis. Jill Krabus is alongside me, and I'm going to get her opinions very shortly, but we'll hear the instructions from umpire Eva Azdaraki-Moore ahead of the coin toss. Let's have a listen in.
Points. The time starts when I announce the score, and for your towels, there are the boxes all around. Please take the green one, and please take the purple one, okay? And please no damage to the grass. Any questions before we start? Would you like to choose, Marta? We have the rackets or the championships? Championships? Rackets it is? Serve? Okay.
So the Italian has won the toss, and she has elected to serve first. Jill, welcome back to Centre Court. How much are you looking forward to this one this afternoon?
I really am, and I think they both just got me really excited because Kostyuk just about to walk on Centre Court with a huge smile on her face, really looking forward to this one. I would say these two women are the ones that are really enjoying themselves off the court. Paolini as well has been talking about how, you know, that joy in her game is back when she's been competing and playing here, and what an opportunity for these two. This is, of course, Kostyuk's first quarterfinal here at Wimbledon. She's coming off with a lot of confidence after the semifinals at the French Open, and finally coming into her own on this surface. We know the experience that Paolini's had getting to the finals a couple of years ago, but I'm just excited overall right now for the women's tournament, because we're going to have a brand new Wimbledon champion lifting the trophy, so I'm really excited.
Yeah, that's a good point. Someone is going to be lifting that Venus Rosewater dish for the very first time, and that in itself is something really to get excited about. But as you say, Jill, the revelation for Kostyuk during this fortnight has been the way in which she's been able to convert that wonderful clay court swing that she enjoyed, with 16 wins in 17 attempts, a couple of titles back-to-back, onto a surface that is so different.
Yeah.
And which she hasn't had very much success on in the past.
Yeah, and I think that's been a struggle for her. First of all, it's one of the toughest transitions, as we know. We talk about that every year, going from the clay to the grass. It's not easy. Automatically, you have to get a lot lower. The ball doesn't bounce as high. It's a quicker surface. And it was a surface that Kostyuk had said she never really felt super comfortable on. A lot of it, when players say that, has to do with feeling comfortable movement. It's a very different type of movement on the grass. And it was something that, you know, she didn't really have that much confidence in. And, you know, her and her coach, Sandra Zanetska, have taken a very different approach as far as just taking it one step at a time, getting the reps on the grass, getting a lot of practice on the grass to make her feel comfortable and trusting herself out there. And I feel like we've seen it. It's been an amazing transformation for her this year.
And talking of transformation in form, well, you could say, Jill, something similar about Paolini, because it was a pretty inauspicious start to this championship, wasn't it? She was bageled in the first set against Robin Montgomery before coming through in 3. But since then, she's really hit her straps, including that victory over Alexandra Ayala, who's won so many friends during this fortnight with the way she's played, the Filipino, coming through 6-3 in the third. She lost early at Eastbourne. Not much to call upon in the way of form, but something has clicked for her in these championships, clearly.
You know, I think what stands out to me, because I've watched her quite a bit this season, and I think what she lost a little bit, especially I think like in Rome, and I know that's a very unique situation for her because, you know, she's got so much attention around her as an Italian in Rome. But I didn't quite see, she didn't look the same. She didn't seem to have that peppiness about her. And I know she said she's feeling a lot more joy out here, and I think that's what shines through. I mean, that's what we're used to seeing from Paolini, and I think I had lost that with her a little bit. I hadn't seen it. It almost looks like she was feeling stressed in the last couple months. And she said, you know, the expectations, I think, started to weigh on her a little bit. She started putting more pressure on herself. And I think she's come into this event releasing that a little bit. And she looks a lot more free and happy on the court.
She really does. And that's why we are anticipating quite a tussle here to kick off proceedings on centre court on this 10th day of the championships, with places in the semi-finals, of course, up for grabs. Later, it'll be Flavio Cobolli of Italy against the home favourite. What an occasion that's going to be here. Arthur Ferry looking to replicate the heroics that have got him to a first Wimbledon quarter-final. So quite a day for the spectators here. Very happy to have a ticket, and this is a great way to start. Talking of their previous meetings, by the way, just 3 of them, and as Jill mentioned in our preview on the Wimbledon radio channel, they haven't played on this surface before, but Paolini, for the record, has won 2 of the 3. One of them was indoors. That was the only 3-setter, also in Cincinnati. And Kostyuk's win came in qualifying in Cincy. Well, that was 4 years ago. The applause will tell you that we're ready to go.
First set.
And it is the former Wimbledon runner-up, the first Italian female to make the final of the championships in the Open era, to get us underway from under the royal box, and lands the first serve, which is successful. In this, their 4th meeting, their first on this surface, and by far and away the most significant, with a semi-final place at Wimbledon up for grabs. Under a cloudless sky, Paolini goes cross-court with a beautifully struck backhand right onto the sideline, which is rushing Marta Kostyuk into the error.
And I think that's what we're going to see from Paolini. I think we're going to see her try and get a little bit more aggressive throughout this encounter. Kostyuk's the one that likes to try and dictate and take control.
Kostyuk much the taller of the two. Paolini standing at just 5'4" tall, and off the short return she comes up with a big forehand, and Kostyuk finds the net.
40 love.
Kostyuk standing at 5'9". She's had a wonderful season on the clay, but it's been the way in which she's been able to replicate that, having had very little pedigree to speak of on this grass court surface, that really has caught the eye in the first week and a half of the championships, as Paolini this time misses her serve. She's at 40 love, looking for a nerve-settling start to this huge match here on centre. The off forehand return from Kostyuk. Wow. She does like a big first strike, and that certainly was. And Paolini immediately on the defence in that exchange, and the forehand on the move at the baseline is too long.
Yeah, this is not surprising to me. Kostyuk, as soon as she gets a second serve, she's going to try and put a lot of pressure on Paolini. And actually, both of them look to go big on the forehand in particular. That's both their biggest strengths. That was a huge return.
There could be some sumptuous shot making in this one as Paolini goes down the centre, and the skewed return from Kostyuk misses. So that's a confident start from the Italian, who a couple of years ago made both the French Open and the Wimbledon finals. Here, of course, she was defeated by Barbora Krejcikova, but the way in which she played during that fortnight was so impressive. She's a clever player, isn't she, Jill?
Well, I was just going to say, I think she won a lot of hearts in Wimbledon when she got to the finals. I think a lot of the fans got an insight into her character, into her personality. One of our team members, Thomas Johansson, who is coaching Medvedev, he's been around the tour for so long. He's saying she's one of the nicest people, always smiling. And I think the fans got an insight into that a couple years ago when she was in the finals.
The Ukrainians' turn from the Royal Box end. Marta Kostyuk serving to the backhand of Paolini. Good solid return, and that was a nice flat hit as well from Paolini. Now she cuts under the ball, slice as well from her opponent up the line. Cross-court forehand from the Italian. Now a backhand. She's got Kostyuk on the move at the baseline here. Good deep ground strokes from both of them. And Kostyuk eventually turning defence into victory in that point.
15 love.
Oh, she used the slice well, and I think we're going to see Kostyuk try and incorporate the backhand slice, a little variety to try and get Paolini out of that rhythm a little bit, just to change it up on her.
She hadn't won a match on grass, Kostyuk, coming in since the championships 2 years ago when Paolini was making the final. She was 0-3 on the surface that year. Never been past the third round before this year. Now she's a victory away from the last four, but that's a double fault. Shake of the head from Marta Kostyuk, whose jet black hair is tied back in a bun. 15 all, love one. Missing with the first serve. Bound to be some nerves out there, of course. Kostyuk breaking new ground. Paolini has the advantage of having not only reached this stage, but gone on to contest the final. Will that be significant as Kostyuk resets? Not happy with the ball toss initially. Now she is, and Paolini just going long with that second serve return.
Well, that second serve was very deep into the court, but it was into the body of Paolini and got the error. It's good depth on that second serve.
And not only is she breaking new ground in reaching this stage of the championships, the last 8, but tasting this experience, Jill, on centre court for the first time. Backhand return from Paolini's long.
And that's a big deal as well. I mean, as a little kid, I feel like Wimbledon is the tournament that you think of where you want to play on the center court stage. So this is something to embrace and to just really absorb when you're out there. It's a big moment for Kostyuk.
Gain points to level up, and there's an ace up the centre and a clench of the fist from Marta Kostyuk. That's exactly what she needed after the double fault. Responding very effectively to just feel a part of proceedings early on, and that's so important, isn't it, to get a foothold early in a match of this significance.
And I think a relatively straightforward service game as well, just to feel a little sense of relief, calm any nerves that you might be experiencing.
Oh, wow, that was some return from Marta Kostyuk. She did not die wondering with that one, but happily for Paolini, even though it went like a bullet, it was wide of the court. 15 love. Paolini from the far end, who started this tournament in inauspicious fashion, bageled in her very first set against Robin Montgomery. But since then, having come back to win in 3 there, she's beaten Golubic, Sakari and Iala impressively. Now there's an inside-in forehand from Paolini, who moves forward nicely to put away the volley into the open court.
Oh, I love that move from Paolini. As soon as she knew she hit a very high quality forehand into the corner, saw that she got Kostyuk in trouble, snuck forward and caught that ball well above the net.
Victories for her opponent against Podoroska, Blinkova, Emma Navarro and Ashlyn Kruger. That's a good serve, which rather crumples the racket of Marta Kostyuk.
40 love.
Both players capable of really wonderful timing. The ball flying off the strings at great velocity when they're playing as they can. Swivel of the racket from Kostyuk as she hits a backhand return to the backhand of Paolini, who was a little rushed into the +1 there because the ball was back on her with depth very quickly.
Well, neither one are going to be bothered by the pace of the other one, so that depth is going to be crucial as far as being able to rush each other on the baseline.
40-15 to the Italian. Forehand return on the angle from Kostyuk, who then leathers a winner up the line over the high part of the net. Wow. Two beautiful strikes from the Ukrainian.
That's a great example. If you just let off a little bit on one of the ground strokes, Kostyuk is going to make you pay. She really did a good job of flattening out that forehand as she went down the line.
It was spectacular, wasn't it? Both feet off the floor, launching her body into it, and that was not coming back. But it's still game point Paolini here. Backhand return to the backhand of Paolini. Slice here from Kostyuk. Paolini also playing the squash shot, but then Kostyuk upping the pace. Great angle, and Paolini did very well to keep the ball alive, but she can't at the second attempt. And suddenly Marta Kostyuk is threatening in this game. When Paolini was looking likely to win it comfortably, she's hauled back to deuce.
Well, it was the forehand before that she targeted the angle so well that really spread the court and got Paolini on the full stretch, and then did well to take her time and get her feet up to that last ball, didn't rush herself.
So Kostyuk looking a picture of intent out there at the moment as she's crouched low to receive the serve and visibly frustrated not to have made that return on the forehand. Into the net it goes. And so Paolini, who's had one deep run this season, not much else to write home about. That was in Merida on a hard court in Mexico, where she made the semi-finals. Serving out wide, that was a good one. That's opened up the court for her into the opposite corner with the forehand. Slight mishit from Kostyuk, but she's still in the rally, although the backhand is overcooked, and Paolini gets out of a little bit of difficulty there with Kostyuk coming on strong. And we're still on serve in the very early stages here in our first match on centre. Paolini leading by 2-1. Battle joined, Jill.
Well, you know, you mentioned their head-to-head as well, and I know Paolini leads that 2-1. This is the 4th time they're playing each other. All the previous meetings have been on hard court, but it's been quite some time. It was the last time they played was 2023, so it's been a few years. I feel like Kostyuk, completely different player than she was back then, not only in her game, but just her belief in herself. I mean, I even think this season, you can even just take this short season on its own and how much I feel like she's just changed as a person, as a player. She's so much more confident. She's always probably been one of the quickest, I think, on the tour. I know, I mean, I would definitely put Goff up there as well, but she's so fast, and I've loved her game from the start, which as far as the use of tools and how much she can come into the net. And I'm bringing that up just because Paolini's changed as well. Obviously, she's gotten to 2 Grand Slam finals since then. So they're both very different, and you almost want to get to the stage where you throw out those last few meetings that they've had, because they're both so different and so much better players.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Clearly, there's been a lot of tennis water under the bridge for both since they were last dueling across the net, and in a very positive way. Of course, Paolini with those 2 Grand Slam singles final appearances, looking to recapture that sort of form, and Kostyuk getting better by the match, it would seem. Playing here at world number 13. Paolini has actually only played 1 top 20 player all season. I wonder if that could be a factor as Kostyuk steps in to put away the defensive return easily on the forehand. That was against Belinda Bencic for the Italian in early season. Bencic won comfortably. So this is a major test for the former Wimbledon finalist today. Kostyuk at 1-2, 15 love. I think I described her hair as jet black earlier. It looked that way when we got a close-up, but I think it's more sort of dark brown, actually.
Yeah.
But tied back quite severely in a bun
30 love.
behind her head as Kostyuk moves to 30 love.
But it does look
Paolini
very
missing,
dark.
But not by much. It does, doesn't it?
It does look very dark, just
Certain
because I think
angles.
it might be wet, and she just pulled it back. It stays back better when it's wet and tidy.
She looks very elegant, for
Yes.
sure. They both do. Into the net goes the first serve. Kostyuk at 30 love, 1-2. Both looking pretty confident in the early running here.
Second serve.
Huge opportunity for both to move to within 2 matches of the promised land of the Wimbledon title. Final, of course, on Saturday. Kostyuk not happy with the ball toss. Now she is. It's a nice looking service action she has, very smooth. And a clench of the fist from her as Paolini can't find the baseline as she moves to 40 love.
I mean, just already you feel like there's absolutely no holding back from either player. As soon as off the return, they are just going full force into that first shot.
Which is why I think we were really looking forward to this one, because it's going to be full of terrific shot making. It already is. This time Kostyuk just overdoing it on the backhand side, but she's got a bit of breathing space here at 40-15 in the first set.
A little bit more spin and heaviness on that return from Paolini, just kicking up on Kostyuk.
Game points to level at 2-all. Down the tee. The return is short, and Kostyuk steps in with the backhand. The defensive lob is good from Paolini. Kostyuk having to backtrack and then swivel round ahead to the backhand, and then the Italian is into the net, and Kostyuk does hold. And it's 2 games all after 13 minutes of play.
Kostyuk organized herself very well after having to run backward all the way to the depth of the ball from Paolini, and did well to stay in that point. It was very makeable forehand from Paolini, just flattened it out a bit too much.
A reminder that the winner will play the Linda Noskova or Czechia or Elise Mertens of Belgium for a place in the final. Off forehand here from Paolini's nicely struck. This time it's a defensive lob from Kostyuk, and Paolini showing her confidence in the early afternoon sunshine, dispatching that volley with a lot of self-belief.
Got it well to the short ball, the short reply on the return from Kostyuk. Love that Paolini too, on anything short she's hitting and just coming forward into the net.
27th Grand Slam main draw appearance for Paolini, of course twice a Grand Slam finalist. She lost to Swiatek at the French the year that she was denied by Krejcikova here in the final, and there's a clench of the fist, another big winner with the +1 from her. 7 winners already between this pair. This is just the 5th game. 30 love. Paolini serving at 2-all from the royal box end, with Her Majesty the Queen among those watching on. And what a gorgeous day once again here in southwest London. It's getting hotter as this week unfolds in more ways than one. Backhand return from Kostyuk. Slight mishit on the forehand there from Paolini, and Kostyuk plucks that out of the air with real venom on the forehand. Now a forehand cross court from Paolini. Up the line goes Kostyuk, but Paolini's got it covered. She's defending brilliantly. Now a backhand up the line from her. Forehand cross court is wide, but that was perhaps the longest exchange so far. Full of great shot making, and it's Kostyuk who wins the day.
Just such high quality ground strokes from both, and Kostyuk again just slapping so much through every single forehand, and the flatter she goes, the more it really is shooting through the court on Paolini.
And that's the beauty of grass, isn't it? When you're hitting through the ball like that, you're really seeing some returns, because it's going to fly that much quicker. Ball, of course, stays a lot lower on the grass, even though with this heat, I guess it has been bouncing a little more highly than in previous years when we've had rain. That's an excellent cross-court return there from Kostyuk, who then hooks the forehand cross-court again. She's got a target here. Oh, what a brilliant backhand volley from Paolini. That was magnificent. That was just way too good, because Kostyuk's shot went like a rocket, and Paolini down low controlled it wonderfully.
It was an unbelievable half volley from Paolini. Even took Kostyuk completely by surprise. She thought she had the point one. She was already sprinting forward, expecting a short reply. An unbelievable depth on the half volley.
Just the hint of a rueful smile there from the Ukrainian, thinking, wow, my shot was good, hers was better. And it brings Paolini to 40-15. Steps back behind the baseline to hit an off forehand, and then slicing under the ball, she nets with that backhand, so 40-30.
Yeah, for a moment I felt like that short ball caught Kostyuk way behind the baseline, but she did a good job of taking her time, staying calm. She let the ball actually come to her, and she got great depth on the slice.
Kostyuk lost out to eventual champion Mira Andreeva in the last four of the French, winning 16 of her 17 matches during the clay court swing, but she's very much taken to the grass this week. We're already seeing evidence of that in this quarter-final here at Wimbledon. The squash shot now from Kostyuk, mixing up the pace, and that can be a little discombobulating, and it worked because Paolini's netted.
It was very off pace, and it was short too, and it actually had some side spin to it on the forehand slice, and those shots you really need to make sure your footwork is spot on, and Paolini just hesitated slightly.
So a window of opportunity potentially here for Kostyuk, a deuce, as Paolini goes wide with the first serve. Are we about to see our first break point of this quarter-final on day 10 of the championships, live on the Wimbledon radio channel? Oh yes, we are. What a forehand return up the line from Kostyuk.
That was the biggest return of these games so far. It was unbelievable. It stepped inside the baseline a couple feet, just completely unleashed on that. It was right into the strike zone.
And strike it she did. But that's a good comeback from Paolini. Yeah. So important in those circumstances to land that first serve, which she did.
I think Paolini realizing maybe target on the second serve a little bit more to the backhand side. She just quite can't get the power as she does on the forehand as much.
So break point save for now. First serve missing from Paolini. Neither player at the moment willing to budge in this first set. It's been a very high quality already. That's a slight miss hit from the Italian. Oh my goodness. What a hit again from Kostyuk. The ball bounced up quite high because it wasn't out of the center of the strings from the Italian, and she just collected it up the line for a winner.
I mean, she's sending the message right now that you can't float anything at all with any off-pace shot to that forehand, and she sees that down the line so well, so committed to that shot.
Paolini could do with a few more first serves. She's at 50% in that regard at the moment. Kostyuk, I beg your pardon, she's actually at 73%. Kostyuk's at 50, but it's Kostyuk who's coming on strong and does again. What a game that was from the French Open semi-finalist, the off forehand winner. She's striking winners, Jill, up the line, across the court, down the line. She's on fire at the moment.
Yeah, and mostly on the forehand. Actually, yeah, well, all of them have been on the forehand. Actually, 5 so far on that forehand side from Kostyuk. It's been quite a display as soon as she has time on that forehand. And that last second serve, I do feel like Paolini tried to go a little bit more into the body, but Kostyuk, as soon as she saw Paolini start the service swing, she moved to her left to give her space to get the forehand. I mean, we were talking about how much she's coming in with way more confidence this year, and I think we can see that now in that forehand. She's just unleashing with zero hesitation.
She really is. I detected just a little bit of evidence of nerves in the first couple of games when she was just acclimatizing to being here on centre and maybe just absorbing the fact that she's in a Wimbledon quarter-final for the first time. But since then, she has just settled into her work, and she looks like she's absolutely embracing this occasion at the moment.
Well, I think part of it goes back to, you know, what you were saying, to just get on the board in the first game is so important. But I think sometimes it can be about the way that first game goes. If you feel like you're just squeaking by, or if you feel like you've been pressured in that first game. But she had a lot of confidence in that first game, served well. And I think since it was a relatively straightforward service game, I think it just calms you a little bit. And from that moment on, she's been showing a lot of positive energy.
Well, there were some wonderful winners struck by Marta Kostyuk in that game to get the first break. here in this women's quarter-final at the Championships, serving behind it now at 3-2 in the opening set, and so far this match living up to billing. How is Paolini going to respond as Kostyuk fires that serve into the net? It just dribbles over, but on the wrong side. So second serve here, Paolini not moving from her receiving position, a couple of feet behind the baseline. Now she just creeps in a little to hit the forehand return on the angle. Forehand down the line from Kostyuk, and now it's Paolini climbing into a backhand. Now a forehand, that's long though from the Italian player.
Even watching Kostyuk's demeanor after every single point, even the one she's lost, she's still, I think, walking with some good purpose, good body language.
No, very much so. A very positive start from the world number 13. Forehand, slightly short ball there, which maybe just surprised Paolini with the bounce, the low nature of it, and she was kind of reaching for it in the end and pushing it wide on the forehand side. And Kostyuk is moving to 30 love in a bid to consolidate this break. Playing her 25th tour level quarter-final is Marta Kostyuk, but her first on this surface, and so far so very good. That's another point that's come and gone for her. She really is looking extremely confident right now, sporting a bright blue racket with a white handle. Her opponent with an orange and black racket in contrast. Not for the first time, Kostyuk just not happy with the ball toss, so she tries again, lands the serve, the off forehand, she's in at the net, and Paolini was threatening the pass up the line, but it's the wrong side of it, and Kostyuk with a minimum of fuss, looking a picture of focus and concentration out there, moves 4-2 in front.
Well, I like that play, actually, serving at 40 love. We haven't seen her hit and come in yet, and she's completely capable of that, but just apply that little extra pressure in that moment to consolidate the break. I think it was smart from Kostyuk, a safe time to do it at 40 love, and she got the error from Paolini.
So how is Paolini going to turn this set around? As she serves from the far end of the court, she's on the chase, and she can't control the forehand from a good 12 feet behind the baseline at least. Just playing second fiddle at the moment to the all-round excellence of Marta Kostyuk. But of course there's still a long way to go. 2-4, love 15. The Italian from that far end. The court remains bathed in the afternoon sun. It's very hot out there. Sweltering conditions. Once again, we're seeing the spectators fanning themselves furiously. Every seat taken that I can see on centre. Forehand return from Kostyuk is another monster. I mean, she absolutely vaporized that ball on the angle.
Yeah, Paolini's going to have to figure out somehow to get it to the Kostyuk backhand just a little bit more often. It's still a very, very good sound shot, but it's been the forehand that is just really hurting Paolini right now.
Love 30. Kostyuk threatening a double break here as Paolini misses the first serve. As mentioned, the winner to play the Noskova or Mertens. Who were you tipping ahead of that one, Jill?
A little bit Noskova, I think, especially after the last round as Kostyuk hits the return backhand into the net. So 15-30. I think the way Noskova played against Keys was, because I thought Keys was playing so good, and I thought Keys was maybe going to come away with that, but Noskova actually sometimes was outpowering Keys on the baseline.
Which takes some doing, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, my pick, Keys, bowing out to that excellent performance, and as we see an inside-in winner from Marta Kostyuk to move to 15-40 here.
15-40.
I can tell you that Jill's pre-match feelings are being borne out right now with Linda Noskova having taken the first by 6 games to 3. Early stages of the second. More break points here for Kostyuk. This time the return is long.
Yeah, Paolini now, at least on the deuce side, targeting that backhand side, using that down the tee serve, and she got 2 back-to-back return mistakes right away from Kostyuk.
But still trouble for the Italian potentially here. 30-40. Needs the serve. She gets it. Backhand return from Kostyuk, who steps back to hammer a forehand inside out. Now a backhand cross court. That's a little wild though. And Paolini holds, rather saves the second break point to move to deuce.
That's what Paulini needs, is to be able to somehow construct the point in a way where she can set up her forehand and try and get these points so she can dictate more on the forehand side.
That's the serve again, a chipped return this time from Kostyuk. We've been used to her absolutely pulverising the ball, but that's another point that's gone the way of Jasmine Paolini if she can keep it to just the one break. How quickly things can shift here on the grass. And there isn't a lot of grass, frankly, around the baseline area because of the heat we've had, wearing a little more quickly than it would usually. Short return, Paolini's at the net, and Kostyuk's attempt at the pass on the angle is wide, so that's a big hold. Just how big remains to be seen for the former finalist here at Wimbledon, but from 15-40, Jill, that was an important hold of serve for the Italian.
Yeah, a big fight back, because I think when she went down 50-40, Paolini just dropped her shoulders a little bit. I mean, she's very well aware tactically to go more to the backhand side. It's easier said than done when, especially with how quick Kostyuk is on the baseline. She's really fast to be able to get that forehand as soon as she has any.
A little bit wet, but now it's like when it's dry, it's.
I'm just listening to Paolini a little bit, not quite sure. Maybe she's asking for another towel. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, she said it was a little bit wet, and now it's a bit too dry, I think.
But what I was saying was the quickness of Kostyuk on the baseline. I mean, she can easily get the forehand if you take any pace off, and that just puts so much pressure on. But I like what Paolini did from 15-40 down every single ball, trying to get it to the backhand side, and she was able to fight through that game.
Marta Kostyuk, as many players have been wont to do during the sweltering conditions this fortnight, donning the ice snake at the change of ends, but she's now up out of her chair, marching purposefully to the far end of this sunlit centre court. Still has the break, of course. It might have been 2.
Thank you, ladies
but
and
she's
gentlemen.
also got the faster
Please, the players are ready.
new balls. We've been playing 28 minutes. Kostyuk with the 4-3 lead. 2 service holes away from bagging the opening set. And so far, she has continued the kind of form that has so impressed in these championships. She owns 3 singles titles, a couple of them back-to-back on the clay this season, but that is an inauspicious start to this game. It's a double fault to give Paolini an in her bid to restore parity here. She was also runner-up at the start of the season on hard court, Kostyuk, losing to the world #1, Aryna Sabalenka, in Brisbane, having beaten Jessica Pegula and Amanda Anisimova, who of course was finalist here 12 months ago, losing to Swiatek. Both of those players long since departed. Ace out wide from Kostyuk as she moves to 30-15.
Yeah, it's amazing. Actually, she hasn't played that many tournaments this year, and it was a lot of after that final she made in Brisbane before the Australian Open. She actually got a little bit injured and hurt herself.
Block return from Paolini, but that's going to drift wide and long.
And at that moment, she was pretty discouraged because she actually had an amazing tournament in Brisbane, losing to Sabalenka in that final. So she felt like she had started the season so well. She was so happy with her off season and getting ready to start the beginning of the year, but obviously recovered fast, and now she's been unbelievable. Had that winning streak going into the clay court season, into Roland Garros.
She had a fine junior pedigree as well, Kostyuk. Wow. I mean, when she connects with those forehands, it really is breathtaking. That was another one. It just flew like a blur over the net for a winner, and you heard those gasps from the crowd as if to say, wow, that really was wonderful timing again as she holds in style for 5-3. But she was a #2 junior, Kostyuk. She was an Australian Open junior champion. And she's got a lot of shots in her locker, as we've seen. But there's real intent, isn't there? There's real energy about her approach to the sport. And of course, Paolini has similar sort of attributes. But at the moment, she's on the back foot here, serving to save the set at 3-5 from the Royal box end. The backhand this time into the net. And Kostyuk just looking to the crystal clear blue skies with a hint of exasperation that she couldn't make that return. And I think she'll be pretty happy overall with the level she's bringing thus far. She crouches low, swivels her racket a couple of times, then hits the backhand return, but the serve is long, and Paolini collects the same ball and will serve with it again. Backhand return, forehand from Paolini, right onto the baseline. Kostyuk with the defensive lob, but the smash is put away. More like a drive volley, really, from the Italian for 30 love.
And that's where she most of the time likes to hit that swing volley, is on the cross court. It's the one she trusts the most, and ended up back-footing Kostyuk, but great move from Paolini again to just take that ball out of the air.
The first Italian woman to make a Wimbledon singles final, Paolini, in the Open era when she played Krejcikova 2 years ago. This is her third Grand Slam quarterfinal, hoping for a third semi-final. So when she does go deep, she goes very deep, as Kostyuk is long with the return.
Smart from Paolini, just using a little bit more kick on that second serve. Kostyuk trying to still find that range on that backhand return. Hasn't found it yet, but she's not backing down. She's still going after it.
She's got a bit of license in this game, hasn't she, before she contemplates serving for the set, which seems likely, although, as I say that, Paolini nets with her forehand up the line. The first player to make a Grand Slam quarterfinal, Paolini, having been bageled in the opening set of a tournament since Garbin Muguruza at the Australian Open. That was 6.5 years ago. So it wasn't the ideal opening, but since then, it's been a different story. But at the moment, she's got problems to solve, even if she holds here, and that's a good deep return that's got Paolini on the stretch at the baseline. Then she wallops her own backhand down the centre. Shorter ball, she went after it up the line, but the net gets in the way.
Well, I like that time at least Paolini covered the forehand down the line. The winners that we've been seeing off Kostyuk's racket have mainly been the forehand down the line. That time Paolini did well to defend against that pace, but it was a smart shot from Kostyuk just to change it up at the last moment with the slice.
There's quite a disparity in terms of success on second serve in this set. Paolini down at 46%, her opponent winning 3 out of 4 when she misses the first. And when Kostyuk has landed the first, well, she's won 10 out of 11. So that is a very polished service display from the Ukrainian thus far, as she squash shots her way into this rally and then unleashes the power again with that forehand up the line for deuce.
Well, Paolini trying to catch her off guard by throwing in the second serve to the forehand, and Kostyuk again a clever shot, just chipping it back in play. Probably not the right shot selection from Paolini on the forehand to go to the cross court right into Kostyuk's strength. That forehand again down the line winner.
This game has become complicated now for the Italian, from 40 love to deuce, with Kostyuk just 2 points away from bagging this set as she slices the backhand into the net and then hands on hips, teapot-like. Wasn't happy with that one, but
I think she was surprised how much time she had on that ball.
Yeah, almost too much. Sometimes it doesn't pay to think too long in this sport. When you can be instinctive, that's often when you're playing your best stuff. As Paolini moves to game point, backhand return from Kostyuk, who skips across the baseline to hit the forehand cross court, and Paolini's missing up the line, and a rather frustrated look from her as she saw that ball land wide. Just covering her face for a moment, trying to regroup right at the near end of centre court under the royal box in the shadowed part.
I like this though from Paolini, just taking a couple extra seconds. She still had 15 seconds on the shot clock, just took the full of it.
Almost a Sharapova-esque timeout, that, wasn't it? Back to the court, just trying to regather herself, because things aren't quite going to plan at the moment. She's at deuce, it's a second serve, it's a forehand return from Kostyuk, and she is absolutely all over those like a rash. When Paolini's missing with the first, more often than not, she's getting punished, and it's a set point. And you have to say, on the balance of play, Kostyuk has merited this position to clinch the opener. 3-5 advantage. Backhand return from Marta Kostyuk. Off forehand from Paolini's long. There's the set for the player from Ukraine. Breaking new ground at the championships. Never been past the third round before this year. Now She's halfway to the Wimbledon semi-finals. What a polished set of tennis that was. High velocity, beautiful hitting, confident play from Kostyuk, and she takes it in 36 minutes by 6 games to 3.
What an excellent set of tennis from Kostyuk, and it was tight in the beginning, these first 4 or 5 games. So close. I think the difference for me, Kostyuk actually had applied some pressure to the Paolini serve right from the beginning. I mean, Paolini's first couple service games were tight. It took her a while to be able to get through and hold, and just that little added pressure. I mean, first serve points won 91% from Kostyuk and 75% on the second serve. Paolini's second serve is struggling quite a bit. She's only winning 40% from that side. Only 4 winners from the Italian, 11 from Kostyuk, and a few more unforced errors from Paolini as well. I think, you know what, I just want to maybe harp a little bit on the serve of Paolini. It's not like she's serving poorly, but I feel like she's just struggling to get it to the backhand side of Kostyuk, because when she does, she's more in the point. She's getting a couple free points with some return mistakes from the backhand, but I feel like her natural swing on the second serve, she's actually been, it's difficult for her to get it away from the Kostyuk forehand, and it puts her in danger right away.
She couldn't have played much better on this centre court debut. In her quarter-final debut at the championship, she's absolutely taken to it like the proverbial duck to water after inevitably a few early nerves were quickly expelled. And now the question is, can she maintain this standard? If she can, then Paolini,
thank you, ladies and gentlemen,
is going to find life difficult.
Second set.
But Paolini has recovered from a set deficit already in this tournament, so there's still plenty of time for her to find her best form. She's going to need to, by the looks of things, the way Kostyuk's playing in this, their 4th meeting, their first on the grass, and by far and away their most prestigious. And we're ready to go again. A buzz around this centre court. I think they were thoroughly enjoying the shot making in that opening set, particularly from the racket of Marta Kostyuk, the world number 13, standing at 5'9" tall. Good return from Paolini, a slightly mishit +1 from Kostyuk, but the rally's on, the slice from her, taking the pace off for once, and then Paolini, not for the first time, maybe just unsettled by that differently weighted ball as she goes long with her forehand.
Well, I also think when Kostyuk is using the slice, she's usually using it in a very a clever way. She's setting it up so it's forcing Paolini to want to hit to Kostyuk's forehand.
Into the net goes Kostyuk, everything working for her so far. 15-love, first game of set 2. Forehand return, slice from the Ukrainian. The Italian goes cross-court with her backhand. Plenty of venom on that. And again, but she's just making a few too many unforced errors, isn't she, Jill?
And I think they're just the different pace, too, the different rhythm. A slice and then all of a sudden hitting with a lot more pace through the ball. Just that slight change in rhythm can cause some unforced errors.
And when you're behind and you're being outplayed as she is at the moment, and that rather underlines it, a clean ace down the centre, there's that tendency to almost try too hard, to push a little bit too hard,
and
then
you start thinking more.
When you're overdoing it, you're not quite finding the accuracy you need. Kostyuk in a hurry to 40-love, and that's another huge serve out wide, 115 miles an hour, which almost knocked the racket clean out of Paolini's hand. And Kostyuk starting the second set as she finished the first emphatically. 1-love, and by a set to love, 6 games to 3. As we see the forehand quality, which rather underlines the point, Jill.
Yeah, so the forehand quality, it takes into consideration the speed off the ground, the spin, the depth the players are getting, how they're able to spread the court with the width. And Kostyuk right now at 9.7. And the highest is 9.9, so that is huge. And Paolini just at 5.8. And normally Paolini is the one, I mean, her forehand has a lot of weight behind it normally, but that's how much more Kostyuk is striking the ball with so much more pace and depth. It's unbelievable.
Amazing stat for Kostyuk. Hard to see how she won't emerge victorious if she can maintain that quality of forehand. The backhand here doesn't quite go to plan. dribbling off the strings of her racket at the baseline as Paolini moves to 15 love. Love won in the second set.
At this stage, you would feel like it would be Kostyuk that would be the one that would have to have just a slight dip because she's playing that well. That's a good serve, a kick out wide to the backhand to get the error. So 30 love for Paolini.
We're in the early stages of set 2, by the way, on court 1 in the other women's quarterfinal today. Linda Noskova, as we mentioned, took the first against Elise Mertens 6-3, 1-2 in the second set. The winner of that to play the winner of this for a place in the final. Miss hit from Paolini, and that has ballooned off her racket. High, long, and not too handsome, unfortunately, from her point of view. But she still has 30-15. Vital from her point of view that she hangs tough in the early stages of this set, because Kostyuk has enjoyed a real purple patch to this point. She's right up on the baseline as the Ukrainian, walloping the forehand. Wow, we've seen her nail a couple of those today. This time it's just a little wide, to the relief of the Italian.
Yeah, it's the first one I think she's missed on that forehand return, and that still does put pressure on the Paolini serve. No, she can't just soften that second serve into the box.
40-15. Only winning 62% of her first serve points, Paolini. Kostyuk barely missing one. But she has held this time. And some encouraging applause for the Italian, who needs a bit of help, I think, from the crowd right now, in her bid to at least match her achievement from a couple of years ago when she went all the way to the final, played brilliantly. Hasn't been the best of seasons, but of course her happiest memories, I guess, have come here at Wimbledon. She also made the final of the French the same year, losing to Swiatek. But right now, under the pump because of the quality of Kostyuk. 1 game all second set. First set to the Ukrainian by 6 games to 3. Wallops a forehand cross court, comes into the net, doesn't have to play the volley because Paolini, who's getting ever more frustrated with her body language, misses into the net.
Well, it's a little bit of change-up from Kostyuk using the forehand cross angle there on that short ball. Just back-footed Paolini slightly.
Everything she's doing right now seems to be coming off for her. And again, that serve just too heavy for Paolini to handle.
I think also the way she's serving, I mean, it's tough to see a breakthrough for Paolini right now. She's just so accurate with her serving, hitting her spots really beautifully.
13 out of 14 first serve points won, speaks for itself. Paolini, in contrast, 18 out of 29. Goes to the wide serve this time from the far end. 4 bounces of the ball ahead of the second for Marta Kostyuk. And it is a very aesthetically pleasing service action she has, very smooth, all in one motion as Paolini comes to the net, trying to make things happen, but the forehand volley wasn't threatening to go over the net.
I like that play, though, from Paolini. Took the second serve a lot earlier, a lot more aggressive point overall. It's just too good of a pass.
Game points Kostyuk, who's not really being troubled on serve. She hasn't faced a break point. She hasn't really looked like facing one, to be honest, so far. Will the gravity of the occasion get to her at some point? That's another question. If she does get close, will that begin to affect her as Paolini comes up with a return winner just to give her opponent a little payback?
Well, I like this because now she's getting way more aggressive on the second serve. She's starting to smile a little bit out there, just trying to relax.
Yeah. Things can run away from you at a rate of knots sometimes. And that was nice to see Paolini just showing a little more of a relaxed demeanor, but it hasn't helped in terms of winning a Kostyuk service game. It's another comfortable hold for the Ukrainian to 15 for 2-1 in the second.
I also think this is a difficult situation for Paolini as far as, you know, when you're trying to get into this match. I mean, I don't necessarily feel like Kostyuk's given her a lot of rhythm. It's either been a massive shot or a mistake on the return. So there's not many rallies when you just are trying to find your rhythm to get back into the match. So it can be tough to find your form. And I already liked how Paolini was getting more aggressive, trying to take her chance a bit more on the second serve. But I mean, just watching this matchup, Phil, I mean, we know Kostyuk before this tournament didn't necessarily feel the most comfortable on the grass. And the way she's playing, I almost feel like I get the sense that she might come away from this tournament and feeling grass might be one of her favorites, best surfaces, one of her favorite surfaces.
Well, the way things are going, absolutely. But as you say, not much really to go on in terms of previous grass court success. She hadn't won a match on this surface since the 2024 championships. Last season she was love and 3 on the grass, and this is her 25th tour level quarterfinal, and it's her first on the grass, so that'll give you an indication that
Thank you, ladies and
in
gentlemen.
terms of previous experience on this particular surface, which is so different from the clay where she has excelled greatly this year. Very little to go on, but you wouldn't think so, the way she's playing right now. Forehand approach from Paolini on the stretch. She makes the angle volley, but it sits up invitingly for Kostyuk to hammer it away on the angle for another winner.
A very fast movement to the ball. As soon as she knew that she was able to dip it to the feet well enough to Paolini on the volley, she already got a head start up to that shot. She's just really quick on top of the ball.
Been no sense of any sort of mental letdown, has there, from the first set? On the contrary, if anything, she's cranking it up, Kostyuk, putting a lot of pressure on Paolini, who misses the first serve. And again, Kostyuk all over the second serve with a massive off return on the forehand. But Paolini defended it well, and she's in this rally, trying to fight fire with fire here. She plays the drop shot, Paolini, to bring Kostyuk in. And Kostyuk on the angle misses with the short ball, but that was not by much, by the way, hence the close call on the screen to the far left of the court. But it was good to see Paolini trying something different there.
Yeah, I like that. That was really quick thinking, good drop shot. I mean, Kostyuk was still there. I almost feel like she ran into the ball, actually. She was too fast.
15 all. Just get the sense that Paolini's hanging on a bit at the moment.
Yeah.
But things can change rapidly. But that's not going to help her cause.
Well, I was just going to even add, after Kostyuk missed that shot on the drop shot, you saw the look on Paolini's face, and you just got the sense that she felt like she got away with one there, that it wasn't necessarily a point that she felt like she should have won.
And now the double fault to put her under greater pressure at 15-30. She lands the first serve this time, then the backhand to the forehand inside in from Kostyuk, who skips across that baseline and wallops another forehand happily for Paolini. This one is overdone. It's 30 all.
I mean, that point was still on Kostyuk's racket, and her reaction was just that she pulled off that ball, just lifted up on the forehand.
And indeed, the match feels at the moment on the Ukrainian's racket. She's playing beautifully. 30 all, putting pressure on again. Shortish return, and Paolini, and maybe that is a result of the pressure that's been applied, you know, just maybe rushing that shortish forehand return into the net, giving her opponent the chance to get the break in this second set. The crowd trying to lift the Italian here, because this match is threatening to get away from her. 30-40, 1-2, a set behind to Marta Kostyuk. Forehand return, break point here for the player from Ukraine, goes up the line with the backhand, and it's long from Paolini, who rather stoops down in almost despair at the far end of the court, and then discards the spare ball with an air of resignation, because Marta Kostyuk really is coming on strong here. Setting the break advantage, Jill, 3-1 in the second.
I mean, well, if you take the combination of Kostyuk's power that she's shown and aggression she's shown from the beginning, along with her quickness, I mean, that's why Paolini made those couple mistakes.
And Kostyuk's not hanging around either. There's an intimidating speed about the way she's going about her business.
And Paolini just feels like she has to go for so much. I mean, she's capable of it, but over the course of this match, it's built, I think, in this set and a half.
Kostyuk in complete control right now. And I guess the challenge for her is to just stay in the moment, not get ahead of herself, given the prize on offer, a Wimbledon semi-final, which she hopes she'll achieve to match her performance at the French Open, and then she can have designs on going further. As Paolini finds the net, Kostyuk in pretty nifty time moves to 30 love, 3-1 behind the break.
Well, you got to think that that French Open semifinal definitely helped to prepare her to handle this moment today.
That's certainly the way it's looking right now. Blocked return from Paolini. Can she get a foothold here? Well, that's a rare unforced error from the racket of the Ukrainian player.
It was a very off-pace return, just a chip return down the center of the court from Paolini.
Maybe she needs to start throwing in a bit of junk, mess with Kostyuk's head a bit, because at the moment the tactics are not working for her. 30-15. Into the net goes Marta Kostyuk, the 12th seed, against the 13th. The return down the centre of the court, and now Paolini's on the move at the baseline, goes cross-court and then the backhand. That's good depth on that one, a slight mishit from Kostyuk. Paolini climbs into another forehand. She's in charge of this rally at the moment. Kostyuk with the slice. Paolini thought about coming in there, step back, hits the backhand up the line. Now a forehand cross-court, the squash shot from Kostyuk, who for once is on the back foot in a lengthy exchange, but she's defending brilliantly. Off forehand from Paolini, who surely has to win this point, the way she's bossed it, and eventually Kostyuk is ground down into the error on the backhand. But what an exchange that was, and how hard, Jill, did Paolini have to work just to win a point there?
Yes, very hard. It was great defending from Kostyuk, but better patience, I think, from Paolini, that almost taking pace off that entire rally, but still overall good aggression from her. Kept her margins a little bit better and just tried to move Kostyuk around the court. That's the type of rally she needed to find that rhythm.
It was the longest of the match at 20 strokes. Maybe that could be a catalyst for Paolini. Kostyuk at 30 all. She's not faced a break point in the match, and she won't here. The serve's too big.
That's a big serve at that moment. As soon as you feel like Paolini maybe was gaining a little bit of ground, just to shut it down for Kostyuk to come up with a big serve.
And she's still only dropped 2 points behind it. 16 out of 18. And she's only dropped 4 points behind her second. That's a measure of how much in control she's been on serve. This is about as difficult as it's got for Kostyuk. 30 all to now gain point with that big serve. Goes for the big one out wide this time. Paolini watches that fly past her left ear, but it's missing the court. So half a chance here, maybe for Paolini on the second serve, to try and get it to juice. Backhand return, forehand from Kostyuk, forehand from Paolini cross court. Kostyuk goes up the line and misses. Maybe, just maybe, she's beginning to feel a little bit more pressure.
You're starting to see just a couple more mistakes off Kostyuk's racket. It was a good change-up from Paolini going for the shorter part of the court.
This is undoubtedly the most challenging service game that Kostyuk has faced so far. Forehand approach from her, half volley pick up at the net. Is she passed? Oh, wow! She's made the follow-up volley on the forehand. It's gone into the net and dropped in. And that is not going to improve Paolini's mood as Kostyuk just clenches her fist. What a big point that was.
And a gutsy play, too, from Kostyuk. She just came forward out of nowhere. It wasn't the best short ball to come in on, but just applied that pressure. Unreal volley.
To bring up game point. Goes for the big ace out wide. 118 mph, but missing. And if she can hold here, well, that's another major hurdle overcome in her bid to make the Wimbledon semi-finals here on centre court on day 10 of the championships, live on the Wimbledon radio channel. Paolini's on the defensive. Short ball should be put away. It wasn't. And Paolini had half the chance of the pass there, but she drops her head in despair again because she's bulged the net with it. And Kostyuk gets out of an awkward game for once on serve and moves ever closer to the last four of the championships. 4-1 in the second and by a set to love, Jill.
Wow. I mean, I just feel like the thing that comes to mind for Kostyuk right now, I just feel like she's an absolute force and she's just, normally I see her come in a lot more, and I think I would have expected this, especially on the grass on this surface, but the way she's powering through her ground strokes, but she's picking and choosing when all of a sudden just to fly forward. And at moments where maybe like that last game, it was a much tighter service game, and all of a sudden she threw Paolini a completely different look by hitting and coming forward, forcing Paolini to try and go for more. And it just keeps that in your head about what Kostyuk's going to do. I mean, she has just been a force already in this match.
The force is most definitely with her. Are you a Star Wars fan, Jill?
I am a big Star Wars fan, yeah.
What's your favourite?
Oof.
There's been about 20
actually.
now,
I know,
haven't
there's
there?
been so many, yeah. I don't know, maybe Return of the older ones. I like the first ones.
The originals.
Yeah, originals,
Return of the Jedi.
Return of the
Empire Strikes
Jedi,
Back.
yeah. They're all good. You?
I'm not really, to be honest.
Really?
I'm not a sci-fi fan in particular.
I normally am not, but
The exception is The Fly with Jeff Goldblum.
Oh, yeah,
I do
okay,
like that.
yeah.
But that's almost more like sci-fi horror. Not for the faint-hearted. Be afraid. Be very afraid.
Yeah.
Right now, Jasmine Paolini might be a little afraid at the way this match is going. Away from her at a rate of knots. But she does hit an off-forehand winner with the +1. And the previous game, certainly, Jill, will give Paolini just a little bit of hope that she can still lay a glove on the Kostyuk serve, which has been so difficult for her to do thus far. 15 love here. Obviously must take care of her own serve here, otherwise the game is surely up. Forehand from Kostyuk on the stretch. Can't reach that one. A clean winner from the racket of the Italian.
yeah, and I think at this stage, even though it's a very significant scoreline for Kostyuk, you never know what Kostyuk's going to be feeling. A new experience for her here at Wimbledon, playing on center court in the quarterfinals, and now Paolini's starting to lift her level a little bit.
Yeah, there's just a very slightly different feel about this at the moment, but Marta Kostyuk is still well in charge, and that's another huge forehand, which Paolini did well to absorb to stay in the rally, and then Kostyuk up the line, missing with the attempted pass as Paolini moves to 40 love, and the crowd, I'm sure, would love to see a three-set thriller, and so there's plenty of love at the moment for the Italian, the former finalist here, in her bid to turn this around. It's going to take a huge effort to do it with the way Marta Kostyuk is playing, but you just never know. If the Ukrainian starts to feel a few nerves in sight of what would be one of the biggest wins of her life, well, no sign of it there. She's absolutely drilled that off forehand. It's a play we've seen from her so many times today, and almost invariably she's nailed it.
I love that, though. For Paolini serve, 40 love, second serve. Don't let her give an inch, and just still going after that aggression.
We've still not been on court for an hour yet, and Kostyuk coming on strong again, but this time it's wide, and so Paolini does hold to 15, just discards the spare ball right under the royal box in the shady area. She goes for the towel and looks to build on what was a more encouraging game when receiving just now, when she had Kostyuk at 30 all, and that's about as good as it's got for Paolini. That's a measure of how brilliantly the Ukrainian has served today so far. She's only dropped 7 points behind her serve in the match, and only 2 of those behind the first serve. She's missing the first this time, 4-2, 2 service holds away from the semis at the championships. Forehand return, cross court from Paolini. Up the line goes Kostyuk, hits the baseline. Paolini defends it well on the backhand, and now a forehand up the line from her. Now an off forehand from Paolini as they trade on the diagonal. Now the backhand from Paolini, and Kostyuk with a slight miss hit. But Paolini on the backhand, finding a nice angle there. Then the forehand inside in is a winner. And there's no doubt that Paolini is playing the best tennis of the match right now for her.
That's excellent first patient point there from Paolini, just working the point and constructing the point a lot better instead of going for that huge strike that she was earlier on, just testing Kostyuk.
She took that forehand winner really early. That would have felt good, and there's just a little bit more pressure being applied now, and you can kind of feel that. 1 or 2 more errors creeping into Kostyuk's game. She misses the first serve. She's at love 15 here. And it's a double fault, just to rather illustrate that point that There is a slight sea change underway here on centre, it seems.
Yeah, I think you can feel that Kostyuk is feeling it a little bit. And before she even stepped up to the line in the beginning, her last service game, she was tested as well.
Love 30. This is certainly riches for Paolini on the Kostyuk serve. She blocks the return into play, but it's a clean winner nevertheless from Marta Kostyuk into the open space.
That was a tough forehand to hit too, because she had to hit up on the ball. Paolini's return was very low, but she controlled it well.
This is the point of the match where you are tested mentally as much as physically. Kostyuk trying to stay in the moment here and hammering away an inside-in forehand winner as she steadies the ship most impressively from love 30 to 30 all.
That was really nice and calm. Because of that return, she had so much time to think about what shot to hit, and she stayed really focused.
30 all, 4-2 with the break in the second set. If she takes care of her own serve, the semi-final berth will be hers. Misses with the first this time. Paolini swaying from side to side, crouching low just outside the baseline. Again, Kostyuk not satisfied with the ball toss. She resets. Now she's ready. Forehand return on the angle from Paolini, who then hammers a backhand down the centre of the court. Good depth on that. She's really beginning to match her opponent in terms of weight of shot and depth of shot. But has she left herself enough time as she misses frustratingly wide on the forehand, and you can see how annoyed she is just when she was building up a head of steam there.
It was again a use of the slice at such a crucial time from Kostyuk, just to change it up on Paolini.
And from love 30 to 40-30, and if Kostyuk can hold here, she will be very, very close, tantalizingly so, to her first Wimbledon semi-final. Into the net she goes with her first. That ball swiftly tided away by the brilliant ball staff here. Backhand return from Paolini, a little short. Forehand approach from Kostyuk, that's too good. Paolini rushed into a very long error from the baseline. And Marta Kostyuk closing in. She leads 6-3, 5-2, and got out of a hole there, Jill, impressively from love 30.
But how smart is Kostyuk being about, again, picking the perfect time to apply just that little added pressure. It wasn't necessarily the best ball to come forward on, but she hit a short ball. She just decided to hit and come in, and then just that different look. Paolini can see her out of the corner of her eye. All of a sudden you think about that you have to make the backhand a little bit better. Now you have to come up with a passing shot instead of just feeling comfortable to get the ball back into the court. It's just really smart shot selection.
Meanwhile, over on court one, which of course will provide the opposition for whoever wins here this afternoon on centre. Linda Noskova took the first set against Elise Mertens 6-3, 4-all in the second, with Mertens having to work hard to try and hold onto her serve at deuce in the 9th game of that second set. The moment of truth for Marta Kostyuk within one game of matching her performance at the French Open when she made the semi-finals and lost to eventual champion Mira Andreeva. It's been a pitch-perfect display from her so far today, serving magnificently and striking her ground strokes, particularly on the forehand side, with breathtaking velocity at times. Jasmine Paolini has certainly upped her level, as she had to do, to try and turn things her way, and she did have love 30 just now on the Marta Kostyuk serve, and you just felt that there was a slight change in the dynamic, but Kostyuk stood up to that pressure to hold, and now it's Paolini, the Italian, the former finalist here, serving to save the match at 2-5. Down the line she goes with the forehand, then plays the drop shot, bringing Kostyuk in, and on the angle, she can't quite make that. And it was another good play from Paolini, identical actually, Jill, to what she did earlier in this set.
It was actually incredible control on the drop shot, because Kostyuk had gotten a lot of pace on the backhand, and it was perfectly executed drop shot
15 love. Paolini, of course, must ask the question of Kostyuk here by holding her own serve. Plant that seed of doubt. Because surely Kostyuk would feel the extra pressure of serving for the match. She may not have to if she continues to wallop shots like that. A backhand this time up the line, which went laser-like for a winner. She really has struck the ball beautifully this afternoon, as she's done throughout this tournament, transferring that brilliant clay court form onto the grass. And as I say that, a very rare shank from the racket of Marta Kostyuk. That is not something we've seen very often from her today.
Well, I love that, the fact that she just chipped that return back in play to get the point started, and she got the exact ball that she needed. It was a surprise that she mishit that forehand.
30-15. Paolini will get another go at the first serve. Just their fourth meeting, but as Jill pointed out earlier, the previous three were a long time ago, really. 2022, 2023. A lot of water under the bridge for both since then. A lot of success, of course, Paolini with 2 Grand Slam finals, but she's long with the forehand, the Italian. And the room to maneuver for her getting ever smaller. 30-all, 2-5, serving to save this quarter-final. Marta Kostyuk, who'd never been past the third round of the championships before this year. 2 points away from the semis. And the serve is missed, and that has normally spelt trouble today for Jasmine Paolini. Winning 43% of her second serve point. She badly needs this one, but it's a great return right onto the baseline. The drop shot on the backhand is a winner from Marta Kostyuk, and a little understated clench of the fist as she moves to within a point of progression here at the championships.
What a confident return from Kostyuk.
We've only been playing 68 minutes here on centre court. Marta Kostyuk with match point. Paolini serves out wide. A blocked return is wide from Kostyuk. Well played, Paolini. That was clutch.
Yeah, great serve, good location, just a little bit more angle and pace on the first serve.
Can she somehow emerge unscathed from this game and ask the question of her opponent in the next? Backhand return from Kostyuk, who'd love to get it done here and now to avoid that trauma. But Paolini is netting with the backhand. She just cannot afford to do that at this stage of the game. And Marta Kostyuk will get a second chance to put this quarter-final to bed. Up on her toes and now crouching low for a moment, then upright and then low again, swiveling that blue racket of hers. Match point number 2 for Marta Kostyuk to move into the semi-finals of the championships. Backhand from Paolini, forehand slightly mishit from Kostyuk. Paolini launches herself into that forehand. Now she's at the net, and she's passed. She can't make the volley. And Marta Kostyuk is down on her knees under the royal box. Delighted to have broken new ground here at the Wimbledon Championships. Marta Kostyuk of Ukraine has played beautifully, and she's made the semi-finals for the first time. What a display of power hitting and brilliant serving, and it is the triple pirouette from Marta Kostyuk. That's become her signature. What a display. She's taken down the former Wimbledon finalist, Jasmine Paolini, and she's done it in fine style in 1 hour and 9 minutes, 6-3, 6-2. Jasmine Paolini, as she is wont to do, is all smiles as she leaves the court, waving to all corners of the centre court crowd, who give her a fine ovation. But today, Jill, she was simply outplayed from pretty much start to finish.
Yeah, it was just an absolutely incredible performance from Kostyuk. At the beginning of the match seemed like it was going to just be a tight match from the start with the way both of them were playing, but Kostyuk, her level was out of this world, and I think the way she was striking the ball from the ground with the power, I think the smartness and the quick thinking, as soon as she knew Paolini was maybe starting to find a little bit more form, she changed it up, then all of a sudden came charging forward. I just think that the way with how clever she was out there and the way she was just performing so cleanly, it was outstanding.
Even Her Majesty the Queen looked impressed. That was quite a display,
Everyone
wasn't it?
should be impressed.
And all aspects of her game. The serve was the bedrock of the performance, but the quality of the returning, quite brilliant. And we're going to hear from...
Well, Marta, huge congratulations. Sunshine, centre court and a place in the semi-finals. A brilliant performance. How special a day is this for you?
Well, first of all, hello, centre court. First time playing on this unbelievable court, and obviously dream come true. Winning here was not even in the plans today. I just wanted to go out, enjoy, and put on a good show. It's always incredible to play in front of packed stadium, and here I feel like it's always packed. So thank you so much, guys, for your energy today.
In terms of your performance out there, you did this in brilliant quick time, and on a hot day, that is important because you've got so little time to recover for what will be your first semi-final here at Wimbledon.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm sure people are happy with the weather in London, but not us on court. Yeah, it's back-to-back. I play again tomorrow, but you know, I'm excited to be back here and play in front of you again.
You've waited a while to say hello, centre court, but when you're out here, did you come and have a look at centre court beforehand? Because it's a different process getting onto this court than some of the outside ones.
100%. I mean, thank God my coach made me walk here yesterday. I was flabbergasted by this entrance and everything inside. I was like, wow, I need one day to recover from what I saw. Yeah, I was on this court as spectator once 9 years ago, watching Roger. Yeah, it was super special, and to be back here as a player, and yeah, I made like a walk of honor on the center court, and I sat beside it and took a moment, soak it all in, and soaking in again now here after a win.
Well, center court certainly suits you. You're back here tomorrow. Put your hands together, Marta Kostyuk.
Well, what a performance that was. I don't think there can have been too many better than that in these championships. Marta Kostyuk was absolutely brilliant all the way through, and well, 9 years ago, Jill, she was watching the great Roger Federer strut his stuff, and now she is emulating
I
him.
love that, and I love that she has those memories, and that, you know, you can bring those back when you're actually stepping out on center court. I do love the fact that she came out here, her coach Sandra coming out here and making her experience center court, having not played here before. I think that's huge. You see a lot of players do that. It does make a big difference just to feel it, just to feel the atmosphere, because it is a very intimate court overall compared to the other center courts. So that's such a good tactic to use. But her performance, I mean, it's just mind-blowing how well she played. It was unbelievable.
It really was. It was terrific stuff, and if she can maintain those standards, well, every chance she could go on to become a Wimbledon champion. Just to bring you up to date with developments on number one court, who will she play? Will it be Linda Noskova or Elise Mertens? Well, Noskova, as we noted, the first set 6-3, 5-all in the second set. And next up here on our dedicated centre court channel, it is a match which I think we are all very excited about. Flavio Cobolli of Italy against Britain's Arthur Ferry. What an adventure he's had to get to the quarterfinals. Can he go one step further? It'll be the Barrys to bring it to you. Milnes and Cowan will be stepping into the chairs very shortly. But for now, from Jill and myself from centre court, it's a very good afternoon to you.
Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on on the Wimbledon radio channel. Live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel. Live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Up on the Wimbledon radio channel. Live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel. Live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Up on the Wimbledon radio channel. Live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel. Live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Up on the Wimbledon radio channel. Live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel. Live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Up on the Wimbledon radio channel. Live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel. Live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Up on the Wimbledon radio channel. Live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel. Live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Up on the Wimbledon radio channel. Live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel. Live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Up on the Wimbledon radio channel. Live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel. Live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming Wimbledon radio channel. Live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel. Live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Up on the Wimbledon radio channel. Live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel. Live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Up on the Wimbledon radio channel. Live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel. Live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match.
Welcome once again to Centre Court. Barry Milnes alongside Barry Cowan for what is going to be an intriguing men's quarter-final match featuring the world number 10, the 10th seed, Flavio Cobolli, a runner-up at Roland Garros just a few weeks ago. The second of numerous Italians in the top 100, behind Yannick Sinner, of course, the world number 1. But about to play the British wildcard, Arthur Ferry, the local lad, grew up in Wimbledon, and has taken these championships by storm. How well he has played, enjoying the fortnight of his life. And he has just, if I can see clearly on the picture, been introduced to Her Majesty Queen Camilla before he walks out onto this great stage for the second time. She wished him luck, and he thanked Her Majesty for that. He'll have her support, he'll have the support of the vast majority, no doubt, on centre court when he takes on the Italian. Taking him on for the second time after a meeting at the start of the year in Australia, which he won. The doors are being opened. Here they come. Arthur Ferry given a hero's welcome back to centre court. 2 days after seeing off Grigor Dimitrov, he marches out, strides out with his bright red tennis bag, 2 of them in fact, that he's now put to the sides of his chair. 2 chairs that he has to the left side of the umpire's chair if you were sitting on that. That's where Arnaud Gabas of France will be sitting as the umpire for this encounter. Flavio Cobolli coming out just behind him, his white tennis bags now one on the ground, one on one of those chairs, and the Wimbledon towels very much to the fore as they settle in, get themselves ready for this, well, surprising encounter, to say the least, because although they met at the start of the year in Australia, Ferry able to win that when Cobolli wasn't feeling 100%, stomach issue for him, but still commendable victory for Ferry away from Wimbledon to get his first Grand Slam win out there. But now on the grass court, where he really made his name the other evening against Grigor Dimitrov, it was again another match where he came from behind to win, as he's been doing all Wimbledon, and to win another match tie-break decider. It was just an incredible performance, but he looked so settled, so assured, such poise he showed on the court. And now Cobolli's the man who stands in his way as they pursue a semi-final place.
Some towel boxes on each corner of the court Arthur, could you please use the purple one? Okay, the green one for you, Flavio, all right? 4 locations for the shot clock, basically the 4 corners at the bottom of the scoreboard, so please keep an eye on them. I'm the one starting the clock manually, okay, just to give you an idea. You need to go by yourself at the towel boxes. And if you reach 6 games old final set, then you play a 10 points tie break. You got live VLC, it's making all the calls, football included, video review as well for this match. We also have some ice towers and ice bags on request. And then please do not damage the court with the racket, okay? Any questions? Nothing? Flavio, I got the rackets here or the championships? Championships, this one for him, racket for you, okay? Championships, receive? Okay, have a good match, this side, yeah. Yeah.
So Flavio Caboli from Italy, 24 years of age, has elected to receive, and as a consequence of that, Arthur Ferry has decided to switch ends. He will start this match from the royal box end in front of Her Majesty Queen Camilla and all the assembled guests in the royal box, and a packed house, no doubt, we will have around centre court. It is a beautiful afternoon once again. It is a boiling hot afternoon once again. What a Wimbledon we've had weather-wise. To go with all these great stories, none greater, Barry Cowan, than the one that Arthur has been writing through the course of his first 4 rounds to reach this quarter-final.
Yeah, good afternoon, Barry. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, what a story it has been for Ferry. And there's always one player who surprises everyone at the championships, whether it be in the gentlemen or lady singles, and I think this year it is, of course, Arthur Ferry. He lives a mile up the road, and with his mother being a member here, and I'm sure for Arthur, he's been a junior member, so he would have played plenty of times at the All England Club, whether it be indoors or on the grass, but to be able to experience centre court for the first time the other day, and the way he handled it, I think that for me was the telling factor, Barry, was that the experience of Dimitrov, he didn't handle the pressure moments anywhere near as well as someone who has been there for the very first time. He just grabbed it, he attacked it, and that's what he's got to do again today. He's the underdog. For me, the big underdog. But none of us would be here if we always knew what was going to happen.
Exactly that. Well, his route through, he came from a set down to beat Damir Juma at the start of the championships. Then he beat the Finn Otto Virtanen, who'd knocked out Shelton in the opening round. He beat him from a set down. Then he took 4 hours and 39 minutes to come back against Isu Bergs, that epic clash that they had in round 3, winning a match tie-break decider. To do that, he was down a break in that 5th set, but incredible effort from him. And again, similar story against Grigor Dimitrov, from 2 sets to 1 down on that occasion against the very popular Bulgarian, who also had the benefit of a wild card into the draw. But in winning that match, he has become the first British player ever to reach the quarterfinals of a Grand Slam as a wild card, and that is his own record. And bearing in mind, this is only his 5th Grand Slam. I think he leads all the British men who have made it to quarterfinals of Grand Slams, even quicker than, you know, Andy Murray and the like. It's a remarkable rise from him. He started the year number 189 in the rankings. He entered this draw as 114. His live ranking has now gone up to number 63. And I make it as unofficially that if he wins this match, he will be the new British number 1. He will go above Cam Norrie just, and up to around 36 in the world, which would put him very close, thinking ahead to the US Open, to a seeding in New York.
Yeah, I mean,
it's incredible.
It's incredible in how quickly he's shot up the rankings. And, but what I will add is that he struggled in his matches in terms of being able to turn that one round against Bergs, down 4-1, double break down in the 5th, obviously break down twice against Dimitrov. So how many lives have you got? And I do feel coming into this match, logic says to me he has to start well. Yeah. He has to come out here. I'm expecting him to start well, by the way. I think the crowd need to play a part. He needs to try and get that adrenaline rush early, because Caboli, a player that has impressed me so much. For me, I put him up there, one of the best movers in the sport. I think he often goes under the radar because it's not a Sinner or an Alcaraz or a Djokovic, but his movement is exceptional, and his forehand, he snaps it as hard as anyone.
Yeah, that's superpower, isn't it? From his point of view, Ferry only 5'9" tall, and yet how he has cut down some of the bigger guys against him, and he will certainly be full of confidence, no doubt, having got that win, albeit in a different court, a different venue, different surface back at the start of the year in Australia, that he might be able to follow that up again here. Caboli, just for a reminder that his run through taken just shy of 13 hours in total, so a bit less, an hour, just over an hour less than Ferry. He beat Navoni in 4 sets in the first round, Duckworth in the second round in 4 sets, Karen Khachanov in 5 sets in a 4-hour battle in the third round, and then Alex de Minaur. He dismissed the Australians so well in straights. What a reception for these two as they come head-to-head on grass for the first time after their head-to-head clash in Australia at the start of the year. The win then was Ferry's. Will there be another today for him? The British crowd will be rooting loud for him to do so and to take his place in the semi-finals. He's the first British player ever to make it as a wild card into the quarters of a Grand Slam. And he will start with the serve from the roll box end. Right-handed, the return goes long, and the first big cheer in this encounter goes to the home player, who looked so at home a couple of nights ago against Grigor Dimitrov when he stepped out onto this court for the first time to compete. He'd been on court 18, he'd chosen to be on court 18 for a third round match, but come the fourth round he had to be here, and how well he did brilliantly to survive the threat, the challenge from Dimitrov, and eventually topple him in a final set match tiebreak, as he did against Zizou Bergs in the previous round.
Yeah, and I do expect this type of match. There'll be quite a few long rallies, variations in pace. Ferry has impressed so much when he's come forward.
Ooh and ah there as the ball went very much off the net towards, off the ground towards Caboli. He just jumped out of the way. He's got a bright orange frame racket, settles himself. He's under a white tennis cap. They both are, but it's Ferry with the dark racket in hand, white wristband on his right playing hand. Second serve, run around forehand, that cracking forehand, you can hear the force of it, but it didn't get over the net.
He will make errors though, and this has been an error-strewn opening service game, or returning game, shall I say, from Caboli. Just solid from Ferry, he'll take that.
Ferry's next serve just catches that white band across the net. Arnaud Gabas of France is the chair umpire for this encounter. There are a number of empty seats at the moment. No doubt people still getting refreshments after the first match. We saw the brilliant victory for Marta Kostyuk in the women's quarterfinals against Jasmine Paolini. So one Italian already beaten on the centre court today, but can Caboli join Sinner in the semi-finals in the men's draw? He's forced wide on the forehand. He gets a good length ball. Now he's gone with a little slice drop shot. Ferry charging in and a little angle, but he's just pushed that wide. He does move well. He does generally very good things at the net, but he just didn't quite have the measure of that first attempt to flick a pass as the Italian was close by.
Yeah, two great athletes. Actually, was Ferry moved forward to hit that angle drop shot cross court. I think Caboli thought it was in because he kind of started walking to his chair.
Ferry's serve. Caboli's return to the backhand, and it's into the net from Ferry. Snatched at that one.
Yeah, both players sort of feeling their way into it. Often is the case. Caboli, of course, got so close at Roland Garros. The final, and lost to Zverev in a fifth set. He talked so positively, didn't he, after that final? The first, he hopes, will more situations like that.
The return is shortish, and that's a hammered forehand winner from Arthur Ferry, and he jogs round past the umpire's chair as he gets a great ovation. The crowd will be latching onto all of those, lapping it up. And yeah, their energy this afternoon, you've feel it's going to be a huge benefit to him if he can really plug into it and give them moments like that to cheer.
Yeah, you just want to hold that opening service game. You want to start well, which he's obviously been able to do. And then just try and get that that next stage where you get the adrenaline, because he's going to need that. I mean, physically and mentally, there's a whole new experience for him to have gone to final set tie breaks. They say things happen in threes, Barry.
Gosh, if he does it again, what a match it will have been to get that. So Flavio Cobolli, the Italian 24-year-old now from the Royal Box End, his first serve of the afternoon. It was decent, but the return came to his forehand, and he's made another error into the net with that.
He hasn't settled down. This has been, I think, a nervous start from Cobolli. Ferry did well to sort of shovel that return back into play.
But there is a first winner from the Italian with an ace at pace, certainly, to get on the board in this second game. And he has made 3 unforced errors already.
We shouldn't forget, he's actually 4th on the race, Cobolli, this year, so that's how well he's done.
Return to the baseline, though, from Ferry, who settles in, hits the backhand strongly to the backhand wing, and then comes on the charge, makes a half volley, but that flips up and goes wide. Dipping ball, difficult.
Yeah, and that's going to be the difference today. I always felt for Ferry against Dimitrov, he could kind of lock Dimitrov into that backhand corner and feel that he can come forward and be the one who kind of dictates the play. He's not going to have that luxury today because Cobolli does pass exceptionally well. He likes the target.
And he hits the target there, down the tee, right onto the tee junction with another ace. So a second ace in this first service game for the Italian. His live ranking has gone up to number 9, which would be a career high. To win the title, well, he could be hovering around the top 5 in the world. But there's plenty of work to be done to get anywhere close to attempting that. That serve's gone in the net. All kids work out which one of them is going to take it. Out of the way. Second serve, return to the forehand, and it's a framed shot that lands on the back wall behind Ferry, ricochets around and eventually bounces back into the hands of one of the ball boys.
Yeah, I think in terms of who's hitting the ball better early on from the back of the court, for me, that's Ferry.
Yes.
I think he's a little bit more comfortable. Yeah, does it make a difference that he had this experience a couple of days ago? Cobolli, not so. He was on court 1, wasn't he, against de Minaur.
Yeah, de Minaur certainly licking his wounds somewhat mentally after that defeat. He's going to take a break, he says, from the sport for a while. He needs to recharge, regroup, but there's a solid serve, a winner from the Italian, and his team, his father Stefano, his coach, amongst the group there in the players' box, and they're obviously pleased to see him hold for the first time without any great duress so far. 1-1. Ferry serving again from the far end towards the Royal Box end. Return comes his backhand, and he hits that so well. That's a very smooth shot. He's using that backhand again, and then Cobolli goes long.
That's another unforced error. 5 unforced errors for Cobolli, just the 1 for Ferry. This match will be more about unforced errors and forced errors as opposed to winners.
Slice from Ferry, and then he charges in, and that's another nice move from him, mixing it up, using the slice. He's got a very good one. It cuts off the turf, it keeps very low, and Cobolli could not reply to it. He put it in the net, aware that the Briton was coming forward, putting pressure on him in the forecourt.
Yeah, when you lack the height, which he does at 5'9", you've got to make for other errors, which he certainly does that in terms of his tennis IQ, Ferry.
Serve down the middle long. 8 minutes gone, 1-1, 30 love. If you're just joining coverage of this men's quarter-final, Ferry making a strong start. Cobolli, though, comes back strongly with his next return, and you can hear him hammering the ball, but giving as good as he got. briefly, Ferry, until the next forehand from Caboli just zooms down the side of the court for a clean winner.
Yeah, and that's the key, I feel, for Ferry. Every shot he's got to hit today has got to be with purpose. If he just puts the ball sort of in the middle of the court, that was a good shot, but he was under no real pressure, Caboli, and he can cause havoc with that forehand.
Great serve out wide. It does come back, but it's mid-court. It's down into the forehand corner. The lob's gone up. Back-pedaling is Ferry. He waits for it. Takes this on a bounce smash. Gets it down the middle. Caboli then hoists a big forehand down the centre. Runs around, smacks that forehand. Now he's on the charge. Makes a little volley, but he's put it in the net. It was a very good defensive slice. Just skimming over the net by Ferry. And that's excellent work from him to get to 40-15.
Yeah, it was a good pass. As you say, Barry Chip. In all fairness, it was a bit of a horror volley. Player of his calibre should not be missing that drop volley, but potentially it might be because he's aware of the speed of Ferry and just corner of his eye saw Ferry moving.
Hard to think that this is only his 5th slam, Ferry, and yet he looks so poised, so assured, so settled already, and he's hit another really nice shot into the backhand corner that's won him the game. Poise, bravery, they are things that have stood out over the past 10 days from him. And he's made a strong, good, impressive start to this matchup, leading 2-1.
Well, I make the comparison, Barry. I'm interested to see what you think of the other day. He reminds me of a little bit of Goffin.
Yes.
Caboli,
yes,
and not Caboli,
yeah.
Ferry. Just the way he plays. He's sort of got that loose ground shots where he generates a lot more pace than what appears.
Yeah, moves well and can sort of outmaneuver opponents. He's a very smart player on the court, and he's currently sat in his chair pretty comfortable, I would imagine, with his start. 2-1, he leads first set. So we are taking stock of the fact, getting into this encounter, and many more fans now getting in back to their seats. They don't want to miss any more of this if they can help it. Armed with refreshments, a bit of a break previously after the Kostyuk victory that was so impressive. How well the Ukrainian struck the ball today in her match against Jasmine Paolini, who had played well previously to knock out Iala, but was certainly second best today once Kostyuk got into her stride.
Yeah, for me it's no surprise. 2 winners today were the 2 stronger players in terms of pace and power.
Yeah, Linda Noskova following her into a semi-final meeting after beating Elisa Mertens in straight sets herself. So on we go on the centre court now, and it's Flavio Caboli at 1-2 serving from the far end, but it's a fault on that serve. His second one now. Ferry steps in, hits a return to the baseline. It's a short forehand, and that allows Ferry just to absolutely take control with a big forehand winner.
15.
Going for his shot, knowing that that was the chance. Straight away, it came early in the rally, and he put it away, no mistake.
Yeah, what a confident opening to this match for Ferry. Really clear in what he's trying to do.
Backhand reply to the big serve. Forced wide on his forehand, brings it back, cross, slips a bit, but comes up. He's so quick now, he's made a little nudge into the corner, and then Ferry's there to stab away the volley winner. How brilliant was that?
It's unbelievable. I think it caught Caboli by surprise. And the movement from deep behind the baseline to anticipate initially the drop shot, and then the hand skills, Barry, to just place it on the sideline.
Wonderful control. And he's got him at love 30. Caboli's serve out to the forehand, but it's a fault, and the ball comes back, and he just kicks that back to a ball kid by the side of the umpire's chair. Of course, he's a very good junior footballer. He was on Roma's books for a while, but in tennis now, his profession, he's certainly under some pressure here in this next rally. Down the line from Ferry to the backhand, then he hits a backhand hard. It bobbled up off the net core, but it stayed on Ferry's side.
It's good play, though. Absolutely the right shots that he was attempting, and he does hit the ball flat, so he does flirt with the net a few times, but it's always, if you're playing the point on your terms, you can live with that. That was a better point, though, from Caboli.
who's serving at 1-2, 15-30. Good serve. Right into the side of the service box, and he wants that ball back for the next point.
Yeah, it's a serve. He's always had the pace, but I think the discipline has improved a lot on that first serve. He's looking to now be aggressive and try and win a lot more points with the one shot as opposed to build the points.
Blocked back off the forehand return. Ferry then on the backhand side and just doesn't clear the net. Caboli coming in.
It was an average approach. I think he'll be slightly disappointed, Ferry, to not make Caboli hit the volley. Yeah, especially when you're as quick as Ferry. You know, ideally it's a two-shot strategy on the pass. If you have two passes, then you become the favourite.
Game point. Caboli from love 30 up to 40-30 and now has the game, and he's gone there again to that backhand with a heavy serve, 128 miles an hour out wide, and that did the job.
Yeah, that will help him settle down. It's always nice to come through. Not a tough service game, but when you're down love 30, and goes back to the Dimitrov match, he held his first 4 service games to love. So he breezed through, and then all of a sudden he was under a little bit of pressure, and he just put in a poor service game right at the end of that first set against Ferry.
Ferry's next serve returned to his forehand. He's on the charge. That's not going to get back over the net, though, or he does, just. But then the big smash, and that was a good attempt by Caboli, trying to track it out far on the far side and jump up to the bounce of that ball, but he doesn't bring it back in play, and it is 2-all 15 love in Ferry's favour.
Making a lot of first serves, Ferry. He's made 9 of 12, and he's won 8 of the 9 points on the first serve.
Return comes to the forehand of Ferry. He hits to the backhand wing. He steps back and hits a two-hander right. Oh, he's just missed that corner. I thought he'd got it, but it just went long.
Yeah, I think that's a key battleground in this match, is when they go backhand to backhand, who comes out on top.
Intriguing first 16 minutes of this men's quarter-final. All square at the moment. As Ferry serves again from the raw box end, it's a good serve into the body. The backhand reply into the net. Caboli takes off his hat briefly, adjusts that, wipes his face with the bottom of his shirt that's hanging out there, but he's got his racket swinging around. He's just pacing around, ready to get into his return position about 3 meters back from his baseline. Ferry's next serve goes into the net. But he takes aim again. He doesn't take much time, does he? Gets on with it. He's got a smooth action, smooth all over the court, really, with his technique. Honing that one with the backhand. Now the drive, but that's just wide. We had great insight this morning from Paul Goldstein, a former American pro who was his coach at Stanford University, the 3 years that Arthur spent there, and how impressed he was, not just by Ferry's tennis abilities, his IQ, but also as a human. He said, you know, he's such a great guy and great to work with, and yet even he was so impressed how well Arthur stepped out here a couple of nights ago and just took to it as if he was born to play here. Return comes wide. He was actually born in Sèvres in France, French parents, but they moved to London when he was only a month old. He grew up here. He went to the King's College in Wimbledon before going off to Stanford. But of course, it's proved such a fruitful proving ground for players. It is a great route into the professional game via the collegiate system in the States. He benefited hugely from that. This next serve is taken on the backhand, sharply to his forehand. He's got great shape on it, though, hits well to the baseline. Really good again, the length from Ferry, the power as well combined. And Caboli's having to defend stoutly. He's doing a good job at it, the Italian, but he's being forced wider and wider still, and that was sumptuous play from the British wildcard. Boy, is he up for this. He leads 3-2.
Ferry leads 3-2 for set.
Oh, that was an outstanding point, because again that was into the backhand to backhand exchange. He's hit more or less all his backhands cross court or the center part of the court, but the way Ferry was able to then inject the pace, and I love the length from Ferry, sort of peppering the baseline, which again is always a good indication he's feeling comfortable. Absolute commitment to every single shot. For me, he started better today than he did against Dimitrov.
Absolutely, that he has. And of course, he's been playing a fair bit of grass court tennis of late. He went to the Birmingham Challenger, made the semi-finals. At Queen's, he got to his first ATP quarter-final, beat Andre Manarino in in the second round there. He also beat Burachaga in Eastbourne.
I mean, he lost
Andre,
to
I'm
Sorry,
sorry,
three
I've
tough
confused
sets.
myself. It's Adrian Manarino.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's had some tremendous results already, and then putting together the run he's had. And he's certainly been pumped up at the start for this, but you said you expected him to make a strong start. It's whether he can maintain that over the course of a match. The longer it goes, bearing in mind that his last two matches have taken over 8 hours in total between them, have both been decided in match tie breaks in the fifth. But who knows? I mean, he cannot but be inspired by what he's doing here, where he is, what he's trying to achieve today as he makes a decent clip return. He's into another rally using the forehand now, goes cross court. Cobollis comes back to his forehand. Now he switches it down to the backhand side. But Ferry, you just feel, is dictating more here. He's the one trying to make the play, but he's left that a bit short, so Cobolli comes in. But Cobolli again allowing that ball to come a bit too far onto him and hit a volley almost behind himself, and it ends in the net.
Yeah, I've seen enough already. I think when Cobolli does come forward, and I expect him to be at the net a few times, I think for Ferry, it's that pass straight at him. Just ask the question to him. I mean, no, he lost that point with a poor volley, but I did like the way he played that point, Cobolli. He's sort of taking his clay court and hard court skills onto the grass.
2-3, love 15. Return's going to land long.
And the difference, because the raw box end is where it's our commentary box situated in the corner, the difference of how far these two, the difference of the ball toss, he throws it a long way in front, Cobolli, as opposed to Ferry. It's more sort of centrally or straight up.
It'll be interesting to see whether either one adopts some serve and volley in the process of this match. Something that Ferry has done a fair bit, but that was, you heard it, the big grunt behind the big forehand, the mighty strike from the Italian.
Of course, the advantage of that is not only can he hit it at 132 plus, but also it's on you a little quicker because of the ball toss well out in front.
There's another one, and that was right at Ferry, and all he can do is fend the ball into the ground in front of him because it was coming straight at him rapidly. 2-3, 40-15. Cobolli, who won the title in Acapulco earlier this year, his third career title, and he's just won that third game of this opening set with another forehand winner down the side of the court.
3 games all.
Just wondering, that's his brother in the players box, Cobolli, next to Filippo Valandro. I heard he's a pretty good player as well, running in the family.
Valandri, a former pro and now the Davis Cup captain for Italy, and I heard you talking earlier in the day about the importance of that great performance he put in the Davis Cup final for Italy.
Yeah, I mean, he certainly grew that weekend because he was the main player, because Mazzetti and Sinner weren't available due to injury.
Reply to Ferry's next serve comes to his forehand. He goes to the backhand wing. Then he's gone with too much force that time.
Yeah, I like that play from Cobolli. I feel like he's now starting to settle down. Just the slice into the forehand, just sort of saying to Ferry, well, can you create your own pace? Right now, Ferry started the better, but Cobolli's starting to turn it around a bit, I feel here. This is a massive game for Ferry.
Serve kicks up. The return pushes him back in his backhand corner, but he defends it. Again, opening the shoulders, really crushing that forehand as big as he can. Good backhand from him, but the Italian just waiting and getting the error eventually from the Briton. And all of a sudden, the pendulum swinging more towards him, away from Ferry, who's at love 30 in this 7th game, and he's gone back to just wipe his face down with that red Wimbledon towel in one of his towel boxes at the far end. Now he strides up towards the baseline, the worn patch, the great big worn patch of ground around that baseline area, choosing the ball he wants, but he's got to find some good serves from here. Love 30. It is a good serve. The reply to his forehand, he's hit strongly to the Caboli forehand. Now he's taken him to the backhand side. A chip just over the net from Caboli. Chip back from Ferry. Lob's gone up though. That's great. Ferry runs back. Hoists a defensive lob. Backhand. Under the smash is Caboli. Hits it to the backhand slice of the Briton. Caboli then with the forehand into the net. What wonderful hustle from Arthur Ferry.
Well, he looks at the umpire, Arno Gabas. I don't know if he was put off by some of the oohs and the ahs from the crowd.
15-30.
What an entertaining point. Didn't he do well, Ferry?
Ladies and gentlemen, as a courtesy for the players, please remain quiet during the rally, please. Thank you.
Gabas doing his job, and Caboli doing his job of playing smart tennis, hitting a lot of balls right now through the middle of the court.
15-30. Ferry to serve again at 3-all. Wide to the backhand. Backhand down the centre from him. Takes this next one with the forehand, goes cross court, and then Caboli launching a rocket up the line, but it's landed in the doubles alley.
Oh, he couldn't resist it. The shot was there, and he didn't make it. This is the first really, really tough game we've seen on serve for Ferry.
30-all. Well, he's come through some numerous tough situations in the course of these championships to be in this quarter-final. Second serve, return to his backhand. Waits for the heavy forehand, runs across, gets that back cross court, but Caboli really going after it, and his crushed forehand bounces off the turf and out of Ferry's reach. It's 30-40, it's break point for the first time in the match.
Well, at 15-30, he had the forehand and he went down the line and missed it. This time, he changed it up, went cross court, but it was on the angle. But the amount of work, amount of spin he put on the ball, not even Ferry with his speed could track that one down. Great tennis tactically.
Yeah, the change of direction. Catching out the Briton, who's at 30-40, serving from the far end. That's off the net cord and wide. Caboli coming a bit closer to the baseline, but still a few feet behind it. Waits for this. Hammers the forehand, and he's gone long. Well, did he need to do that? I mean, you can understand why. He's got such force in that shot, but he overcooked it, and it's deuce.
Yeah, I didn't feel, Barry, I agree with you, that he needed to be that aggressive. He's done well returning the second serve. So your first break point, continue to do the basics. Risky play, missed the return.
At deuce, Ferry's serve, down the middle, he comes in, little touch volley. Caboli doesn't get there, not up, says the umpire. It was a double bounce before he struck the ball, and that was smart play, wasn't it, from Ferry, using the serve and volley at the right moment, catching him out.
Yeah, that's an area of his tennis that's impressed everyone here at Wimbledon. Just those subtle changes.
He's a bright young man, isn't he? Great tennis IQ, and he's got himself the advantage now in this seventh game. Serve to the backhand, goes backhand line. That's such a brilliant 1-2. Boy, that pinged off the strings, and there was nothing that Caboli could do to extend the point any further. It's a hold of serve under duress by Arthur Ferry. He's 4-3 up first set.
Yeah, backhand down the line is a thing of beauty. It surprised Dimitrov a lot at backhand down the line. But where it's good, obviously technically it's a sound shot, but I love the footwork. He's always looking, if he can, to sort of get up the court. We call beat the bounce, which means take it early. So, you know, maybe doesn't have the same ball speed as some of the other players, but he hits it early, which compensates. Just sort of go back to the break point, and we talked about it, Barry. I was surprised that Caboli did what he did do, but that is the player he is a little bit. At times he is a maverick.
Yeah. Well, it has certainly got this place buzzing.
Time.
7 fascinating games. The British wildcard up against a top 10 player here, and certainly matching him so far. just what you'd want from this quarter-final encounter. And the winner of this to face the winner of the match that is underway. Taylor Fritz and Sasha Zverev on the #1 court. Whoever wins that will face the winner of this, but our focus is very much on Cobolli against Ferry here, and Cobolli starting the 8th game with a good serve down the middle, a service winner.
Yeah, both men, great numbers on first serve. Ferry, 14 of 17 points won. Cobolli, 12 of 14.
With that orange frame racket, the return just missing the corner. Big swipe at it by Ferry, trying to rock back the Italian, but it is 30-love pretty swiftly here for Flavio Cobolli.
That's the new ball. Sometimes you hit it, connect well, it just flies as it did with that return.
Missing the corner of the box with his next serve. Ferry 2 meters back, but stepping forward now right onto the baseline. It's a slight miscue, but it lands well for him deep, but then that is just an awesome forehand. He crushed it. It was a high bounce, but he hit it so flat and true.
That was an unbelievable shot. Off that, as you said, the high-hanging ball. To create all his own pace, got the body weight through it.
30 minutes gone. Backhand reply, sharp to the serve, then the forehand cross, and Ferry's found the pass. Well, I wonder if Cobolli's just a little bit tentative there coming forward, because he's missed the volleys he has already.
I agree. I think Ferry, for a moment, forgot he was on the centre court here at Wimbledon, thought he was on Chatrier, Roland Garros, as he slid into that forehand open start. That was great.
40-15 for Cobolli, nonetheless. Missed the first serve. Can Ferry get any closer in this game? Makes a reply to the forehand, and he does, because that's another one off the frame that's gone high and towards the royal box.
Yeah, that's where I think on the grass you can at times get to Cobolli, because he has those big swings. If you can go deep and heavy, there might be the occasional mishits. A little bit like we've seen with Tsitsipas in the past, when, of course, he was at his best, he would still frame a few.
Still game point for the Italian at the far end. He's missed the first serve. He has found 73% of first serve so far. Second serve, backhand reply, straight at him. He just keeps that inside, and a great effort from Ferry to cover across and chip it back on the slide, but it doesn't get over the net, and Cobolli holds on.
That was a ridiculous angle from the centre of the court. That's the way now these players with the light rackets and the polyester strings, the ability that they've got to be able to get the power and the spin and the control.
Well, I wonder what Italian tennis fans are making back in their country, seeing this, listening to this. A man who was born in Florence but grew up in Rome.
59.
Loves his football. As I mentioned earlier, was on their books at Roma early on, and Francesco Totti, his favourite athlete away from tennis. Fabio Fognini, his tennis idol. Ferry, though, with the first point of the next game. 15-love at 4-all, and he's got the second point as well, serving to the backhand, and that didn't come over the net on the return.
He's continuing to make a lot of good first serves, Ferry. 70%. He wasn't serving as well as this against Dimitrov.
And he's served an ace, his second. Down the middle.
Now, sometimes players who emerge out of nowhere, they actually improve through the tournament.
Yeah.
And I think that's the case here with Ferry, because he's passed a few tests and with it gained more and more confidence. I think he's playing better this set than he played in the 5 against Dimitrov.
He's at 40-love, 4-all, serve down the centre, block reply to his backhand slice. He's on the charge, Ferry, and that's a miss down the side. The attempted pass lands wide, and Ferry puts more pressure on the Italian 10th seed here. Scoreboard pressure now as he leads in 5-4 in the first set.
Yeah, have you done any of his matches, Barry?
Ferry's?
Yeah.
No, I've not until today, but obviously I've been watching very closely and with, you know, greater and greater interest the steps he's taken, and to see what he did the other night against Dimitrov, who of course it's great to see Grigor playing, you know, such good tennis again after all he's been through, what he suffered here last year in that loss to Sinner, having led the Italian so by such a distance before the injury got him again. But just, yeah, I mean, he's a revelation, really. This guy is blossoming in front of our eyes, isn't he? A new bloom, and I mean, in the sunshine. Wow. Spectacular performances, one after another, and I would say, as you heard, that this is his best yet, the way he's gone about this so far.
Yeah, quarter-final, and definitely not overall playing at an extremely high level.
Well, among those in the Royal Box today, alongside Queen Camilla, we have Richard Krajicek, the champion of 1996. It was lovely to hear your interview with him earlier on the main programme. And the thrill it still gets coming back here, doesn't he?
Yeah, interesting that his what he thought about how his game would match now the current game.
Yes. Yeah, it's rather different today to what it was then. And they're into an intricate rally here, just finding ways and means, and a come on from Ferry. He's got the first point. He's outmaneuvered the Italian.
Yeah, it's always key, isn't it, Barry? At this juncture, scoreboard pressure, you can win the first point. First point so often sets the tone for every game.
4-5, love 15. Caboli in front of the roll box, serving towards Ferry at the far end, who stretches and makes such a good return. And then he's on the slide, brings that one back, almost Djokovic-like. And then off the net cord, Ferry then drives the pass. The volley does beat him in the end. Caboli stood his ground, but boy, that could have gone either way.
That is a ridiculous reflection on the volley from Caboli, because it off the net cord, and he just was able to, with two hands, shovel it back. But Ferry did have a chance with the first pass. Oh, you could feel the tension.
Hush again before the serve at 4-5, 15 all. A serve that's only into the net, waits for the ball boy to take that one out of the way. Ferry stepping up at the far end, big stride, big return. No, it's too much, and a come on from the Italian.
Yes, 96 miles per hour, but that serve's got bite. And just getting up to Ferry, only 5'9". Ferry, someone who likes to stand in and be aggressive on that return. It was actually a big play for him in a few moments against Dimitrov to just surprise the Bulgarian. A nifty forward that was.
That one into the net, not bobbling over. 30-15. Ferry, though, looking very keen. And Caboli bails out of that. He tossed the ball and dropped back behind him.
I'll still never be able to understand why people would open a bottle of champagne in between first and second serve.
Backhand reply. Deep, though, from Caboli. And again, Ferry whipping it back on the slide. And then the approach from Caboli has gone in the net. And I think, yeah, just referring to that cork popping moment has disrupted his rhythm.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the comfort of both players, please enjoy your drinks, but wait for the end of the point before opening the bottles. Thank you.
Well said. Arnaud Gabas, the Frenchman, he knows a thing or two about champagne.
Oh, you mentioned it a few games ago, Barry, but I think Ferry has got into Caboli's head already with the net play, because that was an indecisive approach from Caboli,
who's serving at 30 all, and he's missed another first serve. He's only at 63%, lower than the Brit. And that's a double fault. Well, this could be something of a catastrophe for the Italian. because it's brought Ferry a set point, and he just waves his left hand as if conducting the crowd and says, okay, give me your support. Let's get this first set done. 4-5, 30-40, 38 minutes gone. The British wildcard poised to land a big punch now if he can. And just to add to the tension, it's another let on the serve. Kaboli will try again. Missing down the middle, he's really feeling this. The tension here on set point down. Ferry makes the reply, pushes him back and gets the set as Kaboli stepping back, hits a forehand wide. You could hear the roar, firstly from the Briton and then from the thousands of Britons around him. Boy, he's laid down the challenge here to the 10th seed. He's taken the first set from him as he did in Australia. This time he's won it 6-4.
It's magnificent from Ferry. But for Kaboli, well, he just hit the self-destruct button there. I don't know whether the champagne cork in between the first and second serve at 15:30 derailed him, or just the moment serving at 4-5. But I really like the play from Ferry. You think of the break point that Kaboli had earlier in the set. He went for the outright winner, missed the return. Ferry, only his 5th Grand Slam, but he just put the ball back into court, and Kaboli, unforced error, too many over the all for the unforced errors, 15-6, and the right player won that first set, Barry.
So true, and so good from this 23-year-old who will be 24 on Sunday. I wonder if he'll be having a party here on Sunday night.
Well, whatever happens today, Friday or Sunday, he'll be having a party.
Yeah.
It's just such a controlled, composed opening set, and where you're talking about someone in Kaboli who's won titles, who's obviously made the final of Roland Garros. That at times was a jittery start. He got himself together in the middle of the set, but a jittery end.
Well, Union flags of St George in support of Ferry today. And with this, and of course what the England football team have been doing, making the quarterfinals of the World Cup, it's quite a week. Been quite a few days of British sport, certainly from a tennis and football point of view. Of course, we had the Grand Prix as well. There's excitement at Silverstone last weekend. We've got the Open Golf to come. It's that time of year when it can really bring us riches and great drama, great theatre. We are seeing it unfold here. Another act to come now. The second set of this gentlemen's singles quarter-final between Britain's wildcard Arthur Ferry and the Italian 10th seed Flavio Kaboli, who is a set down. It's Ferry beginning the second set from the far end. Let's serve, and then a big serve, and gets the return and hits a rather tame forehand that time into the net.
Yeah, it's the next stage of the match now. He's passed all the little tests so far. Now it's just, that's one set down, another 2 to go. Ferry has got to keep the intensity.
Waits for this return to come to his forehand. Gets very good into the baseline, then comes up the net to hit the volley, but that was a scorching pass from the Italian, running wide to his forehand. His brother out of his seat to applaud that.
Yeah, Kaboli doing to Ferry what Ferry has done to Kaboli. Just didn't do enough with the forehand volley. It was pushed. And great athletes love to hit the forehand pass on the run.
And he did sort out a game previously in the first set as another cork pops as he's about to serve, but he did sort out a game in the first set from love 30. He's got one to do here right at the start of the second set if he can, and he's missed the first serve attempting a shot down the tee. And he's double faulted, and perhaps he was distracted certainly by that noise up in the stands again. Somebody opening a bottle at the wrong moment. It's love 40.
Play the percentages here for Caboli with the 3 break points.
Serve to the forehand, good return. And then he's worked it to the forehand side and he's got the break. So after all the euphoria of Ferry winning that first set impressively, he gets broken to love immediately in the second set.
Oh, just like at 4-5, the first point kind of set the tone a little bit. I think that was the same there, beginning of the second set. Exactly what Caboli wanted, because he's the better player. I mean, rankings never lie in this sport. He's the one with experience. So now that he has got that early break, he will hope that he can play with a little bit of freedom. And I think for Ferry, it's just keep the intensity. He won't panic, because he hasn't done that at all. And of course, in tougher circumstances, he's come back from breaks down. He did it in the fourth, down 2-1 against Dimitrov twice.
Caboli in his third Wimbledon, just his 12th slam overall, but already a man who's made it to a Grand Slam final, having done so at Roland Garros. He's put in a little drop shot, but Ferry's answered that with his own, and Ferry now has a ball to simply put back behind him. The cat and mouse exchange, and the smaller man comes out on top.
It's a bit of a head scratcher why you would go for the drop shot there. I know the drop shot's good, but you're kind of playing the hands of Ferry a little bit. Go big with the forehand. But again, I'm not so sure he's trusting hitting an approach and coming to the net. Caboli.
Blocked reply is going wide. Strong enough serve. Caboli, is 6 foot, 3 inches taller than Ferry. I was just looking back at the last, I mean, obviously we're not in a final, we're at a quarter-final stage, but the last sub-6 foot player to win this title in the men's draw, Leighton Hewitt, back in 2002, 5'10" Australian against the 5'11" Argentinian, David Nalbandian, who we saw in Dimitrov's corner. A slice from Ferry goes in the net, and it's 30-15 to the Italian.
Yeah, and Hewitt, totally different type of player to Caboli. Hewitt, just the master of being able to put a lot of balls in play. Good, great counter-attacker. Caboli is explosive baseliner.
Blocked reply, stepping back, Caboli hits the forehand. Deep to his backhand, though, from Ferry, who's working the ball strongly, but then cannot catch up with another gleaming forehand winner down the line. That really shone in the sunshine.
Yeah, he will hit more winners than Ferry. That won't trouble, or that shouldn't trouble Ferry. You just have to accept when shots like that go past you. Too good. Almost, if you can do that at 4-all, 5-all, tip your hat.
Reply comes to another forehand strike that's massive, and try as he might, Ferry can't do much to defend against that. 2-love. Caboli on the comeback trail.
And that's why I think the starts of the set are so important for Ferry, more important than Caboli. But, you know, to win a best-of-5 set match, it's 3 sets. You can play terrible for 2 sets, but if you play well for 3 sets, you've got a chance.
Caboli is bidding to become the 5th Italian player in history to reach the men's singles semi-finals at Wimbledon. Ferry also trying to become the 5th British man to reach the semi-finals here in the Open era. Roger Taylor back in the day.
15.
Tim Henman on numerous occasions. Andy Murray, of course, on numerous occasions. And Cam Norrie as well, the previous 4. But the Italians who've done it in the past. Nicola Pietrangeli back in 1960. Berrettini, Matteo Berrettini in 2021. As we see the next rally, the forehand crushed again by Caboli, really laying into this, but it comes back strongly from Ferry. However, he's then under pressure again on the backhand wing, and the chase is lost once more, the ball going long as he got to it but couldn't control it. The others, of course, Yannick Sinner making the semi-finals here 2023 and in the last 2 years, and Lorenzo Musetti sadly missed at the moment because of injury. That beautiful single-handed backhand not on display because of that here at Wimbledon this year, but he made the semis back in 2024. Love 2, 15-all. Backhand reply is wide.
Just going back to not that last point, the point before. What was noticeable was that Ferry just starting to get a little deeper behind the baseline. I don't care how quick you are, it's pretty tough to defend from that far back.
That replies down the doubles alley. Kibali looking a little disappointed, turns away, strolls over to the far side, head down, and then looks up towards his team.
I think
Far end from him.
Sorry, Barry, I think slightly complacent return there, because that was a first serve at 97 miles per hour. Just didn't see any benefit from going down the line.
That's a lovely 1-2 combination from Ferry. He back pedals, waits for this on the bounce. He smashes it past Kibali, who tries to reach it but can't. Great full-blooded strike, and the Briton now has a game in the second set. He is a break behind, but he's in his chair, and he'll feel good about that last game. It's 2-1 in Kibali's favour at the moment. The Italian taking rather longer to get back to his chair on this very warm afternoon. Intriguingly, Sasha Zverev, new French Open champion, the man who beat Kibali in that 5-set thriller final in Paris. He's serving for the first set against Taylor Fritz, a man who's won their last 7 meetings. But it's Zverev, the German, against the American, who has just aced at the start of that game, that he hopes will clinch him that first set. We have, of course, full play-by-play commentary available from number 1 court if you want to dip into that. But Barry and I will stay here on centre for the continuation of this matchup that has really grabbed our interest between Kibali and Ferry, meeting for the second time, but the first meeting on grass. Oh, we've had so many thrills and spills through the first 9 days, and it would seem that the 10th is going to provide its fair share as well. But while we pause here, just your reaction to last night's drama. Djokovic again getting the better in the end, but having to do it in a match tie-break decider against Felix Auger-Aliassime, who I think until that match tie-break was right with him.
Yeah, and played great, Auger-Aliassime. It's coming for the Canadian, but Djokovic, well, doing what he's done so many times. That match tie-break was unbelievable. He did not give anything away. Djokovic at his best.
Djokovic, we know, will play Yannick Sinner in the semi-finals. What a clash that should be on Friday. Meeting of the current world number 1 against a former world number 1 par excellence. And that was an excellent forehand drive. He got a short ball, did Ferry. And again, he just steps up, no doubt in his mind, and puts it smack on the line for a winner.
I really like how well and how committed he is to the return off the second serve. He puts you under a lot of pressure by that early return.
First serve from Kibali is into the net. Backhand drive again. He tried to do it once more with a strong, aggressive reply, but he jumps up and down on the spot after missing that long.
Yeah, a little bit of a change up there from Kibali going into the forehand. Generally, Kibali likes to hit that second serve naturally because he throws the ball over to his left, the kick serve out wide.
Very way back, but he'll step forward a couple of paces, blocks this, that's going to go long.
13-15.
He varies that first serve, does Kibali. He can slow it down, hit the heavy kicker, but he can also go with the big one at 130 plus.
That was 117 miles an hour, but a fault. Ferry's on the baseline and coming forward, perhaps put off his opponent, who puts it in the net with another double fault.
Yeah, that's why you shouldn't be too disappointed if you're an aggressive returner if you miss one, because it does still send a statement. You might get reward further down the line with a double fault or two, because they know they can't just roll it in.
Two-1, 30 all. Kibali taking a little more time, setting himself now, and with that orange frame racket, hits another first serve in the net. That percentage has dropped below 60%. Second serve, return clip to his forehand. He goes up the line, but wide. And it's an edgy game, all of a sudden, from Kibali, and the pressure's back on him.
Yeah, I'll go back to the previous game. I was surprised, 30-15, he kind of gave away the return. So Ferry got through that service game without having to do a lot, and he's created break point here without having to do a lot.
Missing that first serve. That was significant pace, 134 mph. Second serve comes to Ferry's backhand. He goes back cross court, backhand up the line from the Italian. He's then forced wide on his forehand. He's left that short, and it's a great strike, a winning strike. How to break back. How was that from Arthur Ferry? And his father, Loic, in the stands nearby, just a smile across his face, seeing his son do that. Dad, who's a businessman and also president of the French football club, FC Lorient. But today, tennis is his only preoccupation as his son plays brilliantly to break back. That was such a game from him.
Yeah, well, if his son was playing for his football team, it would be 2 chances, 2 goals, because that's the way it's been so far with the break points.
Starts the next game with a good serve down the middle, then he's put in a drop shot. Caboli gets to it, whips one back across, but it's fended back by Ferry. Now he's using some slice and he's pushed the Italian back again. Then he hoists one deep to the baseline. The crowd thinking that might drop out, but it stays in. And they go to a fierce rally, and eventually it's another mistake from Caboli. I think he might be looking to the umpire to say, talk to the crowd about the noise, but...
Another error, Barry.
Exactly that, 20 unforced errors now. Go. 2-all, 15-love. Ferry's next serve. From deep, the return comes off the forehand. Now a slice backhand up the line from Caboli. Takes the next one with the two-handed drive. Now he's forced wide, puts in a testing drop shot. Ferry slides in and can't get there. That was exquisite play. Great touch by the Italian.
Yeah, it was. He was almost left with nowhere to go there, Ferry, because he got to the ball, but because it was so close to the net, he just couldn't get the ball up and down.
2-all, 15-all. Just waiting for the stray ball to be collected by the ball boy, doing an excellent job out there. And he's now back to attention and his mark on the far side. A few yards in front of him, Ferry to serve again from that far end, down the middle, waits for this, uses a little drop shot slice, and that is a great counter. After he was beaten by the touch of the Italian, he provides his own, as good as.
Yeah, I think he's just aware, actually, how much space he's got to hit that drop shot in, because the starting position from Caboli is a long way back behind the baseline. So it's almost like in his mind, he's thinking drop shot, first shot after the serve.
Taylor Fritz, by the way, did lose that first set to Sasha Zverev 6-4 on the #1 court. Fault on the first serve. Second serve is returned strongly and right at Ferry, who had a good go at getting it back, but got it into the net.
Well, I always say with that return through the middle, if it's good enough for Djokovic, it's good enough for anyone. It's such a tough shot to hit when you're having to finish your service motion, then it's back by your ankles. Got to make sure he continues to keep making first serves, Ferry, which he's done very well so far.
Serves to the Italian, who's way back and then has to cover a lot of ground to get across to the backhand corner. Ferry waits for this lob to smash it off the bounce. It comes back again from that. Then he's put another drop shot. The Italian again having to come forward, but again it's masterful play. Such composure and creativity from the Briton. His court craft exceptional again, and it's 40-30.
Yeah, doesn't it really stand out? Not panicking with the bounce smash, not trying to hit a winner with it, actually. And then the drop shot is becoming an even bigger play, game by game for Ferry. Unbelievable tennis. I was impressed against Dimitrov. This, for me, is another couple of levels.
Game point to lead 3-2, having been a breakdown early in this second set, Arthur Ferry. But he hasn't panicked, far from it. He's played very smart, very composed again and again. He wins the game. A return's gone out, and he just punches the air with his fist. Job done on that game, very nicely indeed. And he leads the set now 3-2.
Yeah, the best way I could describe it so far, I think for Ferry, there is a clear idea how he's trying to play the match. And everything feels in order.
It's slotting into place, isn't it?
Where Kaboli, it's just, yes, he's made a lot of unforced errors, but he's going from one game plan to another. Don't really feel like he's, off the cuff is probably a better way to describe it. Well, I don't really feel like he's sort of set on a certain game plan. And I think, you know, with the pressure that's on him, because rightly so, he's the overwhelming favourite, but he's not happy. Shunting to himself at the change of ends.
Time.
Fans standing up just to stretch their legs, get a bit more air around them. Lots of fans with the fans, so many of those, so we have this sort of shimmer around the court as the matches develop with that movement amongst the spectators. But what an enthralling match, and can only imagine what it must be like up on the hill. There'll be a huge audience up there watching on the big screen for those who haven't got a ticket into centre court. And of course the Southern Village as well, another big screen there. Great development as this continues to evolve, these championships, the facilities provided, players and spectators alike. But it is still this old historic court where we witness more history perhaps being made today by Arthur Ferry, the first British player to reach a quarter-final in the Grand Slam as a wild card. Can he make the semis? Why can't he? Playing like this. Kaboli at 2-3-15 love.
He believes he can. And if you have that confidence, you're halfway there.
Backhand reply is strong, and it gets an error from the Kaboli forehand.
That was a solid return. And an edgy forehand from Kaboli.
Arthur Ferry's hit 14 winners compared to the Italians' 10. Backhand chip, return deep. Backhand slice, cuts that across the court, comes back on the drive, then he goes deeper with the backhand drive himself. He's forced wide on the forehand. And come on, you heard him say, and he's landed another telling blow. Kaboli late on the forehand, it goes wide.
15-13.
Well, I think the surprise for me is actually how much he's unraveling in this second set, Kaboli. From being a break-up, totally lost his discipline, and it started when Ferry was serving at love 2. And unless he picks himself up quickly, he is going to be down 2 sets to love.
Just over the hour mark now. The Italian's next serve to the forehand. It comes back just wide, trying to block it back down the side of the court, Ferry there.
Oh,
but
he'd be disappointed. He had a good play on that return, and it's one of those you're actually looking to get it back down the middle and just swung a little bit too early.
But still, the pressure on the Italian needing to try and hold to catch up. 2-3, 30 all. Too long with that serve. He's having to do a lot of work behind the second. He does actually win that point. He's only winning 32% behind the second serve until that moment.
Yeah, I think he got unlucky there, Ferry. Standing in to return the second serve. I think that second serve, 100 miles an hour, hit the lines. It just kicked up.
The Italian taking aim from the far end. Serves right-handed. Too far. Just 2 aces for each of them. Second serve, return strike on the front foot, and it gets the error. Again, Ferry just stepping up, taking on that second serve, cracking it back at pace, and it veers out off the Italian's last shot.
So the question I would ask, or I'd like to ask Kaboli, is are you trying to attempt to hit it down the line, or are you just catching it late? But again, there's no reward for taking that shot on. Which would suggest, Barry, as he hits an ace, sorry, it would suggest he's not that comfortable in the baseline points because of Ferry's variation.
just caught the back edge of the service box with that last shot, so he's got the advantage. And he then roars because he's aced again down the middle, and he needed those 3 games all. And he's going to change his racket now because there'll be a change of balls.
Yeah, that ace and then the roar, I think was, yeah, again, just, whew, I'm back in this second set. Ferry having won the previous 3 games. This is, I think, now a stage, a massive, massive set of tennis.
In terms of the numbers, the winners, I think I said 14-12 in Ferry's favour at the moment. The unforced errors, though, 23 from the Italian, only 11 by the Briton. And then you look at the forced errors. Yeah, when Caboli really gets tucked in and gets it right, he's forcing many more errors off Ferry. But overall, how well the Briton is withstanding things. Coming forward again here, and that just puts so much pressure on the attempted pass, which is long.
59.
So aggressive in terms of his first strike, how early he hits the ball, Ferry.
The chip back return, then the drive cross court from Caboli, but he's way back behind his baseline. What will he do here? Hammered it to the backhand of Ferry, who absorbs that with another two-hander, then whips his forehand into the forehand wing, and on the slide the Italians put it in the net. And stands hands on hips, disappointed.
Yeah, why are you trying to take that forehand on down the line? I mean, he's a great athlete. Chip it back or hit with a little bit of height, stay in the point. Just seems unwilling to want to extend the rallies. His father shaking his head.
40 love.
Meanwhile, Arthur's father will be smiling again, no doubt, seeing his son hit that.
Continues Barry, doesn't he, to make a lot of first serves, 72%.
3-all, 40 love from the roll box end. Ferry's next serve is another winner, another ace, and he matches Caboli in that department. 4 aces each now.
Ferry leads 4 games to 3. Second set, then by 1 set.
Well, he's playing the match of his life here, and he's already played a few good ones to get this far. But the form that he's shown, the composure he showed at the start of the match, the composure in this set to get the break back, having lost the opening game rather too rapidly after winning the first set. And you kind of feel right now, although it's still on serve, you know, he's the one less likely to falter here. Now, we'll see whether that is to be the case, but Caboli has absolutely got his hands full this afternoon.
Yeah, that's certainly how I see it. I think we're in agreement. Just the composure that he has shown today. But if you're Caboli, the struggles he's had, these are the moments you've got to draw on the experiences he's had. Davis Cup, Roland Garros, winning titles. Just keep a calm head. Easier said than done.
Yeah. They're both trying to keep cool as they sit down, using the ice towels. They're under the umbrellas, held above them by a couple of the grounds crew. And now they're back out in the spotlight, walking to opposite ends. And it will be Caboli serving at 3-4, second set. Ferry going through the motions of some of the shots he wants to play. He's bobbing up and down like a boxer. And he's certainly landed some big punches already in this matchup, but that's a strong serve wide to his forehand that he can't return.
Yeah, got the accuracy there. Try and get through this game and draw level. Caboli, I think for Ferry, make it as tough as possible.
First serve from the Italian goes only as far as the net. Ferry's up inside the baseline, hammers the return as clean as that. And it was in a blur, and it was past the Italian before he knew it.
Yeah, it's truly outstanding return, and he can do so much damage with that second serve return, forehand and backhand.
Another legend watching intently Joe Root, the great England cricketer, in the royal box today. How will this ball travel from the next serve of the Italian? It comes back to his backhand side. Good split step there from Ferry, sliding then to his right, now brought to the left, but he brings it all back and then some, and then drives it deep with the forehand, and again he cracks this one, puts more shape on height on that, and it gets the error from Caboli. The change up in the flight path of that ball was telling.
Well, he's an unknown quantity, isn't he, Ferry, because it's all new, and it does feel like Caboli just doesn't know what's coming next. The subtle changes of pace, the changes of height with his shots.
The excitement within centre court now, and no doubt outside as well. Ferry is really threatening here. Can he get another break on Flavio Caboli, who's put a serve again in the net? Here comes Ferry stepping in, backhand reply down the line. Oh, he went for it, but it went long.
Well, he was committed, and you can't question him really. He can't be critical because it won him the point of 15 love, but that was a great second serve. He got the width there with the kick serve, Caboli.
3-4, 30 all. An hour and 9 minutes here on centre court as you listen to the Wimbledon radio channel. Direct commentary from the centre court commentary box. And that is a great serve from Caboli. He's got another ace now. He finished his last service game with a couple of those. So he has 5 in total.
Yeah, that's been his go-to serve 67% of the time down the middle.
Looks up and aims this one to the forehand. It's blocked back. He steps back, hits a forehand. It hits the tape, comes over, and Ferry then just veers a backhand slice wide. So Caboli has held, and on they go. It's 4 games all now in the second set.
4 games all. Second set.
Just overcut that slice.
Getting a lot of encouragement and instruction, no doubt, from the player box. You may have heard that on the effects mics near to the players' boxes, which are to the right of the royal box, as they sit and look onto this great stage. Ferry serving again then from the far end towards the royal box end, serves just long. Arches up and serves into the body, comes back to his backhand. He gets one off the backhand from Caboli, who then hits one off the tape with the forehand. Backhand drive, though, to the backhand wing again. Ferry just calmly, smoothly going through his ground shots, and it's another error from the Italian. 25 unforced errors now from him.
Well, that's the story of the match. You mentioned it, Barry. 25-11 unforced errors under no real pressure in terms of the ball strike. Obviously, the pressure, it's a quarter-final at Wimbledon on the centre court.
The return comes and stops short. Ferry then beaten by the angle pass.
Oh, that was brilliant. On the stretch, the left hand that he used on the two-hander to just get it dipping made it such a difficult volley for Ferry.
Yeah, that return sort of stopped in the turf a bit, and he had to lunge a little bit on his next ball, and perhaps that just gave Caboli a fraction more time to line up that pass, which forced the error off the volley. So it is 15 all. The return, though, doesn't get over the net to the next serve.
30-15.
Keeps making those first serves in those sort of situations where it's a big point.
Well, he's a local lad. It's almost as if he's just playing at Wimbledon Park, not Wimbledon Centre Court. He seems so assured and so confident, calm, just enjoying himself out there, expressing his talents. And they are considerable as he hits, but gets a return to his forehand. Uses that again, and Caboli's under so much pressure way back behind the baseline, and his last shot goes in the net again, and he's looking a bit forlorn here as to how he can manage to deal with the great things that are coming from Arthur Ferry.
Yeah, again, the length from Ferry, it's not the winners, it's just the consistency that he's able to hit shot after shot.
Tried to serve out wide and ace him there, but he's hit it a little too wide. But just gets straight into his second serve. Run around return off the forehand, slice from Ferry, keeps it low. That's deep down the line. It's well defended by Ferry, had to be. Slicing again. Step back forehand drive to the forehand corner by Caboli. Now he's taken Ferry the other way. He's moving him around, but each time it keeps coming back. Now the attempted drop shot just over the net, and just enough weight from the Italian's feathered forehand to fly over the net for a winner. But some point again, some exchange that was.
40-30. Yeah, and those points, even though that's his 14th winner, he's having to hit 4-5 very good shots to win the point. So it's what Ferry does well. He's some mover.
And even when he loses a point, there's no sign of frustration. It's just, okay, get on with the next. That was too good, maybe. But so much of what he's done has been so good, and the return has gone just beyond the corner of the court. And once again, Ferry is 5-4 up in a set.
Ferry leads 5 games to 4.
And this is such impressive play by him to withstand all that's coming his way. British fans must be wondering, are we really witnessing something extra special today? Are we going to see Arthur Ferry book his place in the semi-finals? Well, I've suggested the way he's been playing, why not? But still a long way to go, and it is still on serve in this second set. Meanwhile, Alexander Zverev have taken that first set 6-4 against Taylor Fritz on the #1 court. They're 2-all in the second set. And I know that Fritz has had a medical timeout, having some massage on a leg in that encounter. An absolutely captivating, engrossing clash this on the centre court that is bathed in sunshine once again. This has been an awesome 10 days of great weather here. No rain interruptions, touching wood. There's none likely, none expected for the remainder. We've only had the roofs closing because of the longevity of matches into the evening. And of course, last night we just finished before the curfew in that sensational finish after 5 hours and 15 minutes of brilliant play between Djokovic and Auger Aliassime. This one has taken 1 hour and 16 minutes so far. And Flavio Caboli finds himself serving from the far end to stay in the second set after losing the first. The crowd settles and the serve is off the net and just in the box. So a let first serve. Heavy serve down the middle, blocked back off the single-hander from Ferry, who then drives the backhand. That's a great volley, though, from the Italian. He missed a few early in the match, but he's hit some good ones since, and that was another. Under the scoreboard pressure, serving to stay in this second set, but he did very well there to win the opening point of this 10th game in set number 2. Ferry back, waiting. This comes to his two-hander, onto the toes, though. That was so well directed, just using the pace of the serve and hitting it straight back at the Italian. And he could not reply to it. 4-5, 15 all. Second set. Caboli quite wide of the centre mark when he served from there, but into another rally, and again he's been pushed back, and again he's hit long as a result of that. Arthur Ferry has him really troubled here, under huge pressure now.
And certainly the feeling, the history might be repeating itself for Ferry. Balls in court, make Caboli come up with the big shots.
Huge home support for the local lad, and he's absolutely riding a wave here. 15-30, that's a good response to that moment with an ace down the middle, and I think, yeah, Caboli wants that ball back, please, and gets it. Another ace, his 6th, but it's 4-5, 30 all. And again, he's gone too far, trying to really amp it up down the middle, but he's hit beyond the box. Second serve Now the return to his forehand, he's a bit out of position, comes back to hit a slice, chips that to Ferry's forehand. Ferry goes deep to the backhand. The drive comes back deep though from the Italian, and then he works one cross court off the forehand. Now he'll go up the line. Ferry's there to meet it, comes back strongly with the backhand. Ferry then sliding across with the forehand, hits that down the centre. It comes back down the line. Backhand drive cross court from the Italian, who has one now to pummel with the forehand. It's defended again by the Briton. It lands, and mid-court, it's put up, hoisted lob by Ferry, backpedaling now under the bounce smash. The Italian puts that down but doesn't get it back in play. However, the lob has gone long, and the Italian clings on eventually to that point. But what a point again. Absolute drama on the centre court here.
Yeah, an unbelievable tennis. 79 minutes they've been on court. That's the best point for me by a country mile from Caboli. It's how hard he had to work for it. Is he willing to have to do it again and again and again?
Well, he's probably going to have to, isn't he? Because Ferry is no pushover today, far from it. But it is game point to get to 5-all. Caboli's serve. Forehand block back down to his forehand. He whips that cross court. Back it comes from Ferry deep to the baseline. Then he's forced wide on the backhand, and Caboli has the game and again barks in celebration that he's hung on. Whew.
Yeah.
5-all.
Yeah, I always like to sort of bookmark certain moments. I remember that match last night with Djokovic when he's serving love 30. I think it was 4-all in the 5th. Auger-Aliassime missed the return. Djokovic then went into hold serve. That 30-all point could be the turning point for Caboli. Ferry did nothing wrong. But now, getting through that game, you've got to feel that he could be dangerous here, Caboli.
5-all, Ferry serving from the roll box end. The ball heavy off the net cord and veers wide out of court. Caboli coming a little closer to the baseline. Steps even closer now, drives the return to the forehand wing, comes down his backhand side, he goes cross court. Ferry then to the forehand, then he's forced wide on the forehand, and they're at it again, absolutely smoking this ball from the baseline or behind it, down to the backhand of the Italian. It's a short ball. The drop shot from Ferry brings Caboli forward. Ferry covers across, makes the drop shot, and the attempted pass goes long, and people jumping out of their seats in front of our commentary box, delighted that the Briton won that one.
Unbelievable tennis.
His movement, his coverage, his ability to control the ball at pace like that on the move.
Yeah, and when he comes to the net, it might only be 5'9", but he defends it so well. I mean, the volley on the stretch. Top draw, 14 of 19 points he's won at the net.
5-all, 15-love, second set. Ferry leading by 1 set to love here. If you're just joining us on the Wimbledon radio channel, where have you been? It's been a tremendous match already. What might it become? Ferry with the return takes that well, does Caboli, and puts that back into the corner, and that stretches the Briton beyond his comfort zone. It's 15-all.
I don't know if you agree, Barry, but it does feel for me right now that Caboli's the best rhythm he's had from the back of the court. He's building up some confidence. First serves might be the key here for Ferry to get out of this service game.
Running down the clock a little bit before this next serve, but it's decent. He takes the return on his forehand, hits strongly into that forehand wing. He does that so well, doesn't he? He just dances around the ball, hammers with all he's got off the forehand, and he's certainly matching at times, you know, the force that's coming his way from the Italian. Again, the confidence, just the belief, the absolute commitment. There's no doubt in what he's trying to do. As you said, he's got a clear idea of how best to go about this match. And invariably he's pulling it off, and he's done again with another serve to the forehand. He's got an error from that return, and he's got game points at 40-15.
Yeah, he's not too far behind Caboli in terms of the aces as well. Just a couple behind. 28% of his serves unreturned. That's another cheap point.
Just missing wide. The ball comes back off the back wall, and it's headed back by Caboli to the ball kid. Backhand reply though from the Italian. Ferry has to get Knees bent low, and then doesn't have to worry because the attempted drop shot from the Italian is too short, and Ferry's already back, sat in his chair, having jogged back there, leading 6-5 now in this second set.
He's just had a racket delivered as Ferry. He's just sent, I think, another couple off to be restrung, so they'll be back in around about 20 minutes to half an hour. It's actually really good quality tennis from Ferry. And that, what's impressed me more than anything today is not that he would feel comfortable, because I think we all expected that after the match against Dimitrov, but physically how strong he is. You know, given what he's had to go through the last couple of days.
Well, he's showing no signs, Ferry, of struggling with the effort so far. It's just been tremendous, and it's taking all of Caboli's qualities to kind of stick with him here, stay with him at the moment, but can he do it again? He's going to be serving again to try and stay in this second set. They're getting another round of applause, Ferry, as he comes out to the far end, and it's Caboli to serve. 5-6 adrift in the second set. Can Ferry catch him out in this game, or will it go to the tiebreak? The return is to the forehand. It's a slice from Caboli. He's under pressure again on his backhand wing. Ferry working back behind him. I mean, his shot selection, his court craft is of the highest order today. It was fascinating hearing Paul Goldstein, his former coach at Stanford, talking about the ways he trained when he was there at Stanford, the things he did, the extra things he did, working on his breathing, working on his eye sort of, and hand-eye coordination, eye training, and he's seeing the ball so well.
Thank you, please.
5-6, love 15, Caboli again on the back foot here, steps back, hits the forehand to the Ferry forehand that's gone cross-court, and another mistake off the forehand from the Italian, and Ferry and the British crowd are very excited at the prospect here, because he's 2 points from a 2-sets-to-love lead in his first major quarter-final.
Thank you.
Quiet suddenly, and then the serve, and it's another netted first serve. What an opportunity now for Ferry. What will he do with his return? If he gets onto it, he does go back towards the Italian. It comes to his backhand again, and then the forehand from Ferry from deep to the forehand of the Italian, who's got a bit stronger court position, forces that wide, but Ferry brings it back. Now Ferry's got to chase into the backhand wing, tried and nearly pulled off the sliding two-hand pass, but it lands long.
Yeah, a couple of times in this set. It's a case of 4-5, and also the same there. It's actually better disciplined point. Going back into the forehand 3 times and then creating the forehand into the open space. That's what you got to do against players with the speed and the defensive skills of Ferry.
Caboli still behind in the game though, 5-6, 15-30. This down the centre, right onto the T-junction. It was returned, but returned long. 30-all.
Yeah, the first serve has helped him today. It's won him a couple of big points, and that was another one. But he's not out of the woods yet. If he doesn't play a good point here, you know what Ferry's going to do.
Serve was good. The return has come back, but that is a put away from inside the service box into the backhand wing by the forehand of the Italian, and he now leads the game. He's a point from taking this second set to the tiebreak. The serve for the game, but another one that's not going to clear the net. Second serve, return down the line attempt by Ferry. That's gone wide, so it is now time for the tie-break between the two of them.
Second set.
When they first played each other at the Australian Open this year, Ferry won the opening set of that encounter on a tie-break. He won it 7-1. And in terms of tie-break records for the season, 17-1, 9-loss for Caboli overall, 6-1, 4-lost for Ferry at tour level. But what does that tell you, taking us into this? Well, it's Ferry to start this one. He'll start it from the far end, serving with the sun in his eyes when he'll look up. Caboli behind the baseline, waits for it. And he's aced. Come on, says Ferry.
Well, something's got to give, because both men have got great tie-break records here. Caboli, he's 6-1. And as for Ferry, he's 4-0. And of course, the one against Dimitrov. That will help you going forward here.
Yeah, that was the match tie-break decider. Did the same against Zizou Bergs in the previous round. But this is the standard 7-point tie-break. And the return on the second point is strong. Ferry really bossing this one with power, and he's forced the error off the backhand from the Italian. And he really is taking it to Caboli again. And Caboli's walking back slowly, shaking his head in disbelief.
Well, any time that he's raised his level, Ferry said, okay, I can raise mine.
Chip return is wide that time. Caboli got a good serve in, and he's on the board.
Yeah, it was, but we've seen Ferry actually make a lot of those returns. It frustrates you actually as a player when you do miss a return like that, because he missed it wide when you're actually just looking to get it through the middle of the court. One of those tie breaks, well, I do think we'll see a few mini breaks.
Ferry watched, of course, by his two coaches, Benoit Fouché and Jeroen Benard. Got a great team around him. This is a second serve. Kicks up. It's a hammered return in the net. Oh, well, eyes bulging there, I think, from Caboli. He saw that big, went after it, but he didn't clear the net.
Well, the worrying part about that for Caboli was he didn't commit to it. It's almost like he's just worn down here mentally.
How important is this tie-break now? Return is slightly miscued, but it brings Ferry forward, and he's under a smash, and he doesn't put it out of the way. He's got a back pedal, but he watches the ball drop into the doubles alley, and he's 4-1 up now in the tie-break. 3 points ahead, 3 points away potentially from taking this second set to add to the first. And if he does that, well, Caboli will have to do something he has never done before, which is come back from 2 sets to love down to win in 5. The Italian serves now from the roll box end. That's a strong serve, and they'll change ends with Ferry leading 4-2.
Oh, such a big point. 4-1. The difference of changing ends at 4-2 or 5-1. And actually, I think it's almost the serve that's kind of kept him in a lot of these points, these games. No doubt in my mind that Ferry, up to this stage, has been the better of the two from the back of the court.
Yeah, they're chanting for Ferry, let's go Arthur, they say. And there is an absolute mass of humanity up on the hill, absorbing every moment of this. What a thrill. 2-4 after the change of ends. Caboli's next serve is a fault, out wide. Just over the hour-and-a-half mark so far. Second serve, that really kicked up, but Ferry got a hold of it with his backhand. Now he has to come with a slice down the backhand side. Now he's forced wide on the forehand. Caboli trying to take charge of this rally, but he's having to hit fiercely to do so, and he eventually forces the error off the sliding forehand from the Briton.
4-3.
Good discipline from Caboli. Yes, he has to defend, but what he's done really well is defend with purpose. Just a couple of his chips just landed in the middle of the court. This is tense, Barry.
Sure is. Ferry just was in the shade down below the royal box end, using his towel, thinking, what next? He's got the next 2 points on his serve. He's still a mini break up here. 4-3 in this second set tiebreak from the royal box end, but that serve goes into the net. A ball girl quickly takes that ball away, back to her mark on the near side as we look onto the court. The serve out wide to the backhand, the return is cross court. Backhand again from Kaboli, then to the forehand, but backhand forced off Kaboli is not easy for him. He's now hit a last one wide. And Ferry somehow hung on to that point. And it's up 5-3 in the tiebreak.
Again, he's almost pointing as if to say it should be going cross court, but it's happened a lot. A rally shot he's taking down the line. Just errors that you would not, or he would expect not to make.
2 points from taking this second set. Ferry serves again. That, though, into the net. Just twiddles the stick in his hand. Reloads. Sends this to the forehand. Comes back to his two-hander. He goes deep with it. Hits the forehand. You can hear the force of that again. And he's forced the error off the Italian. And he's got himself set points.
What do we got here?
6-3. Ferry.
Handling the big moments a lot better than a top 10 player.
The Britons, horde of supporters, hold their breath collectively as Kaboli serves into the net. Set points for Arthur Ferry for a 2-sets-to-love lead. The serve to his backhand, he makes the return deep. Forehand to his backhand slice. The big forehand from the Italian, it comes back off Ferry's forehand. He's then forced wide, he slices again, and the volley is a stunning volley winner from the Italian. So good, under such pressure.
And when his back has been against the wall, he's played a couple of these golden points. And that was a brilliant finish. But again, I've said it a lot, for him to win those types of points, Ferry's making him hit 3 or 4 excellent shots.
Set point down at 4-6 now in the tiebreak. Kaboli's serve is wide. Ferry with a great chance here to get him. Backhand reply down the line. In comes Ferry with a volley. Cross court. It's lobbed up and it's going to land long.
And second set, Ferry.
Arthur Ferry of Great Britain, the British wildcard, is a set away from the semi-finals. A brilliant tie-break played again by him, yet again here at Wimbledon. The story continues. What a story is being written. He leads the world number 10, the 10th seed, by 2-sets-to-love. He's taken the second set on the tie-break, 7-4.
Stunning. Absolutely stunning. The composure, and you don't often take it for granted, but here is a player outside the top 100, and his just ability to be able to stay in that moment, Barry, as he leaves the court for a bathroom break. Jaw-dropping.
Really is,
and Kaboli's rattled. I mean, because I don't know whether he didn't expect this level or he's just not feeling it because he was the favourite, overwhelming favourite. I mean, last year against Djokovic, he played at a better level than this. But also, I think we must mention it's Ferry who's making him work hard for these points. He's given very few cheap points away. And we've mentioned the unforced errors, and now it's an even bigger gap. It's 19, the difference of the unforced errors, 31-12.
Ferry made 12 winners, only 6 unforced errors in that set, compared to the Italians' 15 unforced in that set alone, and just the 10 winners.
Yeah.
He's in shock, isn't he?
Yeah,
I mean,
he is.
He sat there looking up to his team and just muttering to himself, wondering what can he do? How do you turn the tide of this, which is now so strongly in favour of this 23-year-old Briton who has soared at Wimbledon like we've never seen before from a British wildcard. Of course, a lot of British players given wildcards, deservedly so for their efforts pre the championships. But we had so many losses, that 10 out of 10 on the first day who lost. Tough draws for many of them, has to be said. But this guy, well, has been an absolute revelation. And if I tell you that at this very moment, Sasha Zverev is serving set points up for a 2-sets-to-love lead on Taylor Fritz. He's done it. He's got it with a service winner. The return's gone in the net from the American on number 1 court. So just like Arthur Ferry, Sasha Zverev is a set away from a clash between the two of them in the semi-finals of Wimbledon. Staggering.
You don't beat me 8 times in a row.
Yeah, having lost the last 7 to the American.
Interesting with Ferry leaving the court, Caboli still sat there. Do you think for Caboli this is a good thing to happen for him? Because he can just think, just be a little, you know, time to sort of reflect, and this is where you can use your experience. I mean, although he's still young, he has been through some big matches, because sometimes when you're caught up in the emotions, everything just happens so fast and furious, Barry.
Well, he's got a long way to go if he's to come back and ensure that there are 2 Italians in the semi-finals. That's never happened before at Wimbledon in the men's draw. Yannick Sinner having got through yesterday to see off by seeing off Jan-Lennard Struff, and he will of course have that absolute marquee showdown clash with Novak Djokovic on Friday. But are we going to see Ferry against Zverev in the bottom half of the draw in the other semi-final? Well, it's certainly shaping up to that at this stage. Still waiting for the Briton to come back from his bathroom break. But as the crowd just catch their breath after all the excitement, I can imagine there'll be another big ovation when Ferry returns to the court.
Can you imagine? No, I'm not going to say it. It's a long way. There's a lot of tennis that's got to be played.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think for Ferry here, and actually probably more for Caboli, it's just take care of the early stage of the third. But you look at the body language.
He still hasn't recovered, has he?
No, he looks like the whole world's against him. He's sort of shell-shocked. Almost like a sense of disbelief that this is not what I planned for at the start of the day. Now he's got up from his chair and he's in the corner getting some words from his team.
Conversation going on. His father trying to help him find the necessary, but there seems to be some sense of disagreement. They're all in shock, really. Not quite sure exactly what to do next. They're still waiting. Caboli is just leaning against the back wall down below the royal box, stretching out. I think the umpire's been on the walkie-talkie, is he, just to check where Ferry is and make sure that he does come back in the allotted time. He is coming back now, and he'll come back onto the court here, and that's a moment for more applause to this young man who's absolutely blossomed before our eyes over the course of the last week and a half.
I was going to say, the last thing he wants is to start the set like set 2, but maybe that's what he does need, because he seems to be the man who performs better when he's a break down early.
Yeah. And he's just taking a little extra time to change his shoes here. But he'll be hoping there's no change in direction. He very much is on top of this encounter right now. 2 sets to love ahead. Just reorganizing himself. Needs to get a racket out of the bag. Yep, he's got one. That'll help.
Third set.
Caboli, hands on hips. Waiting, and now he'll start the third set from the roll box end.
Thank you. Players are ready. Thank you.
Missing with the first serve, the second one now. Blocked back by Ferry, and it's an immediate first point to the Briton, as it's another unforced error from Caboli.
Yeah, right now for Caboli, hour and 44 minutes for 2 sets. He's got to ask himself, am I prepared to be out here for 3 more hours to win this match? Because that's what it has to take.
Blocking back this one, step back forehand from the Italian. Drives to the forehand, but it comes back fiercely again with great length, and now the drop shot from Ferry brings Caboli forward, but on the slide, Ferry's netted volley. It was good direction from the Italian.
Yeah, and remember the words that Ivan Lendl said to Andy Murray before he won his first Grand Slam, the US Open. He said, are you ready to suffer? Are you ready to be in pain? And right now for Caboli, if he thought this was going to be a comfortable afternoon, it certainly isn't. He's going to have to work extremely hard, almost like he's never done before. One of the biggest matches he's played.
Reply from that serve wide. The net court's going to drop in for a winner for Caboli.
30-50.
A bit of fortune going his way early in this third set, but trying to come back from 2 sets to love down to win for the very first time from that position. Serve to the backhand, reply to his backhand. He goes up the line, forehand comes back though and pushes him. He didn't expect that. Caught out of position, off balance, and he puts a backhand in the net.
He looks flat, Caboli. We talked about Ferry having a great tennis IQ. I'm sure he will pick up on that. This is make as many balls as possible right now if you're Ferry.
All first game of this third set. And it went off the net cord and went long, I think. Second serve, backhand reply, pushed him into the backhand wing, and he's made the error on that. And it's again the quality of that return against the Italian second serve that has been so telling. Break point already for Ferry at the start of this third set. Blocks the reply, waits for the forehand as Caboli drives it deep to the backhand, but again he's pushed off the line by the length and quality of Ferry's ground stroke, and that is the breakthrough. Ferry's got him in disarray now. A break already at the start of this third set. It's another forehand error, and the Italian increasingly frustrated and forlorn.
Well, we can't be surprised. The body language of the two. Ferry, he strutted back onto court. Caboli, hands on hips. Just no real clarity to actually how he wants to play his tennis. He is rattled. And for Ferry, he's just broken serve without having to do anything particularly special. I mean, that's the key, isn't it, Barry? That he's playing well, but it's not like he's playing lights out tennis. You feel like he could do this for another 2 hours, 2.5 hours. I just feel right now Caboli doesn't fancy it. So the question is, does he go into that state of mind where he just swings and he starts making it, which he potentially could do?
Wind in his sails here, soaring through this quarter-final towards the semis, it would seem. Arthur Ferry now 1-love up with a break at the start of the third set. Missing on that first serve, but a second one to the Italian at the far end, who hits the return to his forehand, but it's the second ball that comes back greater again from Ferry. Greater than the reply from the Italian.
Well, he just cannot stop leaking errors.
And the reply to the backhand. Ferry has overcooked that, though. 15 all.
First thing he's done wrong in this set.
Lots of looks from Caboli up to his team. Concerned looks. Ferry serves into the net. The next serve out wide to that forehand. That's going to go long. Off that reply.
Well, it does make you wonder. You know, mentally, this has been a surprising performance. Maybe the legs are just saying, no, I'm not having it. He's still got to keep focused, though, Ferry. Don't give him a chance, a half a chance.
That serve to the backhand, then goes back cross court. It comes to his forehand. He's sliced that deep, has Ferry. Off the forehand, now he steps back, hits the two-hander with shape. Deep into the baseline, it's forced wider on his backhand side. He's got to cover across with the forehand, goes back down the line with that, then he's forced wide, slices back cross court, step back forehand from Caboli, who then uses a backhand to the next shot, takes his opponent to the backhand wing, comes back strongly from that side, but off the net cord, and it's defended by Ferry. Now he's forced wide on the forehand, slides into that, and that just lands long. A little fortune perhaps for Caboli ultimately in that rally with the net cord. It's 30 all.
Brilliant tennis. Without repeating myself, is he prepared to do that for another 50 times? Ferry just seems to recover so quickly after those long points.
Ferry just a few steps up to the line, bounces the ball a few times, sets himself and serves this one. That's gone in the net. Second serve at 1-love, 30 all. That was a deep serve, does come back off the return. Backhand drive from Ferry, hitting it so cleanly. But the length ball from the Italian, I thought it was going to drop long, but it caught the line. And he's got a break back point here, which he so needs to convert, Caboli at the moment.
Yeah, and how will he play it? Will he be disciplined? Or will he try and go for the big shot?
Three breaks to one in Ferry's favour. He was broken in the first game of the second set, only to recover so well to take the set, ultimately on that tie break. And he's missed another first serve. They're just eluding him in this game. Second serve, kicks up, comes back off the return. Forehand down the centre from Caboli, much heavier forehand from Ferry, then uses the drop shot just over the net. Caboli's come up, Ferry though gets to it, hits it down the line with a little flick. Now he's under a smash and puts that away. Again, his ability to move so well and hit the ball on the move brilliantly. Wow, what an example that was.
Yeah, it's outstanding. Using your foot speed and your hand skills at the same time. Such a difficult skill to master, but the push down the line was exceptional from Ferry.
Well, all the home support ringing around centre court once again. Break point saved, up to Juice, up to the baseline at front of the roll box. He serves down the middle, decent pace. It's floated back, it lands inside the baseline, it's then hit to the backhand side by Ferry, then he's on the charge to the other side, but that's a great counter from Caboli, dipping ball fiercely, and it's a netted volley as a result from Ferry.
Yeah, I mentioned the previous point, Ferry using his foot speed and his hand skills. That was the same for Caboli there. That was more of Caboli at his best. He's found something a little bit in this game after the error-strewn opening game of the set.
Again at break point. Ferry to serve in the net. Kiboli's stepping up here, looking to be aggressive. He was. It's a fierce return. Somehow Ferry's got it back in play, but on the side of the forehand, he makes another play and comes forward, and now it's the Italian under pressure. Ferry's under the smash. He hits it, and it's not coming back. And Ferry stands and asks the crowd for a cheer there. He salutes that effort. It was stunning.
Yeah, and at the same time, it looked like Kiboli was giving a sarcastic thumbs up to his team. I mean, some of the shots that he has played today. I mean, we were in awe, Barry,
Absolutely.
of Djokovic last night. Some of the shots have been as good as Novak today.
At deuce again, return from the forehand, backhand drive to the baseline from Ferry. Oh, that combination again is so strong. He's at, I mean, the adrenaline that must be pumping through him.
Well, in total today, there have been 7 break points. And Ferry has won 6 of those 7 break points, 3 for 3 when he's been returning, and he saved 3 of the 4 when he's been serving. I think that says it all as well. He just played the big points so well.
To the backhand, return comes to his two-hander. He waits for this and hits it from inside the baseline heavily with the forehand. And that's enough to crush the hopes of Kiboli in that game and give Ferry a 2-love lead now with that holder's serve under great duress. But the 2 break points saved. And he is flying here on the centre court.
2 games to love. Third set.
Yeah, what's really important though is even in this situation, you still stay in the present. You respect every single shot, every single point, because I actually think that, you know, right now he's got more chance of winning this game, Ferry, than Kiboli.
And of course, yes, he's played a lot of tennis, but at this level, very little. And yet that means there's not really the sort of the baggage, the scar tissue. And it's just absorbing it all, enjoying it all, relishing the opportunities that he's creating for himself and taking most of them. And he's really taken it to the Italians so impressively throughout this contest, and it's another error from Kiboli.
Yeah, just my gut feeling this game, I think he's just going to want to swing here, Kiboli. I think for Ferry, if he hits 4 winners, too good. And that was a smart opening point from Ferry. Just make him work as hard as possible for each point here.
Stretch reply from Ferry's over the net. Little drop shot back from the Italian. Ferry slides in, tries to guide it up the line, and he's done it. There was no call. Oh, it caught the outside edge by about a couple of millimeters as we get the replay of that image on the screen. And if anything summed up whose day this is, well, that did. It's Arthur Ferry's. Surely.
Yeah, he's chasing everything down, and we know it was in. And Kiboli's reaction sort of say, well, even I think technology's against me. No, no, no. It's your opponent. He is playing at a better level. Just feel, Barry, he's not accepting that Kiboli a little bit mentally.
Love 30. Return to his forehand. He's hit it back strongly, back behind, getting Ferry off balance. That was the right play that time from the Italian.
Yeah, that was a strong point. Puffs out his cheeks. Still a way back in this. And he needs to hold here.
Trying to hit the kicker out wide, but it's missed the side of the box. Love 2, 15-30, returns sharply to his two-hander. He hoists that, he just keeps it in play, but then he's forced wide on the forehand, and he's hit long off that, and it's the pressure created once again by the Britons' brilliance out there on the centre court that is drawing these errors, so many of them from the Italian.
Yeah, and we're getting to a stage, he's almost hit 3 times more unforced errors than Ferry.
And this could almost be the match. If he gets a double break now, what will Caboli have left to try and claw it back against Ferry? He blocks another return. Forehand from the Italian, just inside the sideline, is a winner, keeps him in the game. But he must feel like a bit of a punch bag out there. I mean, he's taken so many blows. Almost looks like he doesn't know what's hit him at times.
You just wonder whether he was ready for this level coming from the other end.
Love 2, 30-40, another chance for Ferry to break him again. Blocks the return wide.
Good serve.
But there's no hint of frustration there from Ferry. Okay, I didn't get it right that time, but I'll keep going because he's created so many chances.
Just staying in that zone that he has been in.
The long serve. A reload for the Italian. At least he's got to juice. Return comes to his forehand, but he's put that next one in the net, and again that sharp reply right at him. He's not able to handle it. Listen to the crowd again as they try and lift Ferry through the end of this game to give him a double break in the third set.
Yeah, and they've played their part. They were with him right from point one.
Well, wherever you are in the world listening to this, hopefully you feel you're right alongside us, witnessing some history here, potentially from Ferry. The wild card, under pressure there. The Italian has done well there, and he just holds a hand to his right ear and says, come on, I want to cheer.
What, could he have expected anything else today? I mean, they haven't been unfair, have they?
Not at all. Imagine if this was at the Foro Italico.
Yeah, exactly.
Love 2 juice, backhand reply, chip down the centre. Ferry under pressure on the backhand, but he comes so strongly back from there, just on the line somehow from the Italian. A big burst of dust under his feet as he's striking the ball, forced to move so quickly. Comes back ferociously, slice from Ferry, drive to the forehand then from the Italian, but it comes back cross court. Turn to the slice of Ferry again. He gets it down the baseline, then he goes down the line again. It's a chip back defensively from the Italian. He then hits a drive into the net, and Ferry outlasts him again, and he keeps on doing that. Staggering stuff.
Advantage, Ferry.
Yeah. Amazing part, actually, is that Caboli has done his fair share of great points in the longer rallies. But I think mentally, it's how hard he's had to work for those points. Then he just is not recovering. This is the moment for Ferry again.
Fourth break point in this game for Arthur Ferry. Well, he creamed the return, but it was a fault on the serve. Can he find the return now to do it? Comes back to the two-hander, whips the forehand, just gets over the net. It's a bit of an awkward one, and it brings the error from the Italian, and Ferry has this match in his grasp now with a double break in the third set. The Italian's final shot, just a whisker wide, but it makes all the difference.
3 games to love, third set.
Well,
by 2 sets alone.
Dare I say, this young king of the court, holding court, King Arthur, in front of Queen Camilla here on centre court, is 3-love ahead in the third set, and he's allowed himself a little smile there to his team, because he knows now he is so close to achieving almost the unthinkable. Think back to the start of the fortnight. He came in as one of the British wildcards, and here he is. Double break up in the third set. He's just 3 games away, potentially, from the semi-finals of Wimbledon.
But he's not thinking that, is he? At no stage in these, in the 2 weeks has he been looking at what's gone wrong when you think of the difficult moments of 4-1 down and against Bergs in that fourth set. So, I think for now, he will just continue to stay in his lane. Caboli, right, I said at the beginning of that last game, it looked like more that Ferry was going to win that game than Caboli. He just looks battered mentally. But Ferry has still got to stay disciplined, not give him the sniff that there is a way back.
Well, he's barely put a foot wrong, really, when you think of all that's at stake, all that he's having to try and do for the very first time at this level. Soaring towards the semi-finals, it would seem, as he serves now 3-love up with a double break already in this third set. Missed the first serve, but from the second serve now, return pushes him back. He hits the forehand down the line, waits for this on the backhand side, covers back on the forehand wing, goes cross-court with his forehand, waits for another, hits that forehand deep to the backhand of the Italian, who's defending smoothly until that last shot that he doesn't really commit to and leaves it in the net.
Well, how many shots today, Barry? Over 2 hours of play, can you remember as a bad shot selection from Ferry? Barely.
Barely.
But for Caboli, it's so many times you feel that's not the right shot, and that was another example there, trying to take that backhand on down the line.
It was his 38th unforced error. Ferry's made only 13 all match.
And playing aggressively at the same time.
Yeah. Second serve return is out.
13-0.
He's just in no place here right now, Caboli, to want to just keep the discipline. And that's what shocked me.
What a serve. Point by point, he's hammering this one home.
Yeah, this was another big game, having had the double break. And he keeps on putting the foot on the accelerator.
Game one with another excellent serve at pace. Come on, he says. 4 games ahead in this set. Just 2 more required now.
4 games to love.
Yeah, and if you're Ferry, win this game as well. Don't take it for granted.
Only one other wild card has made it to the semi-finals of Wimbledon in the history of the men's game. Goran Ivanisevic, some 25 years ago, of course, going on sensationally to win the title on that Monday final against Pat Rafter. But here it's Britain's Arthur Ferry, just wide with a forehand there.
Almost think that's the first forehand he's missed cross-court.
Love 4, 15 love. Caboli's serve now into the net. Ferry will go after this again, as he has done all match, with a return on against the second serve if he gets onto it. He steps in, he makes it back. The return from his opponent comes deep, and then Ferry's just leathered that into the corner. I mean, he is seeing the ball like a football right now. And like a great striker, he's hit that bang on target into the corner.
Yeah, that's sort of Alcaraz-like from Ferry. It's just see ball, commit to the ball.
Love 4, 15 all. Forehand reply to the serve. Then Ferry has to get quickly to the backhand, does so, of course he does, because he's been sliding around into the corners and bringing it back so strongly all afternoon. This one's down the line, and there from the backhand wing. Another stunning shot, another winner from Arthur Ferry, and the big W beckons for him here now.
Well, Superman was here last night. Superman has reappeared.
Well, he does what Djokovic does out of the corners so well, doesn't he? I mean, he slides in, the balance he brings from there, out of defence into attack, Blocks this one back. Waits for what Caboli can do. It's to the side line. He has to use a single-handed slice there, but again, he slides to the forehand wing. That one just going long. And Caboli's got to 30 all, but can he get to the game? He hasn't got any in this third set. He's love 4 down at 30 all now.
Yeah, it was almost the first shot I can remember him missing like that, the sort of the chip. And he's looking to keep the point going.
Backhand reply down the middle. Deep to the backhand wing goes Caboli, but he's miscued that, and come on, says Ferry, because again he's caused the Italian all sorts of trouble at the back of the court. That one goes off the frame and away.
Or dare I say,
Ferry has break point for a 5-love lead in the third set. It's all Ferry now. Blocks that return. It'll land in. Heavy hammer blow off the forehand from the Italian, and that's just sufficient to keep him in the game. Ferry blocking it just long.
Well, Ferry, before the previous point, didn't really take any time. It's almost like right now, he wants to get this over with.
Love 4 and deuce. Return strong off the forehand from Ferry, comes back to the other side, goes cross court, and again Caboli's gone in the net, and he turns to his team and says, well, what can I do?
Well, and his team should say, play the right shot. The discipline has been there from ball one today for Ferry. Caboli, almost when he's tried to take that ball down the line, just not in position. Guess what? Unforced error.
Caboli coming in behind the serve, but he's got to go back to his mark because the ball went into the net. Break point for Ferry. Miscued return, but it's in. Deep to the corner from the Italian, then the little drop shot across the court, but there's Ferry to put it back in the corner. The lob's gone up, but Ferry has this to smash for the game. Doesn't do it. Yes, he does. Because the return from Caboli has gone in the net, and Ferry back in his chair. 5-love ahead with a triple break in this third set. Amazing.
Just unbelievable. Just
5 games to love, third set.
This sport, it can often be a point here or point there, the difference. And what you've got here is a gulf in terms of the mindset. That's what's really surprised me. The attention to detail, the discipline to play every shot. And Caboli, for me, this third set, I can't believe, as well as Ferry's played this third set, I'm shocked at how he's capitulated, Caboli, when you're talking about someone who did what he did do at Roland Garros, where he fought so hard. It's almost like the whole occasion, it just got too much for Caboli. And Ferry has handled it unbelievably well, Barry.
Amazing. I mean, as much as there was such great will for him to do great things again after all he'd done to get this far, but this performance is off the charts. A British wildcard is a game away from the Wimbledon semi-finals. Who would have thought that at the start of the fortnight? But it is Arthur Ferry, playing like we've never seen him before, and he's played so well to get here, but now to get to this position, he's serving for the match. 5-love up in the third set. The Italian punch drunk at the far end. He's taken so many blows, he doesn't know what's hit him. Ferry serves to the backhand, the return's gone in the net. The first point of this game to the 23-year-old Briton who'll turn 24 on Sunday. Will he be on this court on Sunday? Who knows? But the way he's playing, well, dreams are still alive that might be the case. Trying to become only the second wildcard to make the semis here. Goran Ivanisevic doing it back in 2001, and he went on to take the title. Ferry aces Caboli right down the middle, straight and true. He's 2 points away Well, all his connections, his family, his dad, his mum, wherever they're watching from, close by, but what they must be going through. He's looking fearless and fabulous. He turns and takes that forehand into the backhand wing. That comes bobbling off the net, but Ferry deals with it! How did he do that? He was off balance, the ball came off the net corner, he had to turn to his left, and still he had the presence and ability to make the winner.
His mum can't believe it.
Can anybody?
Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match.
Certainly on the outside courts, they get a good old soaking out there at the end of the day's play. It'll be interesting how long they turn on the hoses on here, whether they do it at all or they actually give it a good soaking. But they do have to be watered, because if you don't water them when you've had this sort of heat, grow so much, they're actually just encouraging the grass just to stay green, actually. So just giving it enough water that they stay green.
Well, they are hard at work, and Sasha Zverev has been hard at work as well. Not only the Roland Garros champion, now he's a Wimbledon semi-finalist for the first time. Grass has not been a surface with which he's been friends in the past, and neither on the court has he been friends with Taylor Fritz the last 7 times they've met each other. But today it all turned around, and it ended up being a win for the German in straight sets. Taylor Fritz was struggling with his knee throughout, unfortunately, and these were the thoughts of Sasha Zverev after he'd wrapped up a 3-set win.
Well, here we are chatting to a Wimbledon semi-finalist, Alexander Zverev.
Yeah.
How does that sound? How does that sound to you?
Sounds great. I hope to play 2 more matches here, so we'll see how that goes. But for now, I'm extremely happy to be in the semi-finals, especially against Taylor, who I haven't won in more than two years. He's beating me for 2 years straight, and yeah, I played a fantastic match, and I'm very happy to be in the semi-finals.
It was a fantastic match. In fact, it was almost flawless, and it was interesting because I spoke to you after you won your quarterfinal. I asked you about the challenge of playing 3 days in a row. You said mentally that would be more of a challenge than the physicality, but you looked to find it pretty easy there today.
Well, nothing on a tennis court is ever easy. If I would play, you know, my 5-year-old daughter, then it would maybe be easy, but for her. No, I just knew I had to focus from the first moment onwards. I mean, first game on my serve, I had 3 break points against me, and I knew that it's going to be a difficult match no matter what. And again, of course, it's in the back of your mind that you haven't beaten an opponent for more than 2 years. He's beaten you a lot of times in a row, so that is always something that you have in your mind. But today I knew that I have to play a flawless match. I have to play an almost perfect match to have a chance, and I feel like I did that today.
And you know as well as I do that the fact that you're now a Grand Slam champion as well, that people think, oh, he has the freedom to express himself when he comes to Wimbledon now and play the tennis that he can do on this grass court. Is that what's happening here this year?
I guess. I don't know. Look, I'm just happy to be still in the tournament. Last year I was already practicing on a hard court during this time around. So I'm just happy to be still in the tournament, to have a chance to hopefully play 2 more matches here. And this is one of the biggest honors in tennis, to play on this court, to play on stadium court. There's nothing like it in this sport. So it's just a huge honor for me. It's a dream come true to finally play well at Wimbledon. I mean, I waited quite a long time for it, but yeah, I'm just happy where I am.
And last thing, I'm sure you would have heard, just as you were closing in on victory, the cheers coming from centre court.
Cobolli won, really? No.
How do we think that match might shape up between yourself and Arthur Ferry?
Yeah, it's okay. You guys can all be for Ferry. It's totally fine. I understand it. I don't have a problem with it. I hope good for me. Not so good for everyone else. But no, look, I think it's going to be an exciting day for both of us. First time semifinals for both of us at Wimbledon. For him, of course, it's a fairy tale story. For Arthur Ferry, you see what I did there? Yeah, there you go. Very clever. No, but I think I have to trust myself. I have to trust my tennis. And hopefully I can just show a good performance, and then we'll see what happens.
Well, you're a gent, and you've got a beautiful way with words as well. And you're a Wimbledon semi-finalist. Congratulations, Alexander Zverev!
Oh, he's in great form, not surprisingly. I wonder, in a way, Arv and Gilly, if he's actually sort of pinching himself at the last 6 or 7 weeks. I mean, if you'd said to him at the beginning of, well, no, middle of May, let's say, do you know what? You're going to win your first Grand Slam title, finally. And then a couple of short weeks later, you're going to find yourself on the grass, going along very nicely, and then in a Wimbledon semi-final.
Yeah, I mean, I think the moment that Alcaraz says, I'm not going to play the French, I'm not going to play the grass, he's thinking, oh, hello, this is my opportunity right now, because it was Sinner that was beating him all the time, and now he doesn't have to beat both of them back to back.
Yep.
So to say, so he's thinking, right, there's an opportunity. Make sure I'm in the right half. Obviously, I've got to stay number 2 in the world. I've got to be the second seed, and I'm going to miss Sinner. Then it's a great opportunity. So this is his moment, because we don't know when Alcaraz is going to be back, and we don't know what sort of form he's going to be in, so he's got to take his opportunity. Still a lot of good tennis to have to play to win the majors, which he was able to do at Roland Garros, and it's a similar sort of thing happening now at Wimbledon, where he cannot underestimate Arthur Ferry. And I think there were moments where perhaps Caboli did that today against Arthur Ferry, because the ball just kept coming back time and time again. But I don't think Zverev will make that mistake, because he knows what's on the line. There's a final to make, and then we know in a final it's one match, anything can happen.
He'll feel that as well, Arthur Ferry, won't he, Gilly, in the semi-final, because he's danced his way to the last 4 here, playing some quite beautiful, eye-catching grass court tennis. So from that regard, I think he will try and force the issue. He probably needs to have his best return day ever, I would say, against that big serve. Mind you, the Berg serve is pretty chunky, isn't it? So he's had a little bit of practice there, the Caboli serve as well, but the Sasha serve, I feel, is probably a little bit higher up the food chain.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think you're exactly right. I think the return is going to be huge for Ferry, just to try and break through this Zverev serve. That's obviously one of his biggest weapons. So he's going to definitely probably look at some data and try and figure out if there are any patterns on the Zverev serve. You don't want to start just guessing at where he's going to hit the serve. That's not the greatest tactic. But if he can get the point started with the way he was off the ground and how fast he was moving off the ground, I think that he'll be in good form, and he can make it a big contest. But yeah, trying to break through the Zverev serve is one of the biggest challenges.
Yeah, I mean,
for sure.
It's a level up, isn't it, when you're looking at Zverev serves? I mean, you just have to look at his numbers throughout the course of the year. He's either in the high 60s or in the 70s every single
time.
match,
Yeah.
first serve percentage. So that's going to be the biggest challenge. I mean, Zverev, even out here against Lehechka in that 4th set, where he didn't actually look right physically.
Yeah, I agree.
He looked as if maybe the readings were a little bit off.
Yeah.
I think with his condition and what he was able to rely on with his diabetes. I forgot the condition, diabetes, but what he could rely on was the serve, just to keep on holding in that 4th set. If he didn't have that serve, I think he would have been in trouble.
But, you know, it's really funny you mentioned that, because I was watching that down in the Broadcast Centre Cafe, having a very nice cup of tea and a biscuit, obviously. And I was watching the match, and when the stats came up at the end, I was so surprised at the numbers and the metrics, because actually Jiri Lehečka was winning a lot of those categories. I think he might have won the first serve points one department and Sasha won the second, but actually when you looked at the unforced errors and winners, the ratios, he was so far ahead in the positive, Jiri Lehečka, but he still lost the match.
Well, are you talking about the whole match, or you're talking about
the
first day or the second day?
No, the whole
match. Yeah, I know it's crazy, but it's just so small details, because yes, Lehečka's got a huge serve as well, but if you take the biggest points where Zverev can rely on that serve to get him out of trouble, I mean, Lehečka can as well, but with the more experience I think that Sasha has, I think he knows deep down that can get him through those big moments.
So it's, well, I mean, I'm actually reluctant now to bet against Arthur Ferry, as it were, in any of these conversations and say, I don't think he can do it, because I've thought that at every single stage and he's proved me wrong relentlessly, so I don't really know quite how to call that. I guess your head says, logically, Sasha Zverev comes through that.
It does, but I've picked Ferry's last 3 opponents too, I think. and Ferry's in the semis.
Sense.
Yeah.
How can you, if you're looking at it with your head and your analytic eye, results, what these players have achieved versus what Ferry's experienced and what he's achieved, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
But that's sport, isn't it?
It is.
It's sport, and your heart, obviously being a Brit, of course I want Ferry to win. You know, my heart wants Ferry to win. I want him to make a final. It's madness.
Yeah, it's
what
amazing.
he's been able to do, but you know, you just don't know. I mean, maybe I think the one thing with Zverev is that he's a major champion now. He has pretty much won everything as far as all the different category of events to him, from Masters 1000 to Tour Finals to gold medalist, now to Roland Garros. The only thing that's missing on his resume is actually the Davis Cup. He hasn't won the Davis Cup, but he's won the Tour Finals. He's won everything that there is to offer category-wise. Hasn't won every tournament, obviously, like a Djokovic. Yeah. He's won them 2, 3, 4, 5 times over, but apart from the gold medal. But you know, on any given day, if Ferry can be inspired like he has been for 2 weeks and play like he has done, then he's got a chance. But Zverev has the experience of these big moments, and he doesn't want to pass up these moments, because you just don't know what's around the corner.
You so don't in this sport. Anything could be literally around the corner. Novak Djokovic, I have to ask you about that. Arv, I'll start with you simply because you were here. Sitting on a seat on centre court for 5 hours, 15 minutes, I think it was in the end last night. Even though Novak's powers of recovery are remarkable and unmatched in this sport, at 39 years of age, he has got to be feeling that as he prepares to face Jannik Sinner in the other semi-final.
Has to be feeling it, but we say it 1,000 times, how is he going to recover from that? But he manages to do it, because he has an insane amount of experience when it comes to these sort of moments. And yesterday I thought he could be going out here. There was a moment in the 5th set, 4-all, love 30. Felix had a 4-hour return. He missed it, and I think, you got to put a mark beside that return, because he might lose because he's missed that return. No, not lose, but he might regret that miss at love 30. That was his moment, and he lost the game from being 30 love up, had Djokovic semi on the ropes, but then Djokovic, that moment in the match tiebreak where this is the moment, this is the moment I can close it out. Didn't make an unforced error, played an unbelievable match tiebreaker, and actually that was the first ever match tiebreaker he has played in his career as well. So all the things he has achieved in his career, all the experiences that he's had, he's never had the experience of playing a match tiebreaker in a 5th set. It's a new thing to him, and he stepped up to the plate and produced the most ridiculous tennis. And the gets that he was making, he was doing the splits in the corner.
It was unbelievable.
And still getting out the corner.
But somehow also, somehow getting every serve back all of a sudden, every single one of the serves back in play when he needed it the most. It's incredible. I know.
You can never doubt that amount of greatness.
You so can't. A tiebreak like that, it was phenomenal. Let's head out again to Lily Coleman, who is catching up with fans and feedback and reaction to Arthur Ferry's win today.
Well, I've just pulled Sam and Anne, I love that, Sam and Anne, across to the side because they look so lovely. Anne is wearing a beautiful orange dress, Sam's wearing a beautiful bucket hat, and your hat, and I just wanted to chat to you. How's your day going?
It's been fantastic, very hot.
It is very hot. Is that why you've got the bucket hat on?
Yes, I would say all sense of decorum has left and it's just surviving the heat at this point.
We had to buy an umbrella. We had to buy an umbrella to keep it cool.
Well, those umbrellas are very cool, so they're worth it. Yeah. Now, were you on Hemon Hill?
Yes, and more than that. Me and my mum, well, my mum really is renting out a couple rooms to the players. So my mum and I, because she was on holiday last week, she doesn't go abroad enough, are actually hosting Arthur Ferry's team.
You're joking.
Yes, so we're actually looking after the physio, the coach, their partners. We're cooking them breakfast every morning, and they've been so lovely. They've actually got us guest passes today under Arthur Ferry, and they've been absolutely fantastic. We are the ultras at this point. We are the biggest supporters of Arthur Ferry.
I've just got shivers hearing you say that. Hang on, I need to know more about what their team is like.
So they booked in for 3 nights, and they've been with us 2 weeks. And I'm buying eggs and avocado every morning and running out and washing the sheets every day because I don't know when they're going to leave. So they're still with us, which is fantastic.
You almost surely can't believe what's happening right now.
It's unbelievable. It is unbelievable. I mean, they are very calm. They're great fun, and I think he's got a great team around them. And hopefully we're adding to that.
Oh, I'm sure you are. Do you have dinner with them every night, the team?
Well, I have had dinner with them. We've ordered sushi and they've had it delivered. They've been going to West End shows in London. They didn't expect to stay this long. We've been telling them how to get into the city. They are asking us where they should go eat for dinner. It's actually been really great for us as well, not on top of just having people in.
It's just fun. We're doing it for fun, and this has been a huge journey. And they have breakfast with us, and then...
What do they eat?
Fried eggs and avocado.
Are you frying the eggs?
Yeah.
Sunny side up?
Sunny side up, 3 eggs, yeah.
Who do you think does better?
Apparently Sam cooked them better than me. But they go to bed relatively early.
What time?
Well, what's happening with the media interviews as it's gone on, they've come in a lot later. So, but they've been doing their homework and up in the bedrooms doing stuff and going round to Arthur's. He's living with his mum just round the corner, so that's quite convenient. So it's been great fun.
Wow, well that's a very eventful Wimbledon for you guys.
Yes, it's good fun. We're enjoying it.
Well, thank you so much for chatting to me and giving me that inside scoop. I love it. And enjoy the rest of your evening. Go and enjoy dinner with...
I'm off to buy some more eggs. I've got to go and buy some more eggs.
You go buy your eggs. Lovely to chat to you. Thank you.
It is amazing who you bump into around the grounds here at SW19. You never know who is lurking around a corner. What a great interview that was. And it was lovely to hear as well. So Arthur Ferry having the day of his life. It's been quite a day here at Wimbledon, to say the very least. The time now just after 16 minutes past 6, and you are listening to the Wimbledon radio channel.
With Amex, you can experience more at the Championships Wimbledon. With on-site benefits like refreshments and giveaways at the Amex card member lounge, and ice cream and prizes at the Amex Pavilion, an exclusive match at the Amex Experience. Visit the 2026 Wimbledon app and tap the Amex banner to learn more. Amex Gold Card representative, APR 85.8% variable. Annual fee applies after the first year, subject to status. Your rates may vary depending on circumstances. APR correct as of 25th of February 2026. 18 plus, terms and conditions apply.
This is the Wimbledon radio channel on Wimbledon.com, 87.7 FM, and the official Wimbledon app.
Hello and welcome to the Wimbledon Radio Channel Day 10 review. I'm Sue Thurl, welcoming you to Centre Court, where I'm joined by Olga Savchuk and Arvin Palmer to look back on the best of the day's action and preview what's ahead tomorrow. Matches still unfolding as we talk to you this evening, so for all the results and a full order of play for Thursday, do make sure to head to wimbledon.com or check the Wimbledon app. Olga and Arv. Hello. Olga, I'll start with you first. How are you going to sum up what you've seen today? I imagine for you, the highlight definitely Marta Kostyuk.
Yeah, it was actually a great day for Ukraine, for Marta Kostyuk, for me personally, with Alex Zverev winning as well today. And yeah, what a day. And I think Marta Kostyuk produced some brilliant tennis, and I felt like she wasn't hesitant today at all. She was soaking all that energy on, you know, and the center court energy, and just produced some brilliant tennis, and I think she can go all the way.
Arv, what was the highlight for you today?
The highlight? Well, Arthur Ferry, no doubt. Arthur Ferry, just the performance from start to finish. I've said it a couple of times this week already, is that he's looking like a man who's done this 10 to 20 times already on centre court. It doesn't look phased at all. There's tight moments in matches where he's the calmer of the two players. He just manages to kind of navigate his way through those tough, tricky moments and doesn't look at all stressed. His heart rate must be incredibly low at these moments. Everyone else is kind of uptight and looking a little bit nervous, but he does not look that way. Inside, it's obviously got to be a little bit different, as he suggested actually after his match, his post-match interview on court. But he is handling the situation so well. It's been an incredible 2 weeks, and it's not done yet by any stretch of the imagination.
It certainly is not done, but what a remarkable performance we saw here at the start of the day from Marta Kostyuk, because she was sensational. She came out of the gate with massive ball striking and really seized the initiative to help her fly past the former finalist Jasmine Paolini 6-3, 6-2.
Match point number 2 for Marta Kostyuk to move into the semi-finals of the championships. Backhand from Paolini, forehand slightly mishit from Kostyuk. Paolini launches herself into that forehand. Now she's at the net, and she's passed. She can't make the volley. And Marta Kostyuk is down on her knees under the royal box, delighted to have broken new ground here at the Wimbledon Championships. Marta Kostyuk of Ukraine has played beautifully, and she's made the semi-finals for the first time. What a display of power hitting and brilliant serving, and it is the triple pirouette from Marta Kostyuk. That's become her signature. What a display. She's taken down the former Wimbledon finalist Jasmine Paolini, and she's done it in fine style in 1 hour and 9 minutes, 6-3, 6-2.
Well, first of all, hello center court. First time playing on this unbelievable court, and obviously dream come true. Winning here was not even in the plans today. I just wanted to go out, enjoy, and put on a good show. It's always incredible to play in front of packed stadium, and here I feel like it's always packed. So thank you so much, guys, for your energy today.
Well, she had bags of energy, didn't she, Olga? Bags of winners as well. The forehand was scintillating today. Ferocious against Jasmine Paolini, who is normally so good at being able to redirect pace and power, but she was just overwhelmed today.
Yeah, I think Marta's game is just so explosive. She's so quick on her feet. I think she's one of the best athletes out there. And, you know, she went for it today big. I think she used her previous experience at French Open just a few weeks ago to be at these stages of the championships, and you know, she's really enjoying, and she spoke about it before Wimbledon, that you know, she doesn't have a lot of expectation on grass, and she said to herself, she promised that she will just enjoy, and I think she's doing so well at this. And I think credit to her coach, Sandra Zaniewska, who made her yesterday do that walk to center court, because Marta never been there, and it could be quite overwhelming. And she walked through that corridor with all the trophies and, you know, beautiful pictures, and she said, I felt goosebumps, and it helped me today not to be overwhelmed by that.
Do you know what I really loved? One of her quotes this year, and it really stuck with me because I thought that's brilliant psychology and mentality. She was asked, I think, this week about this explosion on the grass, because she hasn't really had much form on this surface up till this Wimbledon, to be honest. And she said, I'm so excited by the breakthrough I've made on grass this year. I feel like things are clicking into place, but I'm actually looking forward to next year already because of what I think I can do next year. But that's brilliant psychology because it takes the pressure off you this year right now and lowers the expectations.
It's interesting why she would think she wouldn't have a game for grass, because I look at her serve, I look at her forehand, I look at her backhand, I look at how aggressive she is and how hard she can hit the ball. That flat strike on a grass court's going to work beautifully, the way she moves. That's the side of grass court tennis that you have to master, is the movement. And she's such a good mover. Out the corners, she's still stable. The amount of court she covers with her speed, excellent. So I'm not sure why she had such a low expectation. I guess it's because she didn't have that much experience, and playing on the clay, on the hard, where you're a little bit more comfortable. That's where the majority of the tour is played as well, so you feel a little bit more secure there. But grass is a great surface for her, and she played the perfect match on the very first ball of the match. She went huge on a forehand. I think she missed it, but for me, it was like, well, she's just set the tone here. She started out aggressively, and it's much easier to rein it back in if you're missing than start off tentatively and then expect to be aggressive. You tighten up. So overdo it to begin with, and you can always bring it back a notch, but she didn't need to because it worked perfectly.
Yeah, I think that's definitely what she's trying to do in the last couple of months. And it's interesting because she didn't have success at Wimbledon in the previous years. I think 2 first-round exits. And on the practice week before Wimbledon, she said that she lost all the practice sets to everybody. And she turned around to her coach, Sandra, and asked, do you still think this surface suits well my game? And she said, yes, absolutely. And she said, it just relaxed me. And then I went with my first match and had a lot of joy on the court. And I think it's just clicked in for her.
I am fascinated of how she's going to match up with Linda Noskova, who was very bright and breezy in making her first Wimbledon and indeed Grand Slam semi-final full stop. 6-3, 7-5, the Berlin champion, wafting past Elisa Mertens today. It's a very different matchup because Jasmine Paolini just does not have the power off the ground and serve that Linda Noskova has. So they cancel each other out, don't they, in so many ways?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the challenge, isn't it? Because her kind of base level of play on grass is extremely high. It's a very natural surface for her as far as her game style is concerned. Big hitting, big serving. Now, the question and the test for Kostyuk is can she maintain that sort of level that she produced today? You know, it's all about matchups. Is she going to be allowed the luxury of a little bit of time on the ball? The returner serve where Marta was just deadly today behind the second serve returns. She won't get that luxury against Noskova. She's not going to give her that time. So then when you're not breaking as much, then your confidence is a little bit lower and there's a little bit more pressure on your own serve. So different matchups, huge occasion. It's a semi-final. Who's going to deal with the occasion? But you've got to throw all of those things in the mix as well.
Paolini's a player, Olga, that likes to build a point, and she certainly likes to play with shape and depth off her forehand deep to the baseline. She's not going to get that time, is she, against Linda Noskova, is Marta? That's going to be a big issue and a big battle for her.
Yes, but I also think that Marta have slightly more weapons to actually hurt Noskova, even though Noskova have much more aggressive serve, and her first serve is a big weapon, and second she also go for it. It's quite risky, and she has a big forehand, and she's very stable and have a low base, right, which is good on the grass, and she's good at mid-court kind of and few meters on the sides. But if Marta managed to push her to the corners, really stretch her out and mix it up a lot and also mix up the pace, I think that's where she can hurt Noskova. And I think also that fire up energy in this big occasion, it could help Marta Kostyuk.
Who's going to win those semi-finals? Muchova and Coco Gauff, Kostyuk, Linda Noskova.
Muchova and Kostyuk.
I'm going to go with Muchova, and I'm going to go for Noskova.
OK. On the men's side, British wildcard Arthur Ferry beat Roland Garros finalist Flavio Cobolli in a stunning match on centre court in straight sets in the sunshine this afternoon. 6-4, 7-6, 6-love.
Match points for Arthur Ferry to reach the Wimbledon semi-finals. Here he goes. Serve, ace! And he collapses on the deck in absolute triumph and disbelief. Wow, 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 Arthur Ferry, watched by your queen. You are the king of this court this afternoon. Amazing.
Just seems to be, gets better and better every match. And no, I just can't believe it. It's incredible playing on centre court for the second time, second win. Yeah, I just can't believe it. It was that last game, I felt emotions that I hadn't experienced before in my life, and I think it's the same up there. But yeah, it's unbelievable to share it with those guys. It's a great bunch of guys and so happy.
So a wonderful performance from Arthur Ferry, who is in dreamland, or it's a fairy tale, as we heard Sasha Zverev say earlier on today. I think that is going to be a headline we're going to see on more than one or two newspapers. I mean, Olga, he's just the second wildcard to reach the semi-finals here. The other one, of course, being Goran Ivanisevic, and we all know what happened there.
What a story, right?
Yeah.
Yes, I was watching myself that final back in the days. But yeah, I think Ferry did well to back it up, that massive win against Grigor Dimitrov, again on center court. I think it's always a good thing that it's not just one match, you know, and a fairy tale. And he did well today to back it up, and with perfect performance. And as you guys said before, that he was very focused and didn't stress at all.
He didn't stress, and he's just backed up big win after big win this week and done it without a care in the world, Alf. That's what's so impressive.
Yeah, that's, you kind of watch him and you kind of thinking this guy's been doing it for so long, but he hasn't. This is all so new to him. Yes, he had some excellent experience at the start of the year in Australia and beating Caboli out there as well. But yeah, to do it on this stage, though, at home, in front of your home fans, so many friends and family, it's just another level, what he's produced. And the fact that he's come back from twice, which seemed to be impossible situations. So won the match against Bergs on 18. Was he 4-1 double breakdown in the fourth? He was down a break in the fifth, and he was thinking, how is he doing this? And then against Dimitrov, he was looking like he was going to go out there, but he managed to come back there. And then to produce that sort of tennis again is just amazing. And to do it in that fashion, he was everywhere on the court today. It was almost impossible for Caboli to find any holes in his game because he's such a good mover, and he got drawn into trying to hit through Ferry, and it just wasn't going to work today against for Caboli. He didn't play with enough variation. He didn't slow things down enough. He didn't play the points on his terms enough. He was playing into Ferry's hands because Ferry uses your pace against you so well. It was fantastic to see. So happy for Arthur.
Olga, is there a moment, and might it be ahead of the semi-finals, where he really starts to think about what he's doing, and actually there'll be an expectation going into the semi-final and an excitement that maybe wasn't there in the earlier rounds, and that switch in mentality might affect you a little bit more than you would ever want?
I would actually say that it could be a case in today's match for Ferry, but I think he would feel much more confident and maybe less excited in a way playing the semi-final. Because I feel, again, he backed it up, that big win, that, you know, performance, and now he, you know, it's semi-finals, it's only 2 matches to go, you never know what's going to happen. And he's going to play, I feel, pressure-free, he have nothing to lose. He proved already that he did amazing here. He had that experience in front of, you know, family and friends and center court and full crowd and royal box as well, which is a lot of pressure as well, right?
Playing in front of the Queen.
Yes, yes. I mean, you know, being British to play in front of a Queen, it's an extra pressure. So I think he did so well that now it's only joy, and, you know, he will go out there and play free.
Well, as you might imagine, the reaction from the crowds was, and the crowds on the grounds even, was electric today. And Lily Coleman went out to hear from some pretty ecstatic fans.
Well, I've just pulled Sam and Anne, I love that, Sam and Anne, across to the side because they look so lovely. Anne is wearing a beautiful orange dress, Sam's wearing a beautiful bucket and your hat, and I just wanted to chat to you. How's your day going?
It's been fantastic, very hot.
It is very hot. Is that why you've got the bucket hat on?
Yes, I would say all sense of decorum has left, and it's just surviving the heat at this point.
We had to buy an umbrella. We had to buy an umbrella to keep cool.
Well, those umbrellas are very cool, so they're worth it. Now, were you on Hemon Hill?
Yes, and more than that. Me and my mum, well, my mum really is renting out a couple of rooms to the players. So my mum and I, because she was on holiday last week, she doesn't go abroad enough, are actually hosting Arthur Ferry's team.
You're joking.
Yes, so we're actually looking after the physio, the coach, their partners. We're cooking them breakfast every morning, and they've been so lovely. They've actually got us guest passes today under Arthur Ferry, and they've been absolutely fantastic. We are the ultras at this point. We are the biggest supporters of Arthur Ferry.
I've just got shivers hearing you say that. Hang on, I need to know more about what their team is like.
So they booked in for 3 nights, and they've been with us 2 weeks. And I'm buying eggs and avocado every morning and running out and washing the sheets every day because I don't know when they're going to leave. So they're still with us, which is fantastic.
You almost surely can't believe what's happening right now.
It's unbelievable. It is unbelievable. I mean, they are very calm. They're great fun, and I think he's got a great team around them. And hopefully we're adding to that.
Oh, I'm sure you are. Do you have dinner with them every night, the team?
Well, I have had dinner with them. We've ordered sushi and they've had it delivered. They've been going to West End shows in London. They didn't expect to stay this long. We've been telling them how to get into the city. They are asking us where they should go eat for dinner. It's actually been really great for us as well, not on top of just having people in.
It's just fun. We're doing it for fun, and this has been a huge journey. And they have breakfast with us, and then...
What do they eat?
Fried eggs and avocado.
Are you frying the eggs?
Yeah.
Sunny side up?
Sunny side up, 3 eggs, yeah.
Who do you think does better?
Apparently Sam cooked them better than me. But they go to bed relatively early.
What time?
Well, what's happening with the media interviews as it's gone on, they've come in a lot later. So, but they've been doing their homework and up in the bedrooms doing stuff and going round to Arthur's. He's living with his mum just round the corner, so that's quite convenient. So it's been great fun.
Wow, well that's a very eventful Wimbledon for you guys.
Yes, it's good fun. We're enjoying it.
Well, thank you so much for chatting to me and giving me that inside scoop. I love it. And enjoy the rest of your evening. Go and enjoy dinner with...
I'm off to buy some more eggs. I've got to go and buy some more eggs.
You go buy your eggs. Lovely to chat to you. Thank you.
I'm so having eggs for my tea later on today. It made me want to have them with avocado. It sounds lovely. So that was a lovely story, a little peek behind the curtain of what the experience is like for players and teams here at Wimbledon. And Olga, you can give us a peep behind the curtain in terms of the Sasha Zverev story today, because what a win it was against a player who's been really tricky for him in their last 7 meetings. He's lost them, but that 10-5 head-to-head in favour of Taylor Fritz has just got a little bit closer after today.
Yeah, I think it was 7-love, right, in the last 7 meeting actually for Fritz. So Sasha Zverev have a lot of confidence now after winning French Open, and every match he played quite well, and I think his first serve percentage and actually second serve percentage is very high so far. The only time that he maybe had a little bit of dip, it was yesterday when he had to finish that match against Yuri Lehechka, and that's the only time where he kind of lost his concentration. But today he was again very sharp, very focused. You could see he wanted to go away from court as fast as possible, not to spend so much time, being in this heat. And he was just better at his serves and returns.
The first semi-final for him, but unfortunately a bit of a knee issue, a recurrence of the knee issue for Taylor Fritz today. Yeah, it was a bit worrying actually. I saw that midway through the second when he started to sort of flex his knee a bit, try and put a bit of weight through the knee by bending it and looking up to his camp Wolfgang Oswald, his physio. He's a man that's been first on the team sheet for years because he's the most important guy in the camp for him, and it was kind of like, that doesn't look good. And it was a bit surprising because I think it was his last press conference, he said, what, it's so nice. I'm at a stage now after returning from a little bit of a layoff, missing a few events, not having to think about my knee and the tendonitis. And I thought, he's in a really good place. So when I saw that on court once, I thought, oh no, it's crept back in. But
But grass is really tough, actually, because you sink a little bit lower out the corners, a little bit more push. You don't get the purchase off a grass court as you would on a hard court or grass court. So you've got to move slightly differently on grass, and maybe that's just aggravated a bit. And it was there was a definite, as well as Zverev was playing, there was a definite dip from Fritz, unfortunately. So I guess he's got to manage that side of things well and not make, in my opinion, the mistakes he's made in previous years, to keep on playing with niggles that eventually end up being quite serious injuries that then keep you off the tour for a while. And he's got to look at his schedule too. He loves playing, he loves competing, he's just a born competitor. I don't think he likes to train too much, he just loves to compete. So that's the things that he needs to look at.
Especially with the US Open swing around the corner now, it feels like. So let's have some predictions then, guys, for the men's semi-finals. Olga, Yannick or Novak, Arthur or Sasha?
I went this morning with Novak, just because I want to.
Okay. Okay.
And I have to go with Sasha.
Okay.
Zverev.
I'm going to go with Sinner because it's a step up for Djokovic. It's a major step up now playing someone like Sinner at this stage of the tournament. Sinner's looking good. He's looking strong. It's not been too hot, and when it has been hot, he's been able to win in straight sets. So winning that second set yesterday against Struff was key. Struff had set point. He could have taken that to a third, a set all, but he was able to dispatch him in 3. So as far as physically, I think this is the best that Sinner could have hoped for getting to this stage of the tournament. In the semis, looking pretty fresh. How is Djokovic going to pull up after yesterday? A day recovery. I wouldn't be surprised if he spent 7 hours in the oxygen chamber today somewhere and not even come to the courts. It was just all about recovery. So I've got to go with Sinner there because he's playing well and is Djokovic slightly compromised physically. The other, do you ask about the other semi? Yeah. And the other semi, how can you not go with Zverev? Yeah. How can you not go with Zverev? My heart is saying Ferry, come on, all the way. Yeah. Another step. But for Ferry, you're playing against someone that is a guy that has been unbelievably consistent for so many years, and this is his moment to take another opportunity, without Alcaraz in the draw, without Sinner in the semis, without Djokovic in his way, in his half. I just feel like he might be running on fumes mentally, but he's thinking this is a massive chance to make another major final.
He sure is, and an unexpected one too on the grass here at Wimbledon this year. Well, with the quarterfinals under our belts, the level of tennis has continued to rise, as has the Wimbledon Radio celebrity guest list. Well, today Lily Coleman caught up with an actor who recently checked out of the White Lotus, but you may also remember him from the Battle of Hogwarts.
Well, I'm with Jason Isaac. We're in the best seat in the house. How are you doing today?
It's not the best seat in the house. There's a match over there I'm dying to watch, but yes, well, it's the second best seat in the house.
Second best seat in the house. You get the view of all the outside courts. Now, you're in the World Box today. What are you most looking forward to?
Oh, well, Arthur Ferry's playing. He's an English player. I've seen him play before, but I didn't know his game, and he had a Disney run the other day. He beat one of the greatest players, Dimitrov, with the most beautiful backhand in the world, and let's hope his run continues.
Now, the way you're talking, the most beautiful backhand, do you know a lot about your tennis?
I know a lot about tennis. I'm tennis obsessed. I go to, the first thing I pack, I travel all the time, is a tennis racket, and I go to all the tournaments and I watch all the games. I watch the press conferences, and I'm intrigued by the psychology of it, and I love the game.
Wow, we have a tennis fanatic in the house.
Oh, are you not a tennis fanatic?
I am a bit of a tennis fanatic.
For Wimbledon Radio.
I am a bit of a tennis fanatic. Now,
there was a study the other day that came to fruition after 20 years of 80,000 people or something, looking at various things in their lifestyle. But one of the things they looked at was what exercise regime they did and whether it added years onto their life or not in terms of longevity. And various sports like cycling and swimming get added 2 years or 3 years. Golf, I think, was 4 years. Tennis was streaks ahead of everything else with 9.7 years onto your life.
Well, you learn something new every day. I didn't know that.
So take it up. You obviously don't play, do you?
Well, I actually do play. My mum was a tennis player.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let's go do it. The most frustrating thing about coming to this palace of tennis, which I love so much, is that you don't get to play. I mean, I'm dressed like an idiot. It's 100-degree heat. We're going to the Royal Box, so you've got to put a shirt and tie on, which I hate.
You look amazing. Now, who is your tennis goat?
Well, there's only one. For people who love tennis, there's no one like Roger Federer, except Alcaraz came along. I've seen him play live. He brings such joy and relish onto the court that I never thought I'd feel again the excitement that I did when Federer came, but sadly he's not here this year, but he's a great player.
Your dream doubles partner.
That's easy for you to say.
dreams doubles.
Have another drink. Go on, it's lunchtime. Sure.
Dreams double partner.
No. Do you know my dream doubles partner by any chance, Lily?
That's exactly what I mean.
My dream doubles partner is my wife. If I could get her to pick up a racket, all the years I've tried to persuade her to go. We've been to gorgeous, lovely places that have, teaching, or I've been to tennis camps and stuff. She's no interest. Not only has she no interest in playing, no interest in watching. I brought her one year to the Royal Box. She took a book out and started to read.
Oh no, that's a real no-no.
I said, darling, we're on television. She said, we're not. I said, not only are we, but if you read your book, we're definitely going to be on telly.
What book was it?
I've no idea. I made her put it away in the bag.
What a disaster. Okay, who do you think's going to win this year? Men's and women's?
Who's win the whole thing?
Yeah. Who's lifting the trophy?
Up in the air. It's going to be Sinner or Zverev. Be one of the two. I don't know. Obviously, if Alcaraz was here, I would favour him, not only because he's the most fantastically entertaining player to watch, but he's probably got the best game for grass, but he's not here. So I suspect Sinner's got something to prove after getting knocked out and his episode in the French where he had heat stroke or whatever he had. So he's got a lot to prove, and he's a phenomenal player. It's like playing a wall. But Zverev's having his time, and he won the French Open, so who knows?
I could listen to you talk about tennis all day long. You're teaching me. Now, what was the best tennis match you've ever watched?
Nadal Federer 2008 final here, when it was actually, people at home don't realise it, but it was essentially pitch black. And they both wanted to finish. They both thought they were going to win. That's why they wanted to finish. They're consummate warriors. If they thought it was going to give them an advantage, they would have said, let's carry on tomorrow or some other day. They're also conscious of the crowd, but they thought they could both smell victory. And Federer, I'm sure, thought he was going to win because he'd been winning on grass year after year. And it's just amazingly exciting.
Now, as I said, you are in the Royal Box today. Do you ever get starstruck?
I'm always starstruck by tennis players. And sometimes I'm old enough to, I'm always old enough to be their dad, from their grandpa, I don't know. It's sports people. I'm not starstruck by actors or by members of the royal family. Actors always end up having feet of clay, and we're all just people who put on makeup and funny voices. So some of them are famous, some of them aren't, but they're just like me. But sports people, I was doing a series for NBC in America in 2012 or something, and they had a party. They had the Olympics that year, so they had a party for the Olympics teams, and I met the Olympics athletes, and I was just absolutely, my tongue swelled to the size of a foot. I couldn't move it.
That doesn't sound good.
No.
Right, last question. You've played some iconic characters in your career.
I've played some iconic tennis games. I wish that was
maybe
true.
you have. If one of them had to play tennis, who would be the most competitive?
Oh, well, I did a film with Taylor Lautner many years ago for which I had to train with the world kickboxing champion every morning for 6 weeks. And I was so fit at the end, I felt like I could race a fly and win. I could catch fly, I could see things quicker. The world was so much sharper. And so he would probably play the best tennis because it's mostly about being present and exploding into reactions.
Oh, I love that. Well, Jason, thank you so much for giving us your time.
Let's get on the course sometime.
Yeah, let's go.
All right.
Love that. You could race a fly. He came up to the commentary box, actually, and it was a joy to watch some tennis with him and have him do a bit of commentating with us as well. So that was fantastic. Let's have a look, shall we, at the order of play for tomorrow as the first lot of semi-finals get going and blow through centre court. So first up on centre court, Karolina Mukova and Coco Gauff, Marta Kostyuk versus Linda Noskova, and Mark Polmans and Storm Hunter taking on Marcelo Arevalo and Yelena Ostapenko, who's had quite an eventful run here in terms of the matches she's had. I'm thinking memorably of taking out Lara Siegemund and Edouard Roger Vasselin on one of the outside courts. On number one court, Arevalo is back with Mate Pavic. They had a good win today against the champions here last year, actually. Julian Cash ousted and Lloyd Glasspool by those two, taking on Kevin Kravitz and Tim Puetz. And then Harry Heliovara and Henry Patton, former champions here, against the alternate pairing Thanasi Kokkinakis and Alexander Kovacevic. Given all the problems that Kokkinakis has had in terms of his injuries, you can't help but root for the Aussie, can you?
You wish him all the success. He has missed, if you go back, way back, look at his kind of history, he has had so many injuries, so many different surgeries, the latest being to another operation on his pec. He's actually got someone else's tendon holding his pec together with his shoulder. It's amazing. So he's had a tendon transplant in him, and yeah, it's been horrific. His tennis journey at times, the amount of injuries. So it's great that he's tasting some success at the highest level. Even though it's in the doubles, he would much prefer it to be on the singles court, because he's such a good singles player when he plays, and he's had so many epic matches. The first one that comes to mind in Australia a couple of years ago against Andy Murray, that was amazing. Sadly for him, from a winning position, he ends up losing the match, but he's provided a lot of entertainment over the years on the singles court. But great that he's in a really good position playing tomorrow on court 1.
And a former Australian Open doubles champion, isn't
That's
he?
right,
With Nick
yeah.
Kyrgios as well, so it could be another Grand Slam title for him on the horizon. Maybe we'll see if he can get through that match on number 1 court tomorrow. Don't forget always to get in touch. We want to continue to hear from you throughout the championship. Loads of you have been getting in touch, and if you want to get your questions into the team throughout the day, you can send your messages on X, we're at Wimbledon Radio, or on Instagram, we're on at Wimbledon Radio channel. Or, of course, you can drop us a line. Please do let us know your thoughts. We like to know what you're thinking and where you're watching us as well. That's always the most important thing. radio@aeltc.com. And also, don't forget, you can find us on TikTok to see what we've been up to behind the scenes. The answer to that is plenty. And some of the famous faces that we've been talking to throughout the course of the championships as well. And as you heard a little bit earlier, we had Jason Isaacs in today, not only as a guest on the roof of the broadcast centre, but also as a commentator with us up here in the booth as well. And I think he might be coming back to see us again on Saturday for the women's singles final. We've loved your company. We continue to enjoy it. Please do be with us tomorrow. We start local time, 10 o'clock. So do join for that. Ladies semi-finals day. We will see you for that from Sue and from Arv and from Olga. Bye-bye for now.
You've been listening to the Wimbledon radio channel on Wimbledon.com, 87.7 FM, and the official Wimbledon app.
Hold that shot, because that was gorgeous.
40-13. Game, Rybarikova, Safarova. 2 games all, second set.
I must say, James, the players do look incredible, though, don't they, in white? It's so traditional. Whoops. But it's just so lovely.
Moonball time. One of you.
I think they both said you at the same time. That's funny.
Love 15.
Oh, yes. Plenty of space there for Lucy Safarova.
This is beautiful, isn't it? She's just got her eye on the line and doesn't disappoint. That is beautiful.
(15-30). (15-40).
You can see why Lucy Safarova won 5 doubles Grand Slam titles. Very steady, very consistent. 2 break points.
Just a little bit late. That's just her technique on that backhand side. She gets that bottom edge of the racket, does flare. She has a very flat contact on the backhand wing.
Deuce. Advantage, Safarova.
And Lucy Safarova, will she try and direct this return?
Deuce.
I got to keep your concentration, keep your nerve. Sort of repeated efforts here.
Advantage, Safarova.
Fourth break point. Oh yes, great anticipation. Magdalena Rybakarova had enough of waiting.
Rybakarova, Safarova lead. 3 games to 2.
She
second
pounces
set, and
at
by
the
1
net
set to love.
to secure the break.
Great awareness from Magdalena right here. Good return, and why not move on the first one? That's one of the smartest tactics that you can do. If you just wait until your opponent and your partner are just exchanging that flow of balls on the adjacent part of you, then it's very hard to get stuck into it. So it's always good to try to go on that very first one. Well, they've got to stay focused, though. They're looking up at the box, at their children there. It's great that they're getting to bring their family in.
Last drop of sunshine on the court as we head towards the end of day 10. Time is flying here at Wimbledon. Safarova and Barakova with the break.
15 love. Fifteen all. Thirty, 15. Thirty all. Let for serve.
Yeah, well found. Herber gone.
40, 30.
That's one of her strengths, isn't it? Just her vision there, her awareness there. Just picks the right time to really expose that net player.
Unbelievable. How did they win that point?
Well, that's when this is fun. They are loving this. Just coming out here and gelling like this and just playing such wonderful tennis, and to also hear everyone in the stadium here just really enjoying this. Great hands all round from everyone. You really wouldn't have known who was going to win this. It's scrambled, it's organised chaos, and then this one was lucky. Oh, look at that.
What? 15 love. $30 love.
Oh yeah, look at that. Great reactions.
Gosh, that is not an easy shot, and how she just kind of just hit this through so perfectly. It's brilliant. Again. Now she's just so clever at the net. Really, we are seeing a little bit of exceptional volleying from Magdalena.
Easy pickings. Lucy Safarova.
30-40.
Just building some momentum now. Another chance to break here. Oh, what an angle. She's in a rich vein of form, Lucy Safarova.
Please. Rybarikova, Safarova lead, 5-2.
And that
Second
break
set,
could
and by
well
one
be
set to love.
defining.
Yeah, just seeing some terrific exchanges here from these players. Slice sits down low, but again, Lucy just coming up with something fabulous here. The angles that she's found today has been exceptional, and I think they're just happy and relaxed. Oh, they've got the little girl.
Do you want my towel? She's saying.
That's so cute.
Only if you go to bed.
Yeah.
Lovely shot, number 1 court. There we go.
Time.
Lovely memory. Terrific match to watch this, the ladies' invitation doubles. These two in your picture here, Magdalena Rybarikova and Lucy Safarova serving for the match.
Right one to move on.
Love 15. Love 30. Let for serve.
Such a loose action has Magdalena on the serve.
Just lost her touch a little.
Love 40.
Lucy Safarova in this game. Oh, and annoyingly for her, another one goes long.
Petkovic.
And Kerber and Petkovic break back.
Rybarikova, Safarova lead, 5-3, second sets.
just a little
15
late
left.
on that one. And that's, yeah, she's just showing there that flat contact sometimes just doesn't have a long contact point. She swings around a little bit on that. Just
30 left.
Just a whole string of missed shots here by that player there, just letting this team back in. The pressure is going to be back on Rybakova and Safarova. Oh, there you go. Safe hands, but never too far away
14,
with
15.
Magdalena.
Let for serve. Game, Kerber, Petkovic.
Slightly gone off to Boyle, these two. Just 1 point in the
Rybakova,
last 8.
Safarova lead 5 games to 4, second
But
set.
they will have
1 by 1 set to love.
one more chance to serve it out.
It's funny, isn't it? You can just lose a little bit of focus. They were somewhat a bit distracted looking up at the change of games and how quickly things can just really switch around. Kerber and Petkovic just really getting a lot more balls in the court, just doing the right things. It's just really been the missing of Safarova and Rybakova, but there's still plenty of action around, isn't there, James? Look at all those people still wondering how Arthur Ferry won that match in 3. Amazing. They all got to witness that, though. Brilliant for the young man. I mean, very exciting for British
Time.
tennis and for Wimbledon.
Oh, what a shame. Some of the best tennis we've seen so far.
15 love.
Yeah, there's that width on that serve. Gee, she's just
30
been
love.
reluctant to change it up. She stands wide and really can get that slider out there.
Oh, that is some finish from the back of the court.
40 love.
Lucy Safarova really leaving it late to show us the very best. 3 match points.
Game, set a match.
And there it is.
Rybakova, Safarova, 2 sets to love. 6-3, 6-4.
A straight sets victory for Magdalena Rybakova and Lucy Safarova. Their second win in the ladies' invitation doubles over Angelique Kerber and Andrea Petkovic.
Oh, what a fun match by all four players. No doubt they all enjoyed it, particularly this pair. When you come out winners, then just get to celebrate a little bit more. There we go. Love all around.
Round. What a lovely way to finish that. That was good, wasn't it? Right, unbelievably, despite the love being all around, the tennis isn't. It's finished. We're done for day 10 of Wimbledon. But before we go, let's remind ourselves what's happened so far on an incredibly dramatic...
Pleasure to meet you.